Chapter 45-33. The head of the Yanwu Hall was an old man with a childlike appearance in a dress that resembled a Taoist robe. After Huang Fuping arrived and explained his purpose, he couldn't help frowning and persuaded, "Boy Ping, I advise you not to try to compete with that void sword. You are not his opponent." Not long ago, the hall master of their Golden Dragon Hall had already sent a message to all the hall masters, including him, about the new disciple Duan Lingtian of their Golden Dragon Hall. They also realized Duan Lingshan's extraordinariness. This temple guardian disciple who was given the title of Void Sword by their temple master is an invincible superior god. Master Yu, it's just a discussion. I'm just curious, how strong is the genius younger than me in the mouth of master? Huang Fuping said. And hearing Huang Fuping's words, Xianxia, the head of the Yanwu Hall of the Golden Dragon Palace, finally knew why this little disciple of the head of the palace wanted to discuss with Duan Lingtian. After all, he didn't want to believe that such a genius monster existed. At the same time, Qi also came in with Duan Lingtian. Qi, however, didn't know that his master had also informed his younger junior brother Huang Fuping that Duan Lingtian was younger than him, and also asked Huang Fuping to learn from Duan Lingtian. How can Huang Fuping, who is usually arrogant, accept this? Seeing is believing. He still wanted to feel for himself whether the genius in his master's mouth was really as enchanting and unparalleled as his master said. Master Yu, this is the new disciple of our Golden Dragon Palace's guardian, the Void Sword Duan Lingtian. After Qi came in, he greeted Xianxia with a smile. Then he said to Duan Lingtian, "Senior brother Lingtian, this is the head of Xianxia Yu, the head of our Golden Dragon Hall's Yanwu Hall, and one of the 4th-tier Xians in our Golden Dragon Hall. Xian 4th Order." After hearing Qi's words, Duan Lingtian took a serious look at the old man in front of him. You must know that the 4th Order Xian is also the 1st order closest to the semi-holy. Stepping into the 5th step is a semi-holy. Duan Ling, I have seen Hall Master Yu. Duan Lingtian greeted Xianxia with a smile, which made Xianxia a little surprised. He thought that all geniuses were as arrogant as Huang Fuping, but the one in front of him was obviously different. Perhaps, this is the reason why he can achieve such achievements at this age. While Xianxia secretly said he greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile, "Brother Lingtian is very talented, the hall master is very optimistic about you. If you don't want to argue with him in this competition, you can refuse." As Xianxia said that, he glanced at Huang Fuping who was on the side. However, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Huang Fuping glared at him and said, "Senior Yu, he has already agreed, what are you still doing here?" Xianxia glanced at Huang Fuping speechlessly. He just wanted to help Huang Fuping. But now, Huang Fuping is obviously not appreciative. He didn't say any more. "Palace Master Yu, it is said that we will enter your inner body to learn from the small world. Then I will trouble you." Duan Lingtian didn't say much nonsense, and said to Xianxia with a smile. He is very clear. For a person like Huang Fuping, there is no way to convince him with words, only fists can convince him. No trouble, just a small matter. Then Xianxia had a thought, and 2 invisible forces swept towards Duan Lingtian and Huang Fuping. "You too, don't deal with resistance. I will now put you into the dual space specially opened up in the small world of my body." Almost when Yu Zini's voice fell, the figures of Duan Lingtian and Huang Fuping disappeared. At the same time, in the void in the Yanwu Hall, a mirror image appeared, and it was Duan Lingtian and Huang Fuping who appeared in a barren space. The space they were in was groggy, but there was still light enough to see their faces clearly. At their feet, there is a barren mountain range, endless as far as the eye can see, as if there is no end. Just in time. "Brother Huang Fuping, fight against our newly promoted disciple of the Golden Dragon Palace, the Void Sword. I just received a summons." It was said that this scene was cast over our Golden Dragon Hall. It seems that it was the Yu Hall Master of the Yanwu Hall who wanted to show this battle to the outside world. What? A mirror image of this scene appeared in the sky above our Golden Dragon Hall? "Hall Master Yu, do you want this battle to attract the attention of people from all major temples? You must know that when someone enters the dual space to fight, They just put the mirror image into the Yanwu Hall for the disciples of this hall to watch. Few of them put mirror images outside. Unless the duel is the strongest or invincible upper god venerable. I almost forgot, our new disciple of the temple guardian is the invincible upper god venerable. I also forgot. According to the practice of our Bibo Tianfu, if one of the dueling people is the strongest or the invincible superior god, the Yanwu Hall will tacitly display the mirror image to the outside world for the major temples to observe. In the Yanwu Hall, a group of disciples of the Golden Dragon Hall were discussing each other. Over the Golden Dragon Hall, the situation was turbulent, and the huge mirror image that suddenly appeared also shocked the quartet, attracting people from other temples to come and watch. The news continued to spread. Soon, more and more people gathered in the sky above the Golden Dragon Palace. Is there a superpower in the Golden Dragon Palace who wants to take action? Impossible. You didn't see that one of the people in the mirror image is the youngest disciple of the head of Shao Hall, Huang Fuping. Could it be that Huang Fuping's current opponent, this unfamiliar face? Is that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? Yes. I heard from my master that the master of the Golden Dragon Palace has just accepted a disciple of the palace guard for the Golden Dragon Palace and given the name Void. Step threshold. The law realizes the invincible superior god venerable in the realm of small perfection. Damn it. Is it true? Kendo touches the 7th order threshold? Even the sage powerhouse of our Bibo Tianfu seems to have not touched the 7th order threshold, right? As more and more people gathered, the news spread further. Soon, many figures appeared in the void around the Golden Dragon Hall, some of the famous people from the major temples. That senior sister Ji Qiushui from Tianshui Temple. Unexpectedly, she's here too. Senior sister Ji Qiushui's strength is not weaker than that of senior brother Kui from our Golden Dragon Hall. I didn't expect that she would come. I remember that what she is good at seems to be not the way of the sword, but the way of the sword, right? There are many similarities between swords, and it is not impossible to find the inspiration of swordsmanship from swordsmanship. At the same time, a group of Golden Dragon Hall disciples in the Golden Dragon Hall successively recognized many more famous disciples from the major temples of Bibo Tianfu. It's senior brother Shui Lang. He actually came too. Senior brother Shui Lang, the invincible superior of Bibo Hall. Chapter 45-34. There are two invincible upper gods in Bibo Tianfu. One of them was the Shui Lang of Bibo Hall. Shui Lang, like the Ji Qiushui of Tianshui Temple, is a good swordsman. The accomplishments of the two in the Tao of the Blade are similar. However, because Shui Lang comprehended the profound meaning of the laws of the Great Perfection realm and stepped into the realm of the invincible superior god venerable, his strength is much stronger than Ji Qiushui. However, if Ji Qiushui is good at the profound meaning of the law and can enter the realm of great perfection, it is really hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Junior sister Qiushui, you are here too. After Shui Lang arrived, he found Ji Qiushui and approached him for a while, greeting him with a smile. Both of them use knives, and they usually have the opportunity to discuss the Tao of the Blade together, but they are fairly familiar. Senior brother Shui Lang. When Ji Qiushui saw Shui Lang, he also smiled and said hello. I heard from them that the invincible high-ranking gods recruited by the Golden Dragon Palace this time are going to take action, so I will join in the fun. Brother Shui Lang is also here for him, right? Facing Ji Qiushui's question, Shui Lang nodded with a smile. I'm also curious how this disciple of the Golden Dragon Hall's new guardian, relying on the profound meaning of the law of the realm of small perfection, has the strength comparable to the invincible superior god. In the land outside the realm, and even in the contemporary world, I have never heard of anyone who can possess the strength of an invincible superior while only mastering the profound meaning of the laws of the realm of small perfection. There is such a saying. But many people say that this is just a conjecture. Hearing Shui Lang's words, Ji Qiushui said with a smile, does he have the strength of an invincible high-ranking god? Just take a look and you'll know? Shui Lang nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was standing against Huang Fuping in the dual space in the small world inside the body of the head of the Yanwu Hall, Xianxia, in the Golden Dragon Hall, looked extremely calm. Duan Lington, since it is said that you are the invincible high-ranking god, I will take the shot first, you shouldn't mind, right? Huang Fuping asked. Random. Duan Lingtian smiled. Not to mention that Huang Fuping is not an invincible high-ranking god. Even if he is not afraid. It is good. At the same time Huang Fu answered, a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The spear was about 8 feet long and exuded an intimidating aura. Obviously, it was also a supreme artifact. Huang Fu moved, his body was astonished, he shot out his spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, and the dazzling golden light turned into a long dragon in the blink of an eye, roaring out towards Duan Lingtian. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not panic. He didn't even plan to take out the 7 apertures exquisite sword. He stood there, his expression unchanged. At this moment, the divine power in his body was turbulent, one after another. The divine power of the space law was integrated, and he broke out of the body, and at the same time whistled into the void, as if he had disappeared. When Huang Fu Ping came over, Duan Lingtian disappeared in place. Appeared above Huang Fu Ping's head. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of all, in the mirror image that caught his eye, there were all swords, and the overwhelming sword light roared down, making Huang Fuping seem to be trapped in a sea of swords. No matter how he broke free, it would be useless. In the end, submerged by the sea of swords. Disappear. However, at a critical moment, the head of Yanwu Hall, Xianxia, sent Huang Fuping out of the small world inside his body. Although, he knew that Duan Lingtian would definitely keep his hands at the critical moment. But, even so, Huang Fuping was still injured. Too fast. So fast. Extremely strong. Huang Fuping in front of him, there is no way to fight back. Golden Dragon Hall, disciples from the major temples of Bibo Tianfu, exclaimed in surprise, looking at the purple figure in the mirrored image that looked like a god. In addition to shock, there was shock in his eyes. His strength is no weaker than mine. Shui Lang's face became solemn. Sure enough, he has the strength of an invincible superior god. Moreover, his space law has indeed not yet stepped into the realm of great perfection. As for Ji Qiushui, his face was full of horror. Huang Fuping's strength, although not as good as hers, is not much worse. She wanted even Huang Fu Ping to be at least 30 strokes away. And the young man in purple in the mirror image, the new disciple of the guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace, the Void Sword Duan Lingtian, used only one move to defeat Huang Fu Ping. Terrible! When the outside world is shocked, there was also a dead silence in the Golden Dragon Hall's martial arts hall. A group of Golden Dragon Hall disciples present were a little stunned. They didn't expect that Huang Fuping, an existence that was almost invincible in their eyes, would be defeated by one move. Even Huang Fu Ping, after being sent out, still looked sluggish and his eyes were full of disbelief. Even Qi was a little shocked at this time. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was strong, he didn't expect it to be so strong. It's definitely stronger than the average invincible high-ranking god venerable. Kui secretly said. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was in the small world of Xianxia, the main body of Yanwu Hall, suddenly closed his eyes and frowned, but he seemed to be feeling something. It was also seeing this scene that Xianxia was not in a hurry to send Duan Lingtian out. He could see, this Duan Lingtian should have realized something. Suddenly, around Duan Lingtian's body, the sea of swords reappeared, and then disappeared into the void, appears again, disappears again. Appears again, disappears again. After going back and forth dozens of times, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be sharper. I really didn't expect that fighting with people would actually speed up my absorption of the memories of the Wukong old man. I feel that the space law is just one step away from entering the realm of great perfection. Once the laws of space step into the realm of great perfection, the swordsmanship will officially step into the 7th order. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart couldn't help but agitate. You Hall Master. At the same time, Duan Lingtian greeted Xianxia, the master of Yanwu Hall. Before Xianxia returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian had already said, "I want to challenge the two invincible superior gods in Bibo Hall and Tianshui Hall. But I don't know, how do I need to go through the procedure?" In a word, it attracted everyone's attention. Because Xianxia had not removed the mirror image of the outside world, Duan Lingshan's words were also heard by the onlookers. For a while, all eyes fell on Xuelang. Hearing this, Xuelang also showed a fierce fighting intent in his eyes. At the same time, before Xianxia replied to Duan Lingtian, he was the first to speak loudly, and the voice spread all over the Golden Dragon Hall in an instant. "Duan Lingnan, I am the invincible superior of Bibo Hall, Xuelang. If you want to challenge me, you can do it now. I'm just outside the Golden Dragon Palace." Xuelang challenged directly. For a time, the eyes of the surrounding audience lit up one after another. The battle of the invincible superior gods. Just now, Duan Lingshan's strength has made them thoroughly confirm that he is indeed an invincible upper god. Chapter 45-35. Xuelang challenged. Immediately, the crowd of onlookers outside the Golden Dragon Hall were in an uproar. And soon, Duan Lingtian also left the inner world of Xianxia, the main body of the Golden Dragon Hall, and Yukong flew out of the Golden Dragon Hall and confronted Xuelang. "Duan Linggan, you just shot, it shouldn't cost anything, right?" Xuelang looked at Duan Lingtian, and the fighting spirit also rose in his eyes. He is one of the two invincible high-ranking gods in Bibo Tianfu. His strength is strong. Looking at the Bibo Tianfu, under the supreme power, only the invincible high-ranking of the Tianshui Temple can shake his wrist. And now, the Golden Dragon Hall of Bibo Tianfu has accepted Duan Lingtian, a temple guardian disciple whose strength is comparable to that of an invincible superior god. He couldn't help but see the joy of hunting. No consumption. Duan Lingtian looked at Xuelang, and Dandan said, "Xuelang, you should know the invincible high-ranking in Tianshui Temple, right?" Xuelang nodded, then asked, "You want to learn from him too?" "After you and I have finished discussing, if you want to ask him to discuss, I will arrange it for you. If you think about it, he will not refuse the opportunity to learn from you." Xuelang said, "I want to talk to him." Duan Linggan nodded, then his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he said slowly, "To be precise, I want to learn from the two of you. 1 against 2. 1 against 2. As Duan Lingtian said these words, although the audience gathered more and more, but now they fell into a brief silence. Even Xuelang was stunned. 1 against 2? At this moment, Xuelang even thought that he had heard it wrong. This paragraph of Lingtian said to use 1 against 2 and learn from Brother Xuelang and Brother Hanchen? Is he crazy? With his own strength, challenge the two invincible superior gods to join forces? I haven't heard of the existence outside the world, and even the 10,000 worlds, which exists under the strongest, with such courage. From my point of view, he is just grandstanding. Now, many people have walked out of the Golden Dragon Hall. The head of the Yanwu Hall, Xianxia, was on the list. Also, Huang Fuping, who was easily defeated by Duan Lingtian just now, and Qi, who brought Duan Lingtian to Bibo Tianfu, both came out. Huang Fuping, although he has recognized Duan Lingshan's strength. However, when Duan Lingtian said that he was going to challenge Xuelang and the invincible superior Han Chen of Tianshui Temple with one enemy, he was still frightened. Transhan said to Gu, "Senior brother, is this Lingtian crazy? Do you really think you can beat me easily, so you can challenge Xuelang and Han Chen with 1 against 2 at the same time?" Now, when Kui heard what his junior brother said, it was rare that he didn't refute. He frowned, feeling that something was wrong. "Duan Lingtian." Xuelang finally came back to his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian again, but also became particularly unkind. "If you want to challenge me and Han Chen to join forces, it's not impossible. Before that, though, it's best to show your strength. Defeat me one-on-one first." From Xuelang's unkind tone, he could tell that he was really angry. "Can you not be angry?" The dignified and invincible superior god Venerable, the ceiling-like figure under the Bibo Tianfu Supreme Powerhouse, was actually looked down upon by a guy who had just entered Bibo Tianfu and had not yet become the supreme powerhouse. Can Duan Lingtian nodded. He could also see that Xue Lang was unwilling to see the Yellow River, and it seemed that only by defeating him first would he be willing to join forces with another invincible superior in Bibo Tianfu to learn from him. And the reason why he wanted to play against Xue Lang and that Han Chen was because he wanted to further digest the memory Wukong left him by discussing with them. Once the memory is further digested, his space law will go straight to the realm of great perfection. In addition, Kendo will go one step further and officially enter the Seventh Order. Duan Lingtian and Xue Lang decided on the post-war. Decided to go to Bibo Hall to fight. In the Bibo Hall, there is a space plane specially used for sparring and competition. It is not a small world in the body of any one person. Duan Lingtian will fight Xue Lang here, and followed Duan Lingtian and Xue Lang to Bibo Hall. Behind, also followed a group of tails. Even that day, the most powerful Ji Qiushui under the invincible superior god Venerable in the Water Palace left the Golden Dragon Palace and returned to the Tianshui Palace to find her senior brother. Han Chen is her senior brother. Senior brother, that Duan Lingtian is too arrogant. He even said that he would fight against you and Xue Lang with one enemy. Ji Qiushui said angrily to the young man in front of him. A young man, wearing a sky-blue robe with a cold face, short hair and big eyes. At this time, after hearing Ji Qiushui's words, the corner of his mouth could not help but contempt. So arrogant? I'll go to Bibo Hall with you to see. Where did he have the confidence to let out such wild words? As a person who is as famous as Xue Lang in Bibo Tianfu, his strength is not weaker than Xue Lang's existence, and Han Chen also has his own pride. And now, his pride was obviously trampled underfoot. If Duan Lingtian was discussing with Huang Fuping in the Golden Dragon Hall, but it was only a small-scale onlooker. So now, the battle between him and Xue Lang has shaken the entire Bibo Tianfu. As long as Bibo Tianfu is in the station and has nothing in hand, they are basically rushing towards the Bibo Palace. The one who wants to discuss with Xue Lang is the disciple of the guardian of the Golden Dragon Palace who has just been admitted to the Golden Dragon Palace. Yes. It seems to be called Duan Lingtian. He is a monster who has reached the seventh order threshold of swordsmanship. Before the law of space is perfect, he has the strength comparable to the invincible superior god. It's really not easy to be given a name by the Hall Master Shao of the Golden Dragon Palace. It's really not easy, but it's also arrogant. I heard that he also threatened to challenge Xue Lang and Han Chen with 1 against 2 at the same time. So crazy! Xue Lang told him that if he wants to fight 1 against 2, he will be defeated first. Xue Lang is an invincible high-ranking god. Under the supreme power, there is basically no one who can defeat him. That Duan Lingtian is destined to be unable to realize his dream. The Bibo Hall is located. The vast square was full of people. The surrounding void was also filled with a mighty crowd. In front of the audience, in the void above the square, a mirror image appeared in front of everyone. The two figures stood facing each other. It was Duan Lingtian and Xue Lang. Senior brother Han Chen is here. On the same day, the invincible superior god Venerable Han Chen, a disciple of the Water Temple, arrived, and immediately attracted the attention of many people. After Han Chen and Ji Qiushui came together, they also joined the crowd. Chapter 45-36. As an invincible high-ranking god, Han Chen is also an absolute celebrity in Bibo Tianfu. His arrival attracted the attention of a group of people. Senior brother Han Chen, the guardian disciple of the Golden Dragon Hall, with the void sword Duan Lingtian, actually threatened to fight you and senior brother Xue Lang with 1 enemy and 2, he is simply arrogant and arrogant. Senior brother Han Chen, are you also here to see how Duan Lingtian was slapped in the face? Senior brother Han Chen, after the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xue Lang, will you ask Duan Lingtian to play against each other? As soon as Han Chen arrived, many people greeted him. Since Duan Lingtian said that, it shows that he is quite confident in his own strength. Let's wait and see. Han Chen Dandan smiled. Now, your focus should be on Xue Lang and Duan Lingtian, not me. The voice fell, and Han Chen's eyes fell on the mirror image in front of him. At this moment, the two people in the mirror image also moved. Although Han Chen spoke modestly, but deep in his eyes, there was still a bit of disdain. Disdain for Duan Lincoln. In his opinion, as an invincible superior god, under the supreme power, no one dares to say that he can beat him. If he joins forces with Xue Lang, no one under the power will dare to say that they can be tied with them by one enemy and two, let alone defeat them. Senior brother Han Chen, how long do you think brother Xue Lang will be able to prevail? Someone next to him asked Han Chen. Han Chendan said, "It's hard to say. After all, I haven't seen it before. Without comprehending the law to the realm of great perfection, there is a superior who is invincible. Kendo touches the 7th order threshold. I also want to see what means he can use." As Han Chen's voice just fell. The two people in the mirror image have completed the first round of tentative confrontation, and they seem to be evenly matched, as if no one is stronger than the other, and no one is weaker than the other. Seeing this scene, Han Chen's face became slightly solemn. This Ling Tian's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, what surprised him even more was what Duan Lingtian said next. "Do you have this strength?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xue Lang with disappointment in his eyes. The strength of this Xue Lang is similar to that of the invincible superior god Venerable Yao Tianxian that he had previously played against in the place where the old man with no space left to return to the ruins. At the beginning, before he got the memory of the Wukong old man, his strength was no weaker than that of Yao Tianxian. Later, after obtaining the memory of the Wukong old man, his strength improved again. Insanity! Xue Lang shouted angrily and shot again. The attack became more and more fierce. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't hold back at this time. After integrating the memories of the old man Wukong, his improved strength was fully revealed. Stuff. In the blink of an eye, a storm of sword light blew up around Duan Lingtian's body, and countless sword lights appeared in the vast void, shrouding Duan Lingtian and Xue Lang together. Xue Lang's offensive, although continuous, was completely crushed. During the whole process, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm and he looked extremely relaxed. "You are too weak." When a group of people outside looked dumbfounded, Duan Lingtian sighed softly. In an instant, the countless sword lights around him, nearly half of the sword lights close to him, all merged together, turned into a giant sword, and swept towards Xue Lang. In front of this giant sword, Xue Lang's offensive was vulnerable to a single blow, and in an instant, his entire body was also blown away, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. This scene caused an uproar from the onlookers outside. "God, what's the situation? How can that be?" Senior brother Xue Lang, he is an invincible high-ranking god. The strongest existence under the so-called supreme power. Could it be that this Ling Tian is already a supreme power? Duan Ling Tian is not a superpower. His divine power is only the power of a superior god. This is the strength of Kendo to touch the 7th order threshold. Moreover, looking at his space law, it seems that he is not far from the realm of great perfection. This Ling Tian is too terrifying. No wonder it was given a name by the Hall Master Shao of the Golden Dragon Palace. The void sword is endless. The condensed sword breaks the falsehood. He deserves the title of Void Sword. Outside, a group of Bibo Tianfu disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Although, this is a new disciple who has just entered the Bibo Tianfu. However, in this world where the strong are respected, the strong are respected. This concept will not change because the other party is a newcomer. How could he be so strong? Han Chen was also watching, and his face was not very good-looking at this time. He stared at the purple figure in the mirror image, and his eyes were not only afraid, but also afraid. Too strong. Even he is not sure to deal with each other. This? Huang Fuping was stunned. Although Duan Lingtian defeated him, he did not think that Duan Lingtian had the strength to defeat Xue Lang. Now, seeing Xue Lang so miserable, he suddenly realized how blind and arrogant he was before. Hui, who was standing beside Huang Fuping, was also shocked by this incident. He originally thought that Duan Lingshan's strength, even if he was stronger than Xuelang, would not be much stronger. It would not be so easy to defeat Qi. After all, Qi was an invincible high-ranking god. But now, the scene in front of him has completely subverted his past cognition of the invincible upper goddess. I kept my hand, you were only slightly injured. At this time, in the mirror image, Duan Lingtian spoke again. It shouldn't affect you to have another competition. Go and call Han Qin. Today, I will try 1 against 2, and try the 2 invincible upper gods of Bibo Tianfu. How many caddies and 2 tails are there? Duan Lingshan's words can be said to be very arrogant. If he had crushed and defeated Xuelang, there would have been a lot of scolding. But now, no one thinks he is arrogant. Even the onlookers outside looked at Han Qin subconsciously. Han Qin also came to watch the battle. Now, Duan Lingtian once again challenged Han Qin and Xuelang to join forces. How will Han Qin choose? Senior brother Han Qin, will you agree? I think there is a high probability. If you fight alone, senior brother Xuelang is not Duan Lingshan's opponent, and senior brother Han Qin, who is comparable in strength to senior brother Xuelang, is naturally the same. Now, there is an opportunity to join forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. He should not miss it. Under the eyes of everyone, Han Qin finally came out of the sky and entered the Bibo Hall directly. Senior brother Han Qin, is this going to go in? 2 against 1? That's interesting. Although senior brother Xuelang was defeated by Duan Lingtian, if he can join hands with senior brother Han Qin, he should still be able to win a match. 2 invincible superior gods join forces to deal with a non-superior. If it was before, I would never have dreamed of such a scene. After seeing Han Qin entering the Bibo Hall, there was another sensation outside. In the excited eyes, there is a strong look of anticipation. Chapter 45-37. Han Qin, Xuelang, the 2 invincible superior gods of Bibo Tianfu. In Bibo Tianfu, they are the strongest beings below the strongest. And today, Xuelang was defeated by a non-superior who had just joined Bibo Tianfu. And it's easy to beat. The other party invited Han Qin and Xuelang to fight together. Now Han Qin also entered. Mirror image. Han Qin and Xuelang stood side by side. Standing opposite, it was Duan Lingtian. Why do I think Duan Lingtian might still win? It shouldn't be. Although senior brother Xuelang seems to be easily defeated by him, since he is not the strongest, there should be a limit to how strong he is. I also think that senior brother Han Qin and senior brother Xuelang are teaming up, and he may not be an opponent. The onlookers outside were mainly a group of Bibo Tianfu disciples at first. Gradually, the high-level officials of Bibo Tianfu also arrived quietly. Among them, it also includes the master of Bibo Tianfu. Lord Palace Master. The appearance of Palace Master Bibo Tianfu immediately shocked many high-level officials. However, while they were saying hello, Palace Master Bibo Tianfu made another gesture, telling them not to disturb the others. Watch this battle carefully. Han Qin and Xuelang may be defeated. Hearing the words of their palace master, the high-level officials of Bibo Tianfu all gasped. I also watched the battle just now. Tan Dan, the head of Bibo Tianfu, said, Xuelang's strength is not far from him, but it is not close. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat Xuelang so easily. In addition, he insisted on asking Han Qin and Xuelang to fight one another, and to fight him, he should also want to use their hands to hone himself. His fight with Xuelang was short-lived. However, it is not difficult to see that his spatial laws have improved again. It's not far from the realm of great perfection. As the palace master of Bibo Tianfu, although he is not a saint of the 6th rank of the strongest, he is also a semi-sage of the 5th rank. With his unique vision, it is not difficult to see this. Good. A stern voice came, and then a figure appeared. It was none other than the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Tianxi. Hall Master Xiao. Hall Master Xiao. As soon as Xiao Tianxi appeared, a group of people took the initiative to salute him, showing awe. Although this hall master Xiao is younger than their senior officials of Bibo Tianfu, his strength is stronger than them, not even weaker than their Bibo Tianfu palace master. Junior brother Tianxi, you came back early? Palace master Bibo Tianfu was surprised, then frowned slightly. How's the investigation going? Why did those disciples die? It's a forced collision in the land of returning markets. It is suspected that the power of the masters of returning markets is the power. Xiao Tianxi sighed and said, as for the reason, no one knows. This time, we can be considered as stealing chickens without losing rice. The strong man who left the land of return to the ruins is simply looking for someone to bury him. There was a bit of anger in the eyes of Bibo Tianfu Palace Master's words. This kind of thing can only be considered unlucky. Xiao Tianxi sighed. Otherwise how? Not to mention the powerhouses who left the land of ruins. They were all superpowers before the historical partition. They wanted to find each other, but there was nothing they could do, because the other side had already perished. Even if you take 10,000 steps back and say that the other party is not dead, if you find him, can you still settle accounts with him? Are you his opponent? Okay, let's stop talking about this. Let's take a look at the performance of your guardian disciple of the Golden Dragon Hall. Palace Master Bibo Tianfu's gaze returned to the mirror image in front of him. This time, you, the Golden Dragon Palace, have found a treasure. Xiao Tianxi heard the words, although his mouth was modest, but the proudness raised at the corners of his mouth could not be concealed. On the other side, the senior officials of Bibo Tianfu had already begun to congratulate Xiao Tianxi. Duan Lingtian faced Han Chen and Shui Lang with a calm expression, and Gu Jing had no waves. With a move in my heart, I secretly said, it shouldn't be a problem to beat them. However, my purpose is not as simple as defeating them. I have to rely on them to spar with me. Let them be my whetstones, so that I can further digest the memories left by the Wukong old man and make my strength further. Because of these thoughts. Therefore, after Han Chen and Shui Lang took the lead, he just dealt with them as much as possible, and did not directly explode all his strength to seize the upper hand. From an outsider's point of view, Duan Lingtian was faintly at a disadvantage in this instant confrontation. Is Duan Lingtian about to lose? As expected of the two invincible upper gods of our Bibo Tianfu, they are invincible when they join forces. Senior brother Han Chen and brother Shui Lang are too strong. A group of Bibo Tianfu disciples were extremely excited. Compared to Duan Lingtian's victory, they naturally hoped that Han Chen and Shui Lang would win. He didn't use all his strength. As for the powerhouses of Bibo Tianfu, all the existences above the fourth rank of Xian, it is not difficult to see that Duan Lingtian is not doing his best. He didn't even have the strength to easily defeat Shui Lang before. Duan Lingtian, use all your strength. Shui Lang snorted coldly. At this time, he felt humiliated. He joined forces with Han Chen, but he didn't win this Lingtian for a long time. Unlike Shui Lang, who had felt Duan Lingtian's true strength, it was certain that Duan Lingtian had left his hand now. When Han Chen heard Shui Lang's words, his expression changed slightly. He did not doubt Shui Lang's words. He still keeps his hand? For a while, Han Chen became more serious. And Duan Lingtian didn't know if he heard Shui Lang's words, and his true strength gradually showed. In this process, whether it was Shui Lang or Han Chen, they did everything they could, and even in the end, even the power of blood was motivated by them and showed it. Two violent forces continued to impact Duan Lingtian. And Duan Lingtian, in the duel with the two, kept quickly digesting the memories of the Wukong old man. So it is. It's very simple. Why didn't you find it before? Here, that's how it is. This place is not as complicated as I imagined. Duan Lingtian, in the confrontation with the two, felt the pressure that the two brought him, and absorbed and digested the memories and insights that the old man Wukong left him under the pressure. During the battle, his perception was improving every moment. When his perception has risen to a critical point, and he is about to rush past like a wreck, he forced himself to stop. Can't break through here. Once the breakthrough is made, not only the space law will step into the realm of great perfection, but also the swordsmanship will completely step into the seventh order. By then, even between the historical partitions, the terrifying catastrophe that few high-ranking gods can survive is coming. Thank you both. Duan Lingtun let out a soft drink, and the sword lights in the void all around his body suddenly gathered together, turned into a strong light, and then shone out. It is radiant and exudes extremely terrifying power. In one fell swoop, Han Chen and Shui Lang, two invincible high-ranking gods, were sent flying. His current strength is not weaker than the existence of the First Order Xian. How is this possible? He is indeed only a high-ranking god. Without entering the powerhouse, has the strength comparable to the powerhouse? How did he do it? In the land outside the realm, and even in the history of all realms, I have never heard of such an alien. The layman watches the fun, the layman watches the doorway. Now, even the palace master of Bibo Tianfu and the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace are all horrified. Obviously, they were all frightened by Duan Lingshan's last burst of power. Chapter 45-38. After Duan Lingtian went out, he found that Xiao Tianxi, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, was also there, and he quickly greeted him. Under the leadership of Kui, he arrived at the teleportation array in Bibo Tianfu to Wuxia. Sent to the anti-god realm. He wants to go back to the god realm to break through. According to the memory of the empty old man, this breakthrough, it is best to return to the realm where he was born. The power of the realm, to a certain extent, can help you turn your calamity away. Although it's a drop in the bucket, it's better than nothing. Back to the anti-god realm again. The current Duan Lingtian, even the most powerful person who guards the teleportation formation in the anti-god realm, is quite polite to him when he sees him. The last time Duan Lingtian returned with a half-sage, he shocked the entire anti-god realm, causing all the superpowers in the anti-god realm who had originally wanted to fight the Shen Yunquan idea in Duan Lingshan's hands, to die. Anti-god realm. Returning to the anti-god realm again, Duan Lingtian thought of the former semi-sacred powerhouse Duan Yuwei without any surprise. Sister Wei. As long as I succeed in this calamity, the day I step into Xian is the time for me to avenge you. In Duan Lingshan's eyes, an icy killing intent suddenly burst out, and the cold light flickered, as if it could penetrate the heavens and the world, cross the obstacles of space, and lock the person who killed Duan Yuwei in the past. With the memory of the empty old man. Now, he can attract the heaven and earth, the seventh order of the four realms, and the great perfection law in one calamity. As long as the calamity is successfully broken, he will become the first existence in the contemporary era of myriad realms to take this step. After taking this step, as long as he steps into the realm of Xian, he is directly the existence of the seventh order of Xian, enough to push the world horizontally and be invincible in the world. Of course, this is not the end for him. The memory of the empty old man, as long as he further becomes his own, steps into the ninth rank of Xian, and even reaches the level of parity with heaven, it is just around the corner. According to the memory of the empty old man. The famous fierce places in the anti-god realm, and the three most dangerous fierce places, are not exclusive to the anti-god realm, but are connected to the heavens and the world. Azura Hell is one of them. Duan Lingtian is no stranger to Azura Hell. In the past, his master was light-hearted, that is, after escaping into the Azura Hell, he returned with a shocking encounter and regained his position as the Emperor of Heaven. There his master gained a lot. Even later, he went to that place with his master and successfully walked out of the Time Law Road, and now his Time Law attainments are not low. It's just not as good as the laws of space. Duan Lingtian returned to the god-defying realm. Xiao Mubai, the realm master of the anti-god realm, received the news immediately. However, after learning that Duan Lingtian came back alone, he didn't pay much attention. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was originally a person from the god-defying realm. It was normal for him to travel back and forth to the god-defying realm. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian entered the Azura Hell, he did not know. Shura Hell. Thinking that when he entered the Azura Hell, there were many crises, but now all the way is unimpeded, Duan Lingtian had to feel that time passed so quickly. In a blink of an eye, he already had the strength he has now. According to the memory of the old man Wukong, even if it is a strong saint, that is, the existence of Jiezun, the existence of the sixth order Xian, and the power of the soul, compared with the fifth order Xian, it is not much stronger. That is to say, even the strongest sage in the world can't get rid of Kir's imprisoned soul. With the existence of the seventh order Xian, the soul can be further sublimated. At this level, it is enough to easily let Kir escape the suffering of soul silence. Because of this understanding, therefore, Duan Lingtian is eager to take this critical step. Otherwise, with his character, he would not have provoked and challenged the two invincible superior gods of Bibo Tianfu one after another on the day he entered Bibo Tianfu. Before Duan Lingtian left, he quickly spread the word about defeating the two invincible high-ranking gods of Bibo Tianfu with less than the cultivation of the strongest. The news spread, and the quartet shook. All forces know that the Golden Dragon Hall of Bibo Tianfu has reached the seventh order threshold of Kendo, and even the laws of space are about to be consummated. Even in the upper three realms with the most lofty status among the myriad realms, many strong people have received news. However, after receiving the news, they shook their heads in unison. I'm afraid it won't be long before another Tianjiao perishes. The seventh order of the four paths of heaven and earth, the space law of the great perfection realm, cannot coexist. If you step in together, you will be provoking the way of heaven and will be obliterated by the way of heaven. The will of heaven is the will of heaven. The will of heaven cannot be violated. In the upper three realms, for countless years, such existences, although rare, have not never appeared. However, those existences, without exception, all died under the catastrophe. It's as if the way of heaven is not easy for this heaven and earth to have such a heaven-defying existence. In particular, a group of realm powerhouses from the upper three realms. They are even more aware of this. Among them, there are also some people. In fact, the four worlds have also faintly touched the threshold of the seventh order, but they dare not step in. Because they all know that once they step in, they will usher in death. Unless the 10,000-year catastrophe that appears becomes more and more unstoppable as the years go by, and you want to take advantage of it, you will generally not provoke the way of heaven. However, the powerhouses in the history of the upper three realms, without exception, all died and vanished. High-ranking gods, taking this step and facing the catastrophe, although far less terrifying than the catastrophe faced by the strongest who took the step, but for the superior gods, it is also a devastating blow. In the past, in our realm, it was not that there was no existence of the upper gods who took the step, but they still died and disappeared. Although, the history before the historical partition and the current history are completely disconnected. Almost everyone does not know the truth of the year. However, there are still some people who have discovered this problem and the records have been passed down. No one thinks that Duan Lingtian can take the most critical step. They all felt that as long as he dared to take that step, he would surely die. If I were him, I wouldn't try to take that step. Once the four realms of heaven and earth step into the seventh order, the law will be perfect, and it will be forever. Yeah, he might as well separate the relationship between Kendo and space law, and only step into the great perfection of space law, and Kendo will not go any further. In this way, after stepping into the realm of the strongest, he will also be a myriad world, even outside the world, one of the strongest saints and powerhouses. In the current Duan Lingtian, space law and space swordsmanship are integrated, and it is obviously no longer a secret that they promote each other. After all, the high-level officials of Bibo Tianfu are not blind. Naturally you can see this. In Shuras Hell, Duan Lingtian found a place near the edge of the anti-god realm, and began to let go of his intentional suppression of Kendo and space laws. Let the swordsmanship and the laws of space go further together. The law of space, great perfection. Kendo, seventh order. There is no need to focus on any one point at all. Now that the restrictions are released, the two will step in together. And at this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that his soul seemed to have been sublimated in an indescribable and extremely exaggerated way, making his perception seem to have been enhanced several times, or even 10 times, at this moment. In an instant, on Duan Lingtian, divine power rose up on his own and turned into a huge sword light. Thousands of tiny sword lights shot out from the surroundings, sweeping across the 4 directions, causing everything in the 4 directions to be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, a large vacuum zone appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. That's right, it's a vacuum. This is not Duan Lingtian's intention to shoot. This power. Duan Lingtian began to try to control this force that seemed to be able to destroy the world. And in this very moment, boom, suddenly, there was a roar that seemed to be able to pierce the sky, but it was the calamity that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and other abnormal numbers. My power I want to control, are you still reluctant? Tian Dao, is it so domineering? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with chills, and with a cold smile he continued to control the power of qualitative change in his body, ignoring the threat of heavenly Dao at all. And with Duan Lingtian doing this, the movement on the horizon is even bigger. It seems to carry the power of the world-destroying power, swept in from outside the God-defying realm. Humph! And Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for a long time, suddenly stared at his eyes, and all the strength that was ready to go swept out. The whole person stands in the void. In his hands, the raging power condensed, and finally turned into a sword that exudes a breathtaking breath. Chapter 45-39. Bring it on dash. The current Duan Lingtian seems to have transformed into an incomparable sword god. Raising his hand is a sword, raising his foot is a sword, his eyes are also a sword, and the whole body is full of swords. He seemed to be in a sea of swords. Hundreds of millions of sword lights, all obeyed the orders of the of swords. This is the 7th rank of Kendo. This is the space law of the Great Perfection realm. The void filled with sword beams, with Duan Lingtian's thought, the space is under his control, constantly vibrating, folding, and collapsing, as if doing whatever he wants. There are memories of the empty old man. Duan Lingtian felt both unfamiliar and familiar with this brand new power. It seems to have been easy to control. The current him, whether in state or strength, is not weaker than the old Wukong Old Man of the Year, facing the certain death catastrophe in front of him. Even, he still has the experience of the empty old man facing this kind of catastrophe. You may be able to kill almost all the high-ranking gods who have taken this step. But it's impossible to kill me. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the power of thunder that swept down from another area of Azura hell outside the god realm. His eyes were extremely silent. Boom. There were thunderous sounds, as if there was a heaven-defying existence, roaring filial piety there, rebuking Duan Lingtian's behavior. Duan Lingtian knew that this was the filial piety of heaven. Heaven, do not allow this era to appear again that may threaten his existence. Duan Lingtian takes the current step, and if he moves forward, it will become a matter of course. When it comes to the end, it is not impossible to become another empty old man, or even surpass the existence of the empty old man. At that time, it will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao of Heaven, and even surpass the Tao of Heaven. Heavenly Tao, how could it allow such an existence to grow up smoothly? The catastrophe has come. The thunder and lightning rolled, as if to destroy the world. However, when the calamity entered the Shura Hell and crossed the space barrier of the God-defying realm, it was consumed by a force. Is this the power of the realm? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he guessed what the power was that consumed the power of heaven for him. The power of the realm. And the power of the realm was also consumed a lot in an instant. A time. In the anti-God realm, a group of supreme powers also felt the vibration and consumption of the power of the realm. What's the situation? Why did the power of the realm suddenly disappear so much? Could it be that some outsiders attacked us against the God realm? The anti-God realm leads to the outside world, and there is a formal space channel. If the aborigines of the anti-God realm are strong enough, they can forcibly break the space barrier and return to the anti-god realm, and in the process, they will not be blocked by the power of the realm. Because the power of the realm recognizes him as a own. However, if they were not the aborigines of the god-defying realm, they would encounter the rejection of the power of the realm if they wanted to take the informal channel. Unless the strength is strong enough to give back all the power of the realm that is obstructed in front of him in one go, it is almost impossible to break into the anti-god realm. Moreover, over the years, the realm power of the anti-god realm has been supplemented and improved by the realm power of the subordinate realms. Those subordinate realms of the god-defying realm, because their realm power and the realm of the god-defying realm are integrated into one, so the aborigines of the god-defying realm can also easily enter those subordinate realms. For example, when Duan Lingtian left the anti-god realm for the first time, before entering the outside world for the first time, he once visited a subordinate realm of the anti-god realm, roundabout. The consumption of the power of this realm is located in the Azura Hell. As the world master of the anti-god realm, Xiao Mubai naturally guarded the anti-god realm all the time. After sensing the movement, he immediately followed the movement and entered the Azura Hell. He has also been to this place in the Shura region many times. So, not unfamiliar. So, he came to the place where the movement happened. That is, although they were far apart, Xiao Mubai could still clearly see that the figure in the center of the storm in the distance was the Duan Lingtian he had only seen not long ago. Duan Lingtian he. Seeing Duan Lingtian bathed in the thunder punishment of heavenly tribulation, his body was turbulent like a sword, and the whole person was like a sharp sword. This is not an ordinary catastrophe. Xiao Mubai quickly confirmed this. Duan Lingtian is not the strongest yet. He can also confirm this. However, the current Duan Lingtian's combat power, in his eyes, is definitely not weaker than the average Xian First Order, and even stronger than most Xian Second Order. How is this possible? Even if it is as strong as the invincible upper god Venerable, the strength is not as strong as the first rank of the strongest. And now, Duan Lingtian, who has obviously not yet stepped into the Xian, has shown a strength comparable to the Second Order Xian. How could this not shock Xiao Mubai? Could it be? Xiao Mubai was no ordinary semi-sage. His age is considered young among the contemporary half-sages in the myriad realms and even beyond the realms. Could it be? His swordsmanship has entered the Seventh Order? Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Mubai couldn't help taking a deep breath, looking forward again, full of horror. Call. I don't know when, next to Xiao Mubai, two more old figures appeared. Is this Duan Lingtian? One of them asked Xiao Mubai. Xiao Mubai didn't expect that even these two old fellows who had been sleeping in seclusion all the year round were alarmed by Duan Lingtian's movement, this time. Even out of the gate. Yes. Xiao Mubai nodded. He's not the strongest yet. The catastrophe he is facing now is even stronger than the previous 10,000-year catastrophe that the strongest need to face. With such a strong catastrophe, how could he still have the upper hand? These two are the other two semi-sages in the anti-god realm, and they are the kind of semi-sages with dark wounds. The last 10,000-year catastrophe seriously injured them. Of course, they are also very old. The next 10,000-year catastrophe, they have no confidence that they can survive. Duan Lingtian, he should have understood the 7th rank of Kendo. In addition, his space law should be completely integrated with Kendo, and he has already stepped into the realm of great perfection. Xiao Mubai looked at the front with a dignified expression. He usually seemed steady, but his voice now trembled a little. He stepped into the Forbidden Realm. Forbidden Realm. Once you enter, you will be obliterated by heaven. After the historical separation, there are not many people who have stepped into this realm, but there are still some. And those people, without exception, were all killed by the heavenly tribulation thunder punishment. Because of this, insiders like Xiao Mubai call that realm a forbidden realm. Forbidden Realm. One of the 4 realms of heaven and earth comprehends the 7th level, not touching the threshold, but completely stepping into the 7th level. At the same time, Incorporating that kind of law of the four realms of heaven and earth also steps into the realm of great perfection. Both are indispensable. Satisfying both is a forbidden state. Chapter 45-40. Forbidden Realm? I feel that his vigor and blood are majestic and he looks young. So young, he has such achievements. Are we people from the God-defying realm? If we are not the people of the God-defying realm, how can we be protected by the power of the realm of our God-defying realm? Even if there is the protection of the power of the realm, it is generally difficult for people who step into the taboo realm to completely stop the calamity of this taboo realm. How could he be so relaxed? Several ancient beings in the God-defying realm, while whispering for a while, looked at Xiaomubai again. They were puzzled. While they were sleeping, such an existence appeared in the anti-God realm. Didn't Xiaomubai remind the other party not to easily step into the forbidden realm? In the past, Xiaomubai's father, because before the imminent arrival of the unstoppable 10,000-year calamity, no longer suppressed it and forcibly stepped into the taboo realm, so that he died and disappeared. In the anti-God realm, after the historical separation, although there has not been a case of a non-powerful person stepping into a forbidden realm. However, there are many such cases in the realm outside the realm, and even in all realms, without exception, all dead body. Thus, those are all high-ranking gods, and they all died under the taboo realm. Looking at the performance of this little guy, it's really possible to survive the calamity of this forbidden realm. If he can successfully cross the calamity and step into the realm of the strongest in the future, wouldn't he be directly the existence of the 7th rank of the strong? Several old antiques from the anti-God realm took a deep breath after discussing this. Xiaomubai also glanced at them at this time, and both saw the heat and excitement in each other's eyes. The 7th rank of the strongest. This realm, once you step into it, look beyond the realm, and even the 10,000 realms, it will definitely be called invincible. At that time, the anti-God realm, because of the emergence of such an existence, will surpass any realm in the myriad realms, and will become the leader of the myriad realms, and the upper 3 realms will be ranked at the back. To know, outside the world, and even the contemporary world, the strongest, that is, the existence of the 6th rank of the strongest. That is, the Jiezun realm powerhouse. Outside the realm is the Saint powerhouse. In today's anti-God realm, in the eyes of many people from the realm of the world, there is still a realm where a strong person from the realm of the realm sits. In fact, in the anti-God realm, there has long been no real world powerhouse. Xiaomubai's father died many years ago. The reason why he hid the news was because he was worried that if the news spread, it would bring difficulties to the anti-God realm. Any realm in the world is a competitive relationship with each other. A powerful realm will suppress the weak realm, and even make it its own subsidiary realm. For example, under the anti-God realm, they have conquered many weak realms as their subordinate realms. Certainly, this news can be hidden for a while, but not forever. I'm afraid it won't be long before there will be some powerhouses from other realms who will come to the anti-God realm to explore the truth and see if the realm powerhouse of the anti-God realm is still there. The anti-God realm has long hidden dangers. Over the years, the reason why Xiaomubai has paid attention to some genius monsters, and even spent a lot of effort to help, is to make more powerful people born in the God-defying realm. I even long for the appearance of a real-world powerhouse in it. Duan Lingtian was also one of the talented and powerful people Xiaomubai took a fancy to. Of course, in addition to this, Xiaomubai is also working hard to improve his strength. If he wants to step into the realm of the realm as soon as possible, then he can have enough strength to protect the realm of the gods. And now, at this moment, Xiaomubai and the other half-step realm powerhouses in the anti-God realm were placed outside the realm as half-step saints, the 5th-tier supreme powerhouses. Looking at Duan Lingtian, who was transcending the tribulation, his eyes and face, the excitement on the board is obvious. Several seniors, Duan Lingshan's tribulation movement is not small. I am afraid that even the rest of the world will feel it. Xiaomubai looked at a few people and said solemnly, "Next, let's do our best to help Duan Lingtian hide. Otherwise, if people from other realms, or even the upper three realms, know that there is an existence in our God-defying realm who is expected to pass the taboo realm, they will definitely not let him grow up. Going through the robbery of the Forbidden Realm is equivalent to getting the pass of the Xian 7th rank, even if it is only the upper god. After this calamity has passed, the laws of great perfection and the 7th order heaven and earth have converged into one body. As long as you step into the realm of the strongest, you are directly the existence of the 7th order of the strongest. At that time, it will be directly outside the world, and even the strongest in the world. Enough to push the world horizontally, invincible. Not bad. Don't let him be exposed. Other realms, how can it be the upper three realms? It is absolutely impossible for us to allow us to appear in the God-defying realm to survive the taboo realm. I'm afraid it's hard to hide this matter. But we can set up some blindfolds on this basis. Just as Xiao Mubai thought. Although Duan Lingtian was in the realm of the God-defying realm in Shura Hell, because the forbidden realm came from outside the God-defying realm, he quickly attracted the attention of outsiders. Especially the upper three realms. In the upper three realms, it didn't take long to know about this. Over the years, although the upper three realms are above the myriad realms and are the three most powerful realms in the myriad realms, they are always prepared for danger and staring at other realms. Especially the 18 middle realms including the defying God realm. So, on the side of the anti-God realm, there was a big movement of Duan Lingshan's tribulation, and the person in charge of the tracking on the upper three realms quickly discovered it. When the news was sent back to the upper three realms, the 3.5-step realm venerables of the 5th order Xian in the upper three realms, who were responsible for this piece of docking, also personally crossed the space and came to the vicinity of the anti-God realm, looking at the amazing catastrophe in the distance. This catastrophe is not a 10,000-year catastrophe faced by the strongest. This seems to be a robbery in the forbidden realm. In the anti-God realm, is there a superior who has taken this step and ushered in this mortal catastrophe? For the upper three worlds, although the taboo realm catastrophe is rare, it is not a secret. In the upper three realms, every once in a while, there will be one or two amazing beings, the kind of beings that have the ability to attract the taboo realm. Certainly, this kind of existence, it is impossible to choose to take a critical step, which will lead to the calamity of the taboo realm. Because, in the history of the upper three realms, no one has been able to successfully survive the heavenly tribulation of the taboo realm. This catastrophe is also known as the death catastrophe. Save a life, as soon as you step into the realm of the strongest, you are directly the powerhouse of the 6th order realm of the super strong. Isn't it fragrant? Why take such a big risk to cross the robbery? However, although I know that this is a catastrophe, the three of them still sent the news back to their respective realms, so that the realm powerhouses in their realm would know about it. Chapter 45-41. The upper three realms, as the three strongest realms among the 10,000 realms, have consolidated their transcendent status in various ways since ancient times. The following 18 realms have always been the targets of their suppression. Of course, if they could, they would also like to suppress the 18th realm, and even reduce it to their own subsidiary realm. However, because the 18 realms support each other, even if they have this heart, it is difficult for them to realize their dream. However, although they cannot suppress the middle 18 realms, their surveillance of the middle 18 realms has never stopped. Now, the changes on the side of the anti-God realm were immediately known to them. The God-defying realm in the middle 18 realms, following the last time someone realized the way of time and kendo to the point where they touched the threshold of the 7th order. This time, someone simply stepped into the 7th order of the 4 worlds? People from the God-defying realm, the superior gods who crossed the taboo realm, also understood the way of swordsmanship? The 7th level of swordsmanship? Could it be the successor of the Sword of Time in the past? Even though this is a calamity of death, it is impossible for people from the God-defying realm to survive. But you still have to keep an eye on it. Humph. I'll go and see for myself what is the holy place of the upper gods who have comprehended swordsmanship to the 7th rank in the anti-God realm. In the upper three realms, 2 or 3 figures each crossed the boundary. These existences, without exception, are all strong in the realm of the world, equivalent to the existence of the strong saints in the land outside the world. They, spanning various realms, watched closely the changes in the god-defying realm. It's really that the upper gods have attracted the forbidden realm of catastrophe. Humph! Under such a catastrophe he will surely die. After the historical separation, I haven't heard of anyone who can take this step. In history, there have been many high-ranking gods who have taken this step, but in the end, they all died. One after another, torch-like gazes passed through the space barriers and landed in the direction of the anti-god realm. In their eyes, the sky thunders rolling in the distance, and the calamity is surging. But under the calamity, a figure was shaky. After a moment, they saw that the figure suddenly disappeared, and the catastrophe, after shaking for a period of time, also disappeared out of thin air. Dead. The Tao of Heaven is irreversible. The Tao of Heaven cannot allow beings who master the law of great perfection and the seventh order heaven and earth to exist at the same time. Those superpowers in the god-defying realm are too stupid. It is rare for such a genius to appear in their realm, and they even let him take risks. If you don't take risks, as long as you step into the superpower, you will be a real-world powerhouse. Perhaps, the anti-god realm wants to have a seventh-order Xeon existence in their own family. After all, they already have a Xeon sixth-order existence. It seems that the old guy of the sixth rank of Xeon in the anti-god realm is still alive, and his strength should be improved again, otherwise it is impossible to live to the present. The powerhouses of the upper three worlds, when communicating with the people around them, also came from where and where did they go back? The old guy of the sixth rank of the god-defying realm Xeon in their mouths is the former Jezun realm powerhouse of the god-defying realm, and the father of the current god-defying realm world master Xiaomubai. Of course, Xiaomubai's father had long since died, but the news has been kept secret so far. It is impossible for the powerhouses of the upper three realms to think of. Today, the existence of the god-defying realm who challenged the taboo realm grew up outside the realm, but only temporarily returned to the god-defying realm to survive the calamity. And they're even less likely to think. What they saw just now was just an illusion arranged by a group of half-step world-respected powerhouses from the anti-god realm. Including Xiaomubai, the anti-god realm and the half-step realm of the realm joined forces to reluctantly set up an illusion that could hide the power of the realm of the upper three realms. Certainly, it is also because the realms of the upper three realms are far away, otherwise it will be difficult to hide from them. And they were not surprised by this result, because it was all they expected. Against God realm. Sure hell. Duan Lingtian, relying on the experience left by the Wukong old man, successfully passed through the calamity of the Forbidden Realm. In the end, these spatial forces converged into a sword on the surface of his body, and the sword light shot straight into the sky, as if to pierce the sky. If it wasn't for the half-step realm powerhouses who were present to block this scene, I'm afraid it would be difficult to hide the sky and the sea, hide the upper three realms, and the realm powerhouses in the surrounding realm who are eager to move. Although it is still a high-ranking god. But it feels like the soul has been sublimated in a strange way. Duan Lingtian gradually came back to his senses, feeling the changes in his body. The divine power did not change, but the space swordsmanship was a step further, and it was perfectly integrated with the space laws of the great perfection. In a single thought, the perfect space law combined with the seventh order swordsmanship, fierce and unparalleled, as if invincible. Next, what I'm going to do? It's stepping into Xeon. As long as I step into the realm of Xeon, I will be enough to step into the seventh level of Xeon. Once he steps into the seventh rank of Xeon, it also means that his strength will surpass that of the outer world, and even all the contemporary Xeons in the world. As far as the current situation is concerned, if I want to become a Xeon, there are two ways to go. The first way is to step into the Xeon through the Tree of Life. The second way is to step into the Xeon through the five elements gods. Both paths can help him step into Xeon. Compared with the former, the latter is slightly less difficult. Just let the gods of the 5 elements grow to their final form. For the former, it is necessary to devour the life force of other divine trees of life to strengthen one's own divine tree of life, and the divine tree of life is generally only found in the small world within the body of the strongest. Now, his strength may not be weaker than that of the weakest, but once his true strength is revealed, he will definitely be lost. From this moment until I step into the realm of Xian, I must keep a low profile and keep a low profile. Otherwise, there must be many people in the land outside the world, and even those strong 6th order Xians in the world, and there must be no existence in this world that is stronger than them. Tomato novel network in this world, who doesn't want to be the boss, the most powerful group of people? Being the boss for so many years. Now, some people are expected to grow beyond themselves, and how many people can tolerate it? Thank you Xiao Jieju, thank you seniors. Duan Lingtian, who took a deep breath, came back to his senses, looked at Xiao Mubai, and a few others, bowed and saluted. Although he was in the calamity just now, he still noticed the actions of Xiao Mubai and others, and guessed the intention of their actions, which was purely to protect him. Otherwise, there might be a lot of realm powerhouses from the middle 18th realm and the upper 3 realms who came to kill him now. Chapter 45-42. After Duan Lingtian thanked Xiao Mubai and the others, several people have not had time to respond to Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, above the sky, there was a sudden burst of thunder, like a giant beast roaring filial piety. Then, under the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who raised his head subconsciously, the space barrier above the sky suddenly became transparent. In the distance, the layers of space barriers in the distance are also transparent. At a glance, it seems to be able to penetrate through countless space barriers and see the deepest part. How is this going? What's the situation? How come the space barrier in this direction has become transparent? Obviously the space barrier is still there, and it has not become weak, but it has become transparent. At this moment, even Xiao Mubai and the others who had lived for a long time and had lived for a long time were still full of doubts. This is the first time they have seen such a scene in their life, after living for so long. An ominous premonition faintly rose in Duan Lingshan's heart. After all, this was after he had just successfully survived the tribulation. Such a sudden change is not a good sign. And when Duan Lingtian and the others were puzzled, whether it is in the anti-god realm or in other realms of myriad realms, even out of bounds, all people, all lives, as long as they look up at the sky at this time, they will see that the sky has changed. It's transparent. One after another transparent space barriers are presented in front of everyone's eyes. What's the situation? What happened? What happened? Not only are all sentient beings puzzled and shocked, even sentient beings outside the world also don't know what the scene that appears in the sky in front of them means. I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I have seen such a scene. What is going on here? I've read many ancient books and secrets, but I've never heard that the sky will become like this. Did something happen? At this moment, whether it is the life of the world or the life outside the world, all those who are not in retreat, but those who notice the abnormal scene in the sky, all look up to the sky. In full view, behind the sky, behind the layers of transparent space barriers, billowing dark clouds suddenly appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar. Lightning and thunder appear. Then, on the edge of the dark cloud, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared, and the golden light appeared at once, and finally gathered into a text that all living beings can understand. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking in the god-defying realm, who has successfully passed through the taboo realm, and is expected to become the first high-ranking 7th-rank powerhouse after the historical partition, surpassing Jesuin and saints. When this line of text appeared, most people were at a loss. Forbidden Realm Catastrophe? What is that? Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking in the anti-god realm? Who is it? Do not know. Although, most of these people don't know what it is and what it means. However, the 7th rank of the Xian, as well as being above Jiezun and saints, there are still many people who know what this means. Wanjie, is there going to be an existence above the world and saints? Outside the world, many strong people took a breath of cold air. Duan Lingtian of the God-defying realm? It's not the upper three realms. This anti-God realm, I remember it is the realm of the 18th realm? However, when those who know what the Forbidden Realm catastrophe means, at this time, they all changed in color. In particular, the powerhouses from the upper three realms who came to watch Duan Lingtian transcend the tribulation. As soon as I returned to their respective realms, before my was hot, I saw this heavenly word that suddenly appeared. When they reach the realm of their cultivation, they naturally know that the only one who has the means to show such words to all beings in the world, and even beyond the world, is the aloof Tao of heaven. That high ranking in the anti-God realm actually succeeded in transcending the calamity. How did he get through the robbery in the Forbidden Realm? Damn, we've been tricked. A group of experts in the realm of the upper three realms felt that they had been deceived, and then Chi was furious and set off to break out of the realm again. In an instant, one after another figure appeared in the area where Duan Lingtian had crossed the tribulation before. The Shura Hell, which connects multiple realms, has become lively at this moment, with the arrival of the powerhouses of the upper three realms. In the 18 realms, there are also many strong people who cross the border. However, when they came out, they were more to watch the fun. So, Xiao Mubai and the half-step world respecters of the God-defying realm faced off against all the powerhouses in the world. At this moment, whether it was Xiao Mubai or the few half-step world respecters around Xiao Mubai, they felt a pressure inexplicably. In front of him, only the experts in the realm of Jiazun are no less than 20. And it's still increasing. Against God realm, hand over the person who passed through the Forbidden Realm. A sturdy and tall figure stepped out into the sky, and wherever it passed, the terrifying aura raged, causing many nearby half-step world respecters to retreat. It's the realm powerhouse Lei Hong of the Mingguang realm. Someone recognized the person and exclaimed, Lei Hong. The three most powerful realms of all realms, one of the upper three realms, the realm powerhouses in the Mingguang realm, became famous very early, and their strength is strong. Inverse God realm, if you don't want to be broken, hand over that Duan Lingtian. Defying the God realm, hand over the people, or the realm will be destroyed today. In the other two realms of the upper three realms, at this time, there are also real-world experts walking out slowly. The powerful pressure, like mountains, enveloped Xiao Mubai and the others, causing them to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Half-step Jiazun, in front of these powerful Jiazun realm who have been famous for many years, is too weak after all. There was a hint of helplessness in Xiao Mubai's eyes. Such a big thing happened. It is naturally impossible for the strong saints in the land outside the world to not pay attention to the side of the God-defying realm. Even in the Bibo Tianfu that Duan Lingtian had joined, a strong sage walked out and brought two people with him, one of whom was the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Tianxi. At this time, Xiao Tianxi's eyes were also very complicated. Duan Lingtian actually did it. Such a crucial step has been taken. This time, if he can escape the catastrophe, and when he becomes a superpower, he will be the first superpower seventh-order existence in the world, and even beyond the realm. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianxi's heart burst into flames. After all, he and Duan Lingtian have a pretty good relationship. I really didn't expect that such a genius and evildoer would turn out to be my Bibo Tianfu disciple. The sage powerhouse of Bibo Tianfu sighed softly. I hope he will stay away from the God-defying realm and hide when the Taoist words appear that day. Otherwise, I'm afraid that with the destruction of the God-defying realm, I will die together and disappear. Chapter 45-43. Break the World. Xiao Mubai wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, stood up, stared at the realm experts in the upper three realms. His face was not frightened, and even smiled. You strong men in the upper three realms, are you sure you want to take action against us in the God-defying realm? When the voice fell, he raised his hand, and a floating shadow bead appeared. One after another floating shadow mirror flashed out. A purple proud figure appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, This young man dressed in purple, with a handsome face and extraordinary temperament, was staring indifferently in the direction of the powerhouses in the upper three realms. I, Duan Lingnan, speak here. If any god realm suffers any damage because of my success in transcending the calamity, if I go against the strong in the god realm, I will be obliterated by others. The day when I, Duan Lingtian, step into the 7th rank of the Xian, will be the time when I will kill all the 6th order Xians from all walks of life, and even beyond the world. You can take it lightly. So, please. The voice fell, and Duan Lingshan's figure disappeared from the floating image. Xiao Mubai stared at a group of realm powerhouses in the upper three realms with a sarcastic smile, only to see that everyone on the other side changed their expressions, and their faces were extremely ugly. Even the bright light world powerhouse Lei Hong, who had previously acted aloofly and looked up to, turned gloomy for a moment, turned around and left without saying a word. Destroying the God realm and destroying all sentient beings in the God realm is not difficult for them. However, as it stands now, Duan Lingtian had obviously left the anti-God realm. If Duan Lingtian is safe, even if the anti-God realm is destroyed, Duan Lingtian should become the existence of the 7th rank of Xian, and he can still succeed, and there will be no changes. And once Duan Lingtian steps into the 7th rank of Xian, he will no longer be invincible when looking at this world. At that time, even if he wants to destroy the upper three realms, no one can stop him. The 7th order Xian and the 6th order Xian are a watershed like a chasm. In the past, there was the existence of the 6th order Xian, and he was seriously injured in the return to the ruins left by the 7th order Xian before the historical partition, and almost died. That was still the 7th order Xian strong before the historical partition, but the power of returning to the ruins he left behind made the current powerhouse of the Xian 6th order almost perish. The power of the 7th order Xian can be imagined. Reijian is gone. Mingguang Jie thought and followed. The place was dead silent. No one dared to ignore the message from that person in the floating shadow mirror just now. Perhaps, now he is just a small high-ranking god, and anyone present can easily handle him and kill him. However, as long as he steps into the realm of Xian, he is an existence above the 6th order Xian. Xian's 7th order powerhouse. After the historical partition, there has never been such a strong person. Follow the people of Mingguang realm. People from the other two realms of the upper three realms also left one after another. For a while, only the powerhouses from the outside world who arrived later, and the powerhouses from the other 17 realms in the 18th realm were left. Xiao Jieju, congratulations and congratulations. Among them, there are many people who are acquainted with Xiao Mubai, the world master of the anti-god realm, through voice transmission to congratulate Xiao Mubai. As for opening congratulations, Fudares, aren't you afraid of being settled by the powerhouses of the upper three realms? The powerhouses of the upper three realms may not dare to do anything against the god-defying realm due to the threat of Duan Lingtian, a rookie of the god-defying realm, but they have no qualms about doing so. Who made Duan Lingtian not exist in their realm? The powerhouses of the 18 realms slowly dispersed. The powerhouses who came from behind the world also gradually dispersed. Even the strong sage from Bibo Tianfu knew that Duan Lingtian was still a disciple of Bibo Tianfu, but he didn't dare to have too much contact with the half-step world lords of the anti-god realm. Who knows if the realm powerhouses of the upper three realms will settle accounts in the autumn. Seeing a group of wolves come and go quickly, Xiao Mubai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled at each other. I hope Duan Xiaoyu will step into the realm of Xian as soon as possible. Now, these old antiques don't dare to call Duan Lingshan's name directly, because they know that once Duan Lingtian breaks through, he will be above them. I didn't expect it to make him come to the front. Xiao Mubai smiled. At the same time, there are also many people who know Duan Lingtian, who are shocked because of the heavenly words. Like the wind. Feng Qingyang also took the last step, and was about to find someone to go to the calamity. Unexpectedly, I saw the sudden text of Heavenly Tao. Little God he successfully crossed the robbery? The upper god succeeded in transcending the tribulation? Feng Qingyang smiled wryly. I'm not competent enough as a goddess. After all, I let my disciples get to that point first. I have to hurry up too. With a thought, Feng Qingyang stepped into the teleportation formation. Duan Lingtian? At this moment, in the anti-god realm, everyone who knew Duan Lingtian was a little confused. Forbidden realm? What is that? Most of them don't know what that means. Only the superpowers of the god-defying realm know what the forbidden realm means. However, although many people don't know what that means, but being able to let Tiandao drop the words, it can be seen that this matter is not simple. Duan Lingtian, amazing. This little guy, I didn't expect to grow to such a level. It's really surprising. Duan Lingtian has come this far. Everyone who had an intersection with Duan Lingtian in the past was amazed. But those who had a gap with Duan Lingtian all changed their expressions. Out of bounds. In a ruined city. A femininity youth whose arms shook and blood left his body rose from the sky. His face changed for a while. Duan Lingtian? How could he have taken this step? Impossible. Impossible. This feminine young man, after muttering to himself, seemed to be insane, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in place. And this person is no one else. It is the Yun Qingyan that is integrated with the Soul Clan. To be precise, he is now called Yun Xingfeng. It must be a dream. Must be dreaming. But I haven't slept. Beyond the world and even the world. It hasn't been quiet for a few days. On the horizon, the vision reappears. A familiar scene made everyone tremble. What's going on? Tiandao text is about to appear again? Duan Lingtian has stepped into the 7th rank of Xian so quickly? When many people thought that it was Duan Lingtian who stepped into the 7th rank of Xian, so Heavenly Dao came to inform again. The new Tiandao text also appeared in front of each of them in a timely manner. Congratulations to the mid-ranking gods of the god-defying realm who has successfully passed through the taboo realm and is expected to become one of the only 2 supreme 7th-order powerhouses after the historical partition, surpassing the world and the saints. Chapter 45-44. The text of the Way of Heaven is reproduced. Many people thought at first that they were here to convey the news that Duan Lingtian had stepped into the Xian 7th level, but they didn't expect such a piece of news about another person. What's the situation? Inverse God Realm. This is a group to cross the taboo realm? And have they all succeeded? This Feng Qingyang, who is only a mid-level god, has cultivated the power of the law to the state of great perfection, and the 4 paths of heaven and earth have also stepped into the 7th level? Are you kidding me? Inverse God Realm. What taboo realm has been mastered to break the tribulation's secret realm? When the words about Feng Qingyang's passage through the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation appeared before the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 realms, and even the people outside the realm, everyone was shocked by it. All the powerhouses in the upper 3 realms even changed their faces drastically. Last time, when Duan Lingtian crossed the tribulation, they also received news. This time, the wind crossed the tribulation lightly, but they did not receive any news beforehand. Obviously, they found a secluded place to cross the tribulation. Of course, even if he didn't find a secluded place to cross the catastrophe, he is only a middle-ranked god, and the power of the catastrophe ushered in is limited, so it's normal that he can't make too much noise. Inverse God Realm, what secrets have you discovered? Otherwise, how could people have survived the so-called impossible taboo realm heavenly tribulation one after another? Nya God Realm, this is about to take off. When these 2 people have stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, the god-defying realm won't directly overwhelm us in the upper 3 realms? Even if there is only one person, we in the upper 3 realms are destined to be inferior to the God realm. Although they saw the words of the Tao of Heaven, the people in the upper 3 realms did not move this time. Looking for trouble in the God-defying realm? What a joke! Didn't you see Duan Lingtian's threat not long ago? Unless Duan Lingtian can be found and killed before he breaks through. Otherwise, who would dare to act recklessly against the God realm? Middle 18 realms. Another strong man from the 17th realm ran to the Nishan realm again to congratulate all the acquaintances in the Nishan realm. Master Xiao, your Nishan realm is really about to take off this time. The two of them survived the taboo realm. How did they do it? The Nishan realm will be the best friend of our Huayu realm in the future. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of the Nishan realm will be an enemy of our Huayu realm. In this world, what has always been lacking are people who give charcoal in a timely manner, not people who are icing on the cake. Faced with the flattery of a group of strong people, the group of the most powerful people in the god-defying realm headed by Xiao Mubai, the lord of the god-defying realm, just responded politely to each other and sent them away like a panacea. After sending people away, even Xiao Mubai's eyes were full of surprise. The two masters and apprentices really gave me a big surprise this time. I just don't know where that Feng Qingyang survived the catastrophe. If it is, he witnessed Duan Lingtian crossing the taboo realm, he witnessed it with his own eyes, and he has some expectations and guesses. He really didn't know about Feng Qingyang's side. It was a total surprise. Master Xiao, no matter where he crossed the catastrophe, he is a member of our god-defying realm. The supreme being against the god realm laughed. That's right, there are two existences in our Nishan realm who have survived the taboo realm and catastrophe. Once they step into the Xian, they will directly be the existence of the 7th level, overwhelming the world, and shaking the land outside the world. I really didn't expect that there would be such a day in the god-defying realm. When that time comes, our Nishan realm will leap to become the most transcendent realm in the 10,000 realms. What about the upper 3 realms, all while playing? Many of the most powerful men who followed behind Xiao Mubai's eyes turned brightly. I got some information in my heart. That is, next they will check Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's growth trajectory in the Nishan realm, and the people or forces they have made friends with, they can take care of them. As for the people or forces who have offended the two of them, they will all be suppressed. In this way, it can be regarded as a good relationship with the two. Of all this, no matter whether it is Feng Qingyang or Duan Lingtian, they naturally don't know. Against God realm. The land left by the gods. Xia family. Xia Jie was ecstatic when he saw the words of the Tao of Heaven twice. I didn't expect that it wasn't just Xiao Tian who took that step. Even his master has taken that step. Shuer is saved. At this moment, Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, was also convinced. Although Duan Lingshan's son-in-law has long been recognized. But now that his son-in-law has achieved such achievements, even his master is about to become the top existence in the myriad worlds, and even beyond. He suddenly felt that he was really blind in the past. Or my third brother has a good vision. Still, my daughter has a good eye. At the same time, people in Nishan realm who are close to Duan Lingtian and who know of Feng Qingyang's existence are also happy for Duan Lingtian and the others. The outer worlds. In the sky above the Zhongshan mountain, a purple figure stood there volleying in the sky, looking at the words of the Tao of Heaven fading away in the sky. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, unexpectedly, Master has also taken this step. And this figure is none other than Duan Lingtian. After leaving the god-defying realm, he went back and forth several times and returned to the place outside the realm. However, the place where he is now is not the place where he stayed in the land outside the boundary in the past, but another area, which is barren in the eyes. Since the last time he came here, there were also a few blind high-ranking gods who came to provoke him, and they were all eliminated by him. Now, all he has to do is to lurk and wait for the opportunity to step into the realm of the strongest. As long as he stepped into the most powerful realm, not only his wife Kir's soul imprisonment could be lifted, even if he looked at the world, even in places outside the world, there would be no opponent for him. 2 ways to go. The divine tree of life continues to improve. Or the gods of the 5 elements, help them transform further. Duan Lingtian, prepare to do both. Anyway, the current him doesn't need to waste time to cultivate or comprehend the law, the way of swords. Echi just needs to slowly digest the memory left by the Wukong old man and integrate it. Myriad worlds. 1 rate belongs to the subordinate realm of one of the 18 realms. A figure turned into a sword light and left this boundary. Then he also escaped into the outside world. This person was Feng Qingyang, who had just passed through the taboo realm. although his catastrophe is relatively small. However, after successfully crossing the tribulation, it still attracted many nearby powerhouses to cross the border. What happened there just now? It seems that someone is crossing the tribulation? The power is not too strong, but it gives people a strong sense of oppression. Could it be that God venerable in the God-defying realm mentioned in the text of the heavenly Tao is crossing the taboo realm? After reaching the outer worlds, the wind is light, and he no longer suppresses his cultivation, allowing his cultivation to improve. In an instant, his entire body of cultivation has stepped from the middle realm to the upper realm. Even when the power of his law was extended and the way of the sword was displayed, he sensed the call of the most powerful realm. It came so fast. It seems that I will step into the 7th level of Xian before Xiaotian. In an instant, Feng Qingyang's momentum continued to increase. With a full body of cultivation, not long after breaking through to a high-ranking deity, he further stepped into the realm of the strongest. Waves of heaven and earth visions also began to gather above his head, and more gathered. Chapter 45-45. High-ranking gods who comprehend the laws to a certain extent, or comprehend the 4 ways of heaven and earth to a certain extent, will be greeted with the call of the supreme realm. However, because of entering the Xian realm too early, the speed of comprehending the laws and the 4 ways of heaven and earth will be slowed down and affected, so that many people will not step into the Xian realm at that time. You will choose the law, and after the 4 ways of heaven and earth are further improved, you can sprint to the strongest realm by yourself. For example, today's most powerful and high-level existences, without exception, are all existences who rejected the call of the most powerful realm when they were high-ranking gods. It is precisely because of this that they can have today's achievements. However, today's wind is light, but there is no need to reject the call of the most powerful realm. Before he stepped into the upper god, he comprehended the law of time to the realm of Dzogchen and the way of swordsmanship to the 7th level, and even attracted the heavenly calamity of the forbidden realm. Now he has successfully crossed the catastrophe, stepped into the realm of the upper gods, and ushered in the call of the supreme realm. Today, I entered Xian with ease. Just entered Xian, it is the 7th level of Xian. In Feng Qingyang's eyes, rays of light condensed and raged. When the aura on his body suddenly swept away, it even caused the bursts of heaven and earth visions that appeared in the sky to collapse. Terrible powers swept out of him, causing him to choose one of the 18 middle realms to break through, causing the entire realm to shake a few times. All the creatures in this realm, at this time, have bursts of heartfelt intentions from the bottom of their hearts. Congratulations to Nishan realm Feng Qingyang. After surviving the taboo realm of catastrophe, he successfully broke through and became the first strongest existence of the 7th level after the historical partition, surpassing the world venerable and saint. When Feng Qingyang completed the breakthrough and the momentum shook the entire realm, another word of the Tao of Heaven was printed into the eyes of everyone in the world, and even the people outside the world. Suddenly, everyone was boiling. My God! There is an existence above the saint? Superior to a strong person in the realm of respect? Isn't that invincible in the world? Defying the God realm, you really defy the sky. Such an existence was born. And in the near future, Duan Lingtian will probably break through, right? This God-defying realm is about to take off. The outer worlds boiled. The world is boiling. At the same time, the outer worlds, Wind Holy Land, Langia Sword Pavilion. This is a semi-holy force, and it is also a semi-holy force that Feng Qingyang has been with before. Earlier, when the words about Feng Qingyang appeared, this semi-holy force boiled over. It's just because the Feng Qingyang mentioned in the text of Tiandao is the Feng Qingyang who has been in their semi-holy force for a period of time. The other party was invited to Langia by their deputy pavilion master. I really didn't expect that little friend Feng Qingyang had concealed the way of swordsmanship he showed earlier. This is soaring into the sky. Above the saints. The old and gentle Langia Jiang's deputy pavilion master couldn't help sighing with emotion. But the rest of Langya Sword Pavilion regretted it for a while. If I knew it earlier, I should have a good relationship with Feng Qingyang. My God. I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, the middle level in the past would become the one who surpassed all the powerhouses outside the world, and even all the powerhouses in the world exist. I have long seen that Feng Qingyang is very capable, and it is true. My vision is still good. Me too. I've seen that Feng Qingyang has a destiny to soar into the sky and be invincible. In the reverse God realm, several half-step Jesuan, Xiao Mubai and others gathered together again at this time. They all looked at each other, speechless. Is this a breakthrough? We are against the God realm. Have we emerged from the existence of Xian's 7th level or higher? And is it still Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingshan's God? After the bursts of silence, it was ecstasy. In Nishan realm, there is an existence that surpasses the powerhouse of Realm Venerable Realm, which also means that from now on, Nishan realm will become the top realm in all realms. I thought it would be Duan Lingtian, but I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to walk ahead. Xiao Mubai sighed. At the same time, the Nishan realm was also boiling. Especially the group of people under Feng Qingyang in the past, they are all extremely excited at this moment. The Nirvana Heavenly Emperor in the past now stands in a place outside the world, even the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Master? Duan Lingtian, who was sprinting to the strongest realm, couldn't help but feel happy for his master after seeing the heavenly script that his master had broken through. I'm going to hurry up too. The pure water of the world can transform into the highest form immediately. At that time, I can use this to unite with the other 4 kinds of 5-element gods, step into the strongest realm, and become the second strongest 7th level existence in the land outside the world, and even in the world. Duan Lingtian got the memory of old man Wukong. Even if it is the 7th level of Xian, it is not destined to be his end. His goal is to step into the peak that old man Wukong has reached in the past, and then surpass old man Wukong. Even to suppress heavenly Tao. This is also the obsession of Wukong old man. Congratulations, Mr. Feng Qingyang. Congratulations, Mr. Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang left the boundary of the breakthrough. In this realm, a world-venerated powerhouse and 4 half-step world-venerated powerhouses came out one after another to send the wind away. I'm bothering everyone. Feng Qingyang nodded to them and smiled apologetically. After all, he found a breakthrough here casually, but he didn't expect such a big commotion, which also caused turmoil in the power of the realm, causing a lot of damage to the realm. My lord Feng Qingyang is serious. It is our honor that you can break through in our realm. The strong man in the realm of respect repeatedly expressed his opinion. No matter what, I owe you a favor this time. After Feng Qingyang left these words, he just left. And the few people present were naturally ecstatic. The favor of the 7th rank powerhouse? Even if the strongest of the 10,000 realms, the upper 3 realms, come out to attack them, as long as they invite Mr. Feng Qingyang over, the upper 3 realms will probably have to retreat, right? Too strong. After Feng Qingyang left, the powerful man in the realm of dignity breathed a sigh of relief. Although there is only 1 level difference between the 7th level of Xian and the 6th level of Xian, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. He hasn't fully familiarized himself with the power in his body yet, but the changes in power have made me, the 6th level Xian, feel great pressure. As for the others, they lost their composure even more. He gasped heavily for a while. The other side. Feng Qingyang crossed the realm, and soon returned to the Nishan realm. Congratulations, Mr. Feng Qingyang, for returning to the God-defying realm. What Feng Qingyang didn't expect was that Xiao Mubai, the lord of the God-defying realm, brought a group of powerful people to meet him, and each of them respected Feng Qingyang as an adult. Chapter 45-46. You don't have to be polite. When Feng Qingyang smiled calmly, he could see through the cultivation of everyone in front of him at a glance. All of them were only half-step world venerables, and none of them was a world venerable powerhouse. We are against the God realm. Don't we have realm venerable realm? Feng Qingyang asked doubtfully. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, everyone smiled wryly. If it was before, It would be impossible for them to admit it if asked by outsiders. But now it doesn't matter. After all, on their Nishan realm side, the world's first strong man who surpassed the realm of realm has already been born. My lord, in the past my father was a venerable realm, but he has long since died, but the people of the 10,000 realms don't know it yet. Xiao Mubai sighed and said, now he no longer regards Feng Qingyang as a junior, but regards Feng Qingyang as the patron saint after Nishan realm. Moreover, it is the strongest patron saint. At this moment, he had a feeling of unloading a heavy burden. In the past, in order to better resist the 10,000 years of calamity, the old guys around him were the ones who carried the burden for the god-defying realm, but now someone has shared the burden with him. What's more, this person's share made him no longer have to worry about being known as the unbounded respectable powerhouse in the god-defying realm. We are against the god realm, so what if there is no realm of respect? We have existences beyond the realm of respect. I see. As the other people explained, Feng Qingyang suddenly realized, and then smiled slightly, everyone, I will be in the god-defying realm in the future, so you can take a breather. My wind is light, since it comes from the god-defying realm, the matter of the god-defying realm is naturally my business. Now, I still have some things to rush. Just as Feng Qingyang was about to go to the land left by the gods, to help his disciple-in-law, to release the soul imprisonment of the soul-bound clan. He seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly looked up to the distance ahead. Then let out a cold snort. Humph dash. Feng Qingyang let out a cold snort, and suddenly a huge sword condensed in the void, and then he cut forward, tearing apart the originally vast space with cracks. Numerous cracks spread. And behind these cracks, there are one after another visiting eyes, sweeping from a distance. Everyone, do you want to try my method? After the voice fell, Feng Qing raised his eyes and focused. In the next instant, two sword glows whizzed out from his eyes, like two sword-shaped gazes. After piercing through the space and entering the space crack, the peeping gazes disappeared indifferently. Puff dash. This is the strength beyond the realm of respect? What a powerful soul power. In various places in the upper three realms, there were many powerful people in the realm of the realm, with blood flowing from their eyes and trembling bodies. The world-venerated powerhouse Lei Hong in the bright light realm is also among them. Everyone, what should we do now? The strength of this Feng Qingyang is obviously far superior to ours. If he intends to kill us, we are afraid that we will be powerless to fight back. Everyone, let's get together and discuss countermeasures. After Feng Qingyang, that Duan Lingtian is probably about to become the existence of the 7th level Xian. All the powerhouses in the upper three realms felt the danger at this moment. Just now, they just wanted to test Feng Qingyang. And the result of the test was completely beyond their expectations. Feng Qingyang's strength is far beyond their imagination. The gap is too big. If we fight head-on, maybe I can't even stop him with a single blow. Lei Hong, a strong man in the Mingguang realm, was famous for his violent temper in the 10,000 realms in the past, but he is so powerful that he is worthy of the 10,000 realms, and even any strong man and saint in the world outside the world. But today he lowered his proud head. It's just because there is someone in the world that he can't compete with, and can even crush him. At the same time as the powerhouses of the upper three realms started an emergency meeting. Feng Qingyang also greeted Xiao Mubai and others, and then went to the land of the gods, the Xia family. In the past, the things that had troubled his disciple Duan Lingtian for a long time, as the power of his soul swept out, they were solved in an instant. Here, that is, the soul imprisonment on Xianxia, was directly expelled by him forcibly. She's fine now, she just needs to recuperate for a while before she can wake up. Feng Qingyang looked at Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, and Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia family, who were also in the room, and said with a smile, Master Feng Qingyang, please. Xia Yu and Xia Jie said respectfully, You don't need to be too polite, we are old acquaintances. Feng smiled lightly, Speaking of which, this girl is still my apprentice-in-law. Patriarch Xia and I are considered in-laws. That disciple of mine should be about to take the last step and come back. For the next period of time, I plan to stay in the Xia family to practice and wait for my disciple to return, but I have to trouble Patriarch Xia to help me arrange a place to live. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Xia Yu quickly shook his head. No trouble. No trouble. What a joke. This one in front of him is the #1 person in the world. How many people are trying to curry favor with him now? Even the strongest ancestor of their Xia family is still waiting outside respectfully. There is even a group of Xians coming here. Just to meet this one in front of me. The Outer Worlds. Yun Qingyan, who was integrated with the members of the Guhun clan, the current Yun Xinfeng, only felt his soul shake for a while, and then his face became extremely ugly. My soul was imprisoned and was forcibly dispelled. A strong person in the realm of respect, a saint, may not have this method. It seems that Duan Lingshan's god Venerable Feng Qingyang has come out. There must be a lot of secrets about the two masters and apprentices. How could the person in charge take the most critical steps one after another? One has stepped into the 7th level of Xian. Another one, it is only a matter of time before stepping into the 7th level of Xian. Do not know either. Is their secret useful to me? Thinking of this, Yun Xinfeng's eyes showed a bit of hotness and madness. Upper 3 realms. In the bright light world. A number of world-respected and powerful people gathered together. Everyone, can we just sit and wait for death? An old man who looked quite old, with fear in his eyes, asked in a deep voice. Don't forget, not long ago, after Duan Lingtian successfully passed through the taboo realm Heavenly Tribulation, our upper 3 realms mobilized people to go there, threatening the Nishan realm to hand over Duan Lingtian, otherwise we would break the realm. You don't really think that the god-defying realm will let it go after gaining power and don't care about it? Hearing the old man's words, everyone also thought of the scene of going to the god-defying realm and threatening the god-defying realm in the past, and a bit of remorse flashed in their eyes. That time, it was indeed impulsive. Then what do you think we can do? Another person asked in a muffled voice. Chapter 45-47. Just when a group of strong men from the upper 3 realms gathered together, they were thinking about how to deal with the potential threat from the god-defying realm. Suddenly, bursts of voices like Buddhist Sanskrit sounds descended from the sky. Although he couldn't understand what the voice was expressing, it still attracted everyone's attention. When everyone's eyes fell on the sky. Above the clouds, a golden light suddenly appeared, tearing through the secrets of heaven, like a divine light coming to the world, shining to the heavens and the earth. This moment, it's not just the powerhouses gathered in the upper 3 realms. Even people in other places in the upper 3 realms, even all circles in the 10,000 realms, and every corner of the outer realm heard the sound and saw the golden light tearing through the clouds. Heavenly words again? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the heavenly Tao characters that had appeared several times before appeared again. It's just that this time it's not announcing who has survived the catastrophe of the Forbidden Realm, nor is it announcing who has become the strongest 7th order powerhouse after the history is cut off. But, after the history is cut off, the first Xian of the 7th level appears, and everyone should celebrate it. From now on, a Tian tower will appear above the central sea area of the Outer Worlds. Saints and half-step world lords can go to pass through the level. Once they pass through all the levels and successfully pass the level, they will be able to get a Heavenly Tao talisman, which can block taboos. There are 3 catastrophes, as for which catastrophe to block, you can choose independently. With the appearance of this line of heavenly words, the land outside the world, and even the world, became quiet for a moment. However, after a while, many people were puzzled. Tian Pagoda? A talisman of the Tao of Heaven? It can block the taboo and the 3 Tao tribulations? What do you mean? Listen, it seems to be something that allows the world's most powerful people to go one step further. But the more well-informed people, after reading the text of Heavenly Tao, gasped again. It seems that this time, in the land outside the world, and even in the world, there will be one after another existences that surpass the saints and the realm of the world. For a long time, the 7th level of Xian has been like a curse. But now, with Feng Qingyang taking the lead in breaking the curse, Tiandao simply removed the curse? Why does this seem to be aimed at Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian? These two people finally survived the taboo catastrophe. One became the existence of the 7th level Xian, and the other was still on the way. And now, the way of heaven has given other saints, world-respected powerhouses, the hope of stepping into the 7th level of the strongest? The land outside the world, and even the world, was in an uproar at this time. But in the upper 3 realms, all the powerhouses gathered together had their eyes brightened. Haha! It seems that Tiandao is not willing to see the Nishan realm family dominate. Everyone, our chance has come. Lei Hong in the Mingguang realm laughed, and his strong body trembled slightly because of the excitement. Although the Dao Talisman can only selectively block the 3 taboo calamities, it still gives us great hope. I don't know what you guys think, but the Lei Hong must give it a try. Otherwise, let me bow my knees in front of people from the God-defying realm who were suppressed by our bright light realm in the past. I can't do it. Even if you fight this hard, you will die. I admit it. As soon as the words fell, Lei Hong's figure flickered, and he turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared in place, heading straight to the outside world. His goal is the Tiantian Tower above the Central Sea area of the Outer Worlds. To be precise, it is to break through the many checkpoints in the Tongtian Tower, get the Amulet of Heaven's Tao, and then take the step that will lead to taboo catastrophe that I have never dared to take in the past. Lei Hong, many years ago, came to the point where he was one step away from the forbidden catastrophe. However, because he knew that he would die, he dared not take another step forward. And this time, the appearance of Tiantian Tower and Heavenly Tao Talisman undoubtedly brought him hope and gave him the opportunity to go further. Of course, even if he got the Heavenly Tao Talisman, he was not fully sure of breaking through the taboo catastrophe. However, he still intends to fight. The blood that has been silent for many years seems to be boiling again. After Lei Hong went to the place beyond the boundary, he continued to yell freely, and his voice shook all directions, as if his voice could be heard by most of the people in the Mingguang realm. Follow Lei Hong away. Someone will follow and leave immediately. Lei Hong is right. In the past, 10 deaths and no lives were enough. Now, the appearance of the Heavenly Tao Talisman has brought us a glimmer of hope. Even if we are close to death, I will try it. A burly old man also stood up after Lei Hong left. It's nothing to me to bow down to the strongest 7th level existence in the God-defying realm. After all, I walked all the way in the same way many years ago. Only by being able to bend and stretch can we survive better in this world. However, the most recent Xian heavenly tribulation, I am already a little powerless. I am afraid that it will not be long before I will die under the heavenly tribulation. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to fight back. Or die early. Either go further, you can live for more years. At the same time, there is no need to bow down to those 2 brats from the God-defying realm. When Lang Sheng opened his mouth, the burly old man followed Lei Hong and left in a blink of an eye. With 2 people taking the lead, except for about half of the world-venerated powerhouses present who planned to wait and see first, the other half were also infected by Lei Hong and the 2 and followed. At the same time, among the 18 realms in China, there are also several figures who crossed the realm and went to the place outside the realm. At the same time, Duan Lingtan also saw the Heavenly Tao text that had been lingering in the sky for a long time, and his expression became extremely ugly in an instant. Heavenly, it's really shameless. Before Master and I successfully crossed the catastrophe, before Master stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, I never saw it so kindly, helping people overcome the forbidden catastrophe. Heavenly Tao Talisman, can it block 3 robberies? As a person who has experienced the taboo catastrophe, Duan Lingtian knows the taboo catastrophe very well. If he is given the Heaven Tao Talisman, he can easily overcome the catastrophe. Although there are more than 3 powerful heavenly tribulations in the taboo heavenly tribulation, the appearance of this Heavenly Tao Talisman will definitely allow some of the contemporary saints and powerhouses to successfully overcome the catastrophe. If we say that in the past, their probability of success in crossing the catastrophe was almost 0, Once the taboo catastrophe was attracted, 10 deaths and no life. But now, there is a certain degree of certainty that he will succeed in crossing the tribulation and go one step further. But for some saints and superpowers with deep background and powerful means, life and death are at most mixed, and there is a great chance of success in crossing the tribulation. This day, one day I will break you. Old man Wukong's will, I will definitely help him achieve it. In Duan Lingshan's eyes, the killing intent aimed at Tiandao kept rising, and it was out of control. Chapter 45-48 Tower of Babel? Feng Qingyang, who was in the God-defying realm, naturally saw the words of the Tao of Heaven. For a moment, Duan Lingshan's anger was also set off in his heart. I worked desperately and stepped into the 7th level of Xian. Became the first existence beyond the realm of respect and saints after the history was cut off. Now, seeing that Duan Lingtian, my disciple, will also become the second such existence after me, after the historical barrier. Just at this time, heaven, but suddenly created a Tian pagoda. Come up with the heavenly talisman. It is obvious that they want to help the existence of the 6th level of the strongest who are stuck in the realm of the world and the realm of the saints, step into the 7th level of the strongest. Isn't this bullying? Why didn't I see you doing this before? Snort dash. Suddenly, Feng Qingyang let out a cold snort, and then flew out of the sky on the spot, and then approached the ground. When he raised his hand, the sword light shone, and the space was torn apart by him. Then he walked in along the torn space. In a blink of an eye, the torn space closed, and Feng Qingyang had disappeared into the turbulent flow of space. Certainly, with Feng Qingyang's current strength, even if he entered the turbulent space, it would be like walking on flat ground without any pressure. The destination of his trip is not other places, but the place outside the world. Exactly. He is going to go to the location of the Tian Tower above the central sea area of the outer worlds. As for what to do, needless to say, as the only existence of the 7th level Xian in the current world, Feng Qingyang's speed is not unpleasant. After seeing the words of the Tao of Heaven, announcing the appearance of the Tian Tower and the rewards of the Tong Tian Tower, Feng Qingyang broke through the sky and came to the outside world immediately. Therefore, he was the first to come to the sky above the central sea area of the outer worlds, where the Tong Tian Tower is located. This is Tong Tian Tower? In the sky above the boundless sea area, the wind was blowing and standing in the sky, looking at the giant tower suspended in the sky above, exuding bursts of mysterious aura, his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, he could also sense that there were a lot of auras lurking under the sea area, ready to move. It was a group of sea monsters who noticed the abnormal movement here. Some of them exist because they are attracted by the pure awareness of movement, while others come to watch the excitement. Because the sea area where they are located is the central sea area of the outer worlds. But, although the overlord of the sea area is also the existence of the most powerful realm, there is still a long way to go from the sage realm, which is the Jesuan realm of the myriad realms. It's just an Xian 4th order existence. It's a pity that this Tong Tian Tower only allows the existence of the 6th level Xian to enter. Otherwise, I must go in and give it a try. In the depths of the sea, in an underwater palace, a thin old man is holding the imperial power, sitting on the throne. His eyes are like torches, as if he can pass through the endless sea and land on the sea level. Someone came so soon? Soon, he saw the only young man standing in the air near the Tong Tian Tower on the sea level. The young man was dressed in blue and stood with his hands behind his back. He stood there as if he didn't feel the coercion of the Tong Tian Tower at all. He's definitely better than me. The old man sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if he was the 4th level Xian, he couldn't get close to the Tong Tian Tower. It can be seen that the opponent's strength is beyond his comparability. At this time, I arrived at the first time, and it's so powerful. I'm afraid it is at least the existence of the 6th level Xian? He thought to himself. Almost at the moment when his thoughts fell, his gaze pierced the sea, and he suddenly found that the young man in blue, as if he had spotted him, suddenly turned his head and looked at him. At a glance. In an instant he only felt a terrifying coercion shooting out from the opponent's eyes, flowing upstream along his gaze. Stuff. The two terrifying sword lights destroyed his vision all the way, until finally, with all his means, he barely resisted the opponent's eyes sword. Rumble. At the same time that the old man blocked the opponent's eye sword, the palace he was in was also turned into ruins, and his men with lower cultivation bases were all seriously injured and unconscious without exception. Even if there are a few existences who have stepped into the Xian realm, either their eyes are bleeding, or their faces are as pale as paper, as if they have experienced a life-and-death battle. Wang, who did it? Did a saint attack you? A middle-aged man of medium build asked the old man with a look of fear. Shoot. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man smiled miserably. He didn't make a move. He just looked at me. As soon as these words came out, the people at the scene froze in place as if they had been strangled by the neck. After a while, they all gasped. Take a look? Just let their powerful king be so embarrassed that they even went back to the king's palace? Several of them Xians were also affected and traumatized? Even the high-ranking sage probably doesn't have such astonishing means, right? My lord, even a saint might not have this ability, right? A young man asked with a look of apprehension. That's natural. Hearing the words, the old man sighed, then raised his head and glanced at the direction of the sea level, and said in a fearful tone, if I'm not wrong. The first strong man who arrived near the Tongtian Tower should be the one who was notified by the text of Tiandao, and the first one to step into the 7th level existence after the history was cut off. He seems to be called. The wind is blowing. Xian's 7th level. The wind is blowing. Hearing their king's words, everyone present fell into a dead silence again. In the end, someone asked, he has stepped into the 7th level of Xian. The test of the Tongtian Tower is useless to him, right? After all, the reward for clearing the Tongtian Tower is 3 pieces that can resist the taboo. Heavenly Dao Talisman. It's useless. The old man nodded, then with a flash of light in his eyes, he said bluntly, if I'm not wrong. He came to prevent those saints from entering the Tongtian Tower. After all, if no one can get the reward of the Tongtian Tower, except for Duan Lingtian, it will be difficult for the existence of the 7th level Xian to appear in this era. If one person can dominate, why let others grow up? At this moment, he substituted himself into Feng Qingyang, and it was not difficult to guess what Feng Qingyang was thinking. It's not just him. Even people in places outside the world, and even other people in the world, feel the way of heaven is too biased. Why do some people rely on hard work to step into the 7th level of Xian, but you backhanded and gave a shortcut for others to take? Isn't this for the former? Chapter 45-49. The Tongtian Pagoda, like a majestic giant mountain, hangs in the sky, with mysterious light shining and a terrifying aura sweeping all directions. People with low cultivation levels cannot approach it at all. Only the existence above the 6th level of Xian can approach and enter it. This is also the threshold set by the Tao of Heaven. You don't even have the 6th level of Xian. Why come here to join in the fun? Accompanied by a swift whistling sound, a strong and tall figure appeared from afar. This is a middle-aged man with a resolute and stern face. He is far away from Tongtian Tower, and his eyes are full of heat when he looks at Tongtian Tower. As long as I succeed in breaking through the barrier, I, Lei Hong, will be able to get 3 Heavenly Dao Talismans to deal with the Taboo Realm Heavenly Tribulation. The Taboo Realm, I have been able to step in a long time ago, but I dare not step in. If I have 3 Heavenly Talismans, what fear do I have? I still don't believe it. I, Lei Hong, rank among the top 3 in 10,000 realms. Speaking of this, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He paused, and then murmured to himself, in the past, the top 3 existences in the world's strength, under the protection of the 3 heavenly amulets, will not be able to break through the catastrophe of the taboo realm. If you can't break through, even if you die, I will admit it. When the voice fell, Lei Hong had already arrived near Tong Tian Tower. However, he did not enter the Tong Tian Tower, just because the way was blocked. A blue figure stood on the side of the Tong Tian Pagoda, and a powerful and terrifying consciousness spread out, sweeping all directions, covering a large area around it. Lei Hong blocked out the 7th level of Xian? Feeling the strength of the opponent's consciousness, Lei Hong's face changed. It is not difficult for him to guess the identity of the other party just through the other party's divine sense. The former compatriots of the Tiandao script, the first strongest 7th level existence after the history was cut off, the Feng Qingyang of the God-defying realm. Are you Master Feng Qingyang from the God-defying realm? Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong slightly cupped his hands towards Feng Qingyang and greeted him politely. At this time, several people followed one after another. They are all top powerhouses in the 3 realms of the 10,000 realms. They happened to see Lei Hong bowing his hands, and they were stunned for a moment. They knew exactly who Lei Hong was. In the past, after Lei Hong stepped into the 6th level of Xian, there was no one in the 10,000 realms, or even the outside world, who could make him bow down. But now, he respects a person so much. They tried out their spiritual sense, and soon, the feedback they got made them realize who the person blocking the way was. The wind is blowing. The strongest 7th level existence in the God-defying realm. All of a sudden, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Why did Feng Qingyang appear here? They don't need to guess. It must be the Tian Tower created by dissatisfied with the way of heaven, and wants to stop people like them from entering. Master Feng Qingyang. In fact, Lei Hong was extremely unwilling to call Feng Qingyang like this. After all, in his eyes, Feng Qingyang is just a junior. But, thinking of the strength that the other party possesses now, he has to be afraid. After all, the other party took a step that he didn't take. It's me. Facing Lei Hong's greeting, Feng Qingyang glanced at him lightly, and said in a calm tone without any emotion, "From today on, the Tong Tian Tower is forbidden. If someone breaks in, die." When it came to the end, Feng Qingyang's tone suddenly turned cold, making people feel like falling into an ice cellar. And then, without waiting for Lei Hong to respond, he was already sitting cross-legged in the void, and began to close his eyes to meditate, but the spiritual consciousness that had spread out had never been retracted in the slightest. Still monitoring the quartet. Swish. Lei Hong's face changed drastically. Although he had guessed the reason for Feng Qingyang's appearance here, he still couldn't accept the result. His complexion became a little ugly. Then, he took a deep breath, looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "The Tong Tian Pagoda was arranged by the Tao of Heaven to give us the strongest 6th level existences a chance to hit the 7th level. Aren't you afraid that Heaven will punish you and kill you if you act like this? You are violating the law of Heaven." As soon as Lei Hong opened his mouth, he lifted the Tian Dao out, threatening Feng Qingyang. And hearing his words, Feng Qingyang couldn't help but opened his eyes, and then looked at him like an idiot. "Heaven will kill me? If Heaven can kill me at will without any reason, why build the Tong Tian Pagoda here? Just kill me, isn't that all right? Why do you want to help other people step into the 7th stage? Laugh." After a sneer, Feng Qingyang closed his eyes again. The indifference on his face showed his confidence that no one would dare to offend. Lei Hong's face darkened. He also had to admit that what Feng Qingyang said was indeed reasonable. The appearance of Tong Tian Pagoda is obviously Tian Dao targeting Feng Qingyang and another Duan Ling Tian who has passed through the taboo realm. If he was Feng Qingyang, and if he was targeted by the Tao of Heaven, he would definitely be like Feng Qingyang, guarding the Tong Tian Tower and preventing people from entering. Even what he did might be even better than Feng Qingyang. He will come to the vicinity of the Tong Tian Tower and kill all the strongest 6th level people who want to enter the Tong Tian Tower. Everyone, what should we do now? Lei Hong turned his head, looked at the powerhouses from the 3 realms of the 10,000 realms who were following him, and asked through sound transmission. These powerhouses are basically the existence of the 6th order Xian. Could it be possible to let him prevent us from entering Tong Tian Tower? Lei Hong's tone was a little more unwilling. However, After hearing Lei Hong's words, everyone advised him, "Lei Hong, stop complaining. Otherwise, what can you do? Are you sure to defeat him? Do you have the strength to disobey him? I think we should go back and have a long-term plan. I still don't believe that he can stay here forever." Right. During the sound transmission, everyone's voice was full of fear, and no one agreed with Lei Hong, because they were all afraid that the silly spore would drag them into the water to deal with Feng Qingyang. This is the first existence of the Seventh Order Xian after the historical cutoff. They don't want to be each other's sharpening stone. In other words, Lei Hong's head is relatively strong. Finally, although Lei Hong was unwilling, he could only leave with everyone. After a while, around the Tongtian Pagoda, calm was restored. At this time, a group of sages from all over the world who were hiding in the dark nearby also sighed. Lei Hong's violent guy retreated. They can only return. Originally, they expected Lei Hong to fight each other, so they took the opportunity to sneak into Tongtian Tower. Unexpectedly, Lei Hong was intimidated. "It's finally here." After a while, Duan Lingtian finally took the last and most critical step with the help of the 5 elements gods. Then I sensed the call of the most powerful realm. This call he has experienced in the past. However, that time it was rejected. This time, he didn't refuse again. Bring it on. Extreme 7th level. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up with anticipation on his face. Chapter 4550. For Duan Lingtian, the fact that his master passed through the Forbidden Realm later than him, but stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, undoubtedly made him yearn for the 7th level of the strongest, and he slackened a little. Because he knew that after Master's breakthrough, it also meant that the Nishan realm was safe, and his wife Kir's imprisoned soul was also saved. However, before he could slack off for a while, he saw the words of the Tao of Heaven appearing again. The appearance of the Tiantian Pagoda and the amulet of the Tao of Heaven made him extremely angry. Under such circumstances, his desire to yearn for the 7th level of Xian became stronger and stronger. God, how shameless! After the historical segregation, 2 people finally appeared, he and his master, who survived the taboo realm and catastrophe, and saw that they would surpass the outside world, even the world. Now, a Tongtian Tower has been created. Those who successfully break through the level in the Tongtian Tower will also get 3 heavenly talismans, which can selectively resist the catastrophe of the 3 taboo realms. This is a deliberate attempt to make fun of those world-renowned and sages of the present age. In this case, he has a sense of urgency. In case other existences above the 7th level of Xian were born because of this, and Heavenly Tao ordered them to deal with him and his master, then they would undoubtedly be in a very dangerous situation. Duan Lingtian is also working harder to find a breakthrough in the strongest realm. Search for the 5 elements gods everywhere, let the 5 elements gods in his body transform further. As long as all the 5 elements gods transform into their final forms, they will be able to help him step into the strongest state in an instant. With his hard work, he finally took the most critical step. Successfully ushered in the call of the Xian realm. Xian. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't refuse the call of the most powerful realm and catered to it, allowing it to control the power in his body, and began to change qualitatively. Bursts of terrifying aura swept away from Duan Lingtian. Later, the breath became a little scary. What he was in was just a small world in the myriad worlds. At this moment, the mountain range he was in was completely collapsed, the space was broken, and hideous space cracks spread all over the void. It is no surprise that such a big movement has attracted the attention of a few powerful people in this small world. What a strong breath! Is there a new superpower born in our rain god realm? The 3 Xians in this small world, 1 Xian first-level existence, and 2 Xian second-level existences, were attracted by Duan Lingtian one after another. When they come over, but found, the aura of the person who has broken through to the strongest level in front of him is still growing after stepping into the first level of the strongest. In a blink of an eye, another step forward. Just entering the Xian realm is the second level. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they all saw horror and horror in each other's eyes. It's not over yet? Soon, they discovered that the purple-clothed young man sitting cross-legged in the void was vibrating with cracks in the surrounding space, making him look more ferocious, and then the aura of the young man increased further. Xian 3rd level. The three gasped, which also meant that the strength of the person in front of them had completely surpassed them at this moment. Even the three of them teamed up, and it is absolutely impossible for them to be opponents of each other. Our rain god realm, are we going to turn around this time? One of the three, an old man with the appearance of a strong man, suddenly brightened his eyes, and his old face twitched because of excitement. The other two also looked excited at this time. It's so rare. In their rain god realm, there are very few Xian 3rd level existences that have ever appeared in history. Now, contemporary, is there finally another one? Their excitement did not last long. When they discovered that the aura of the purple-clothed youth was further vibrating, and then the strength of the whole person seemed to climb to a new height. The three of them looked at each other again, and then they all looked dull. This is the 4th level of Xian? Is this someone from our rain god realm? At this moment, they questioned. Just because, in their small realm attached to one of the 18 realms in China, looking at the past history, the strongest existence that has ever appeared is the 3rd level Xian. There has never been a 4th order Xian. Theoretically speaking, they are subordinate small realms, and when the power of the realm is often extracted, it is almost impossible to give birth to the existence of the 4th level Xian. But now it appeared. Then there is only one possibility. This is someone from outside. People from the outside world happen to come to their rain god realm to seek a breakthrough. Soon, the three of them were dumbfounded. At the same time, further confirmation. The person in front of him is definitely someone from the outside world. Just because the other party's aura has risen again. Xian 5th level. It's outrageous. Just entered the Xian, and stepped into the 5th level of the Xian. Not to mention the middle 18 realms, this kind of existence, even if it is placed in the upper 3 realms, is it a monster among geniuses? Just entering Xian, he is a half-step world venerable, a half-sage from the outside world. Who is he? The pride of the upper 3 realms? At this moment, all three of them were shocked. It's not like they haven't seen the existence of the 5th level Xian. The world attached to their rain god realm has the existence of the 5th level Xian. There is even a 6th order Xian. However, as soon as they broke through to Xian, they stepped into the existence of the 5th level, which was the first time they had seen it in their lives. However, what shocked the three of them even more was still behind. Under their eyes, the young man in purple was suddenly shocked by the cracks in the dense space around him, and then all of them turned into nothingness. A terrifying black hole in space continued to spread, covering the young man in purple, but it didn't affect him in any way. The turbulent flow of space raged, slapping on the body of the purple-clothed youth, but finally merged into his body strangely. Bursts of even more terrifying breaths raged. What's more, it made them feel extremely depressed, and they couldn't help avoiding it, not daring to get too close. At this moment, they have a strong sense of suffocation. This is the 6th level of Xian? A world-respected powerhouse? Just entered Xian. Is it a world venerable? Even in the upper 3 realms, looking at their past history, such existences are probably rare, right? There shouldn't be such an existence in the contemporary upper 3 realms. You said, he. Could it be that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian? This? You mean he is the high-ranking deity, Duan Lincoln, who passed through the taboo realm and heavenly calamity in front of Lord Feng Qingyang, who was notified by the Tao of Heaven? Yes, that's him. It's really possible. When the three of them vaguely guessed the identity of the purple-clothed youth in front of them, they were inexplicably shocked. The great movement here has also attracted the attention of many powerful people in the nearby realm. In one of the 18 realms that was vassal of the rain god realm, 2 strong men broke out of the realm, like 2 gods, coming towards the rain god realm, majestic and majestic. Chapter 45-51. The Yushan realm is one of the 18 realms in China, and it is also the realm that rules the rain god realm. This moment, the two people who walked out of the Yushan realm are the two strongest fifth-level existences in the Yushan realm, the two half-step supreme beings. The rain god realm is a small realm under their Yushan realm, very close to the Yushan realm. Because, no matter whether it is the upper 3 realms or the middle 18 realms, they all take the nearby realms into their own command, draw the power of the realms at any time to strengthen the realm and maintain the life of the realm. That's right. Any realm in the 10,000 realms has a span and will age. If there is no supplement of new realm power, it will continue to age. Until the spiritual energy of the world inside is exhausted, the cultivation resources are getting scarcer, and there are fewer and fewer strong people. Many of today's small worlds once had a glorious past, but more or less due to some reasons, they gradually fell into decline or even collapsed. There are such weird spatial fluctuations in the rain god realm. This breath is unusual. The rain god realm, a half-step world master was born? These two people, as the half-step world venerables of the Jade Mountain realm, entered the land of no man like the rain god realm, and they had no worries at all. After all, this is just a subsidiary realm under their Yushan realm. It's no different from your own back garden. So, the two came to the scene. My Lord Xiaoming. Meet Lord Hashan. When the two arrived at the scene, the 3 most powerful men in the rain god realm also came to their senses one after another, and respectfully saluted the two in front of them. For them, the two are no strangers. Have seen it a few times before. The 6th level? Boundary prestige? However, Xiaoming and Hishan, who were present at the scene at this time, ignored the 3 great powers of the rain god realm. Their eyes all fell on the purple figure in the distance, and they all took a breath of air. 2 adults. At this time, one of the most powerful members of the rain god realm respectfully said, "This lord is the strongest in our rain god realm that we have just stepped into." In a word, Xiaoming and Hishan turned pale with astonishment, and then they all looked at him. After further confirmation from the 3 people in the rain god realm, and after hearing the speculation of the 3, they looked at the purple figure again with a little more awe. If he is really Duan Lingtian. This 6th level, I am afraid it is not his end. I really didn't expect that there would be 2 existences who survived the Taboo Realm's catastrophe. That's right. Lord Feng Qingyang is now personally sitting outside the Tongtian Tower, so that the land outside the world, and even the saints and world venerables of the 10,000 realms, have no way to enter the Tongtian Tower to participate in the Heavenly Dao experience and seize the Heavenly Dao talisman. I think, if possible, we should make friends with this Pan. Maybe after the friendship is over, if you and I have the opportunity to step into the 6th level in the future, they are willing to let us go and let us try to enter the Tongtian Tower. Friendship? The other party may not be willing to talk to us. While guessing Duan Lingshan's identity, the two also stood aside and watched quietly. It is not a grand event that can be seen from the 6th level of Xian to the 7th level. After they met this time, they will not know if they will have the opportunity to witness the birth of another strong 7th level Xian in their lifetime. Under the eyes of 5 people, the huge black hole in space continued to spread, causing the 5 people to keep retreating. And the young man in purple looks so dazzling in the black hole of space, like the only star hanging there in the night sky, extremely bright. At this moment, if the space black hole is compared to the world, then he is the only one left in the whole world. He sat there cross-legged, as if thinking about it forever. The aura on his body was still vibrating, as if hitting some kind of bottleneck. Rumble. As the black hole in space spread further, all the mountains, rivers and rivers in a large area nearby were destroyed, sucked into the black hole in space, and turned into nothingness. Was completely obliterated. Suddenly, the purple-clothed youth who had been sitting there cross-legged suddenly stood up. His body can only be regarded as slightly taller than the average person. But when standing up, it gives people a strong sense of oppression. The 5 most powerful people in the vicinity feel the deepest. And then, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying power raged from his body, as if the power that had been accumulated for a long time was vented at this moment. But the terrible air wave raged, and even the three most powerful men in the rain god realm were blown away by this force, like a rootless duckweed. The two strongest men in the Yushan realm barely stood still, but their faces were pale, and their eyes were full of shock and fear. This is breakthrough. The two looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. In their Yushan world, there is the existence of the 6th level Xion. They have also seen each other compete with the same level outsiders. At that time, they felt that they were very powerful. But in front of the oppressive feeling brought by the person in front of them, it is like the difference between a child and an adult. The gap is too big. Duan Lingtian didn't care about the surrounding situation. Even if he already knew about the existence of the 5 powerhouses nearby. He didn't worry about them daring to shoot him unless they wanted to die. Finally, we've made it to this point. Feeling the power of complete transformation in the body, it is completely different from before. It can even be said to be a world of difference. After all, before today he was just a high-ranking deity. 5 elements gods. In a thought, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and suddenly 5 forces of different colors swept across the sky, and then transformed into a human form in the void. There are men and women, old and young. It is the 5 element gods who have transformed into humans. Thank you, sir, for your kindness in shaping the body. The 5 elements gods used to be like elders in front of Duan Lingtian. But now, after being transformed into a human being, facing Duan Lingtian, who has stepped into the realm of the strongest, and is still at the 7th level of the strongest, they all bowed to thank each other, and their voices were full of humility. No way. Today is different. That little guy in the past has now grown into one of the 2 most powerful beings in this world. He is also the 2nd Xion 7th order existence after the historical cutoff. And at the same time when the 5 elements gods bowed down to thank them, above the sky, thunder rumbled. Striking. And then, a somewhat familiar golden text of the Tao of Heaven also appeared in front of the eyes of everyone in the 10,000 realms, and even in places beyond the realms. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm. After surviving the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the 2nd strongest existence of the 7th level after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuin and saints. Chapter 45-52. Finally caught up with Master's footsteps. Looking up at the Tiandao characters on the horizon, Duan Lingtian smiled calmly. Then he looked at the 5 elements gods and said, "Next, I don't have much need for you. You have also shaped your body now, and you can live independently like normal life. Go live your life. In the future, if there is anything that cannot be solved, as long as it does not violate my personal principles, as long as it is something I can solve, you can come to me. I will make a move. Each person, limited to 3 times. He made a move out of affection, not out of duty. He was also worried that the 5 element gods would come to him for big and small matters in the future. Therefore, the number of times is limited. Of course, if they really needed help, even if it had been more than 3 times, and he felt that he needed to take action, he would do the same. 3 times just to let them know, Duan Lingshan's shot was not cheap. He always remembers the help of several people who helped him during his journey. You have been with me for many years. My principles, you should be very clear. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, the gods of the 5 elements bowed to thank each other. Thank you, my lord. Go. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and said, the 5 element gods, after he stepped into the strongest realm, were able to shape their bodies because they also had the strength of the strongest realm. And neither is weak. After all, they themselves are the gods of the 5 elements, and now they are reborn after plastic surgery, and they are the bodies of the 5 elements. In the future, as long as you work hard, you will step into the extreme of your own 5 elements, and it will only be a matter of time before you achieve minor perfection and great perfection. Except for the gentle woman transformed into Jingshi Shinshui, the other 4 5-element gods all left like ghosts the moment Duan Lingtian finished speaking. With the strongest strength, They can cross space, shuttle space turbulence, like walking on flat ground. Sister Shui, you are. Seeing the woman left behind, Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. The woman, Jingshi Shui, heard the words, and smiled leisurely. I'm like them. I've been with that tree of life for many years, and I've long been used to being by her side. To me, she is no different from my mother. Now, although I have been reborn, I don't have any desire for the outside world. I just want to stay by her side and be with her. I hope the adults can fulfill it. In the past, Jingshi Shui always called Duan Lingtian Xiaotian, but now when he directly addresses adults, his tone is also very respectful. Hearing what Jingshi Shui said, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Sister Shui, you should still call me Xiaotian. Since you want to stay, then stay. The sacred tree of life stood in the small world inside his body, and it became more vigorous as he stepped into the Xian with all his cultivation. Just now, following the request of the other party, he opened a gap in the small world in his body, allowing the other party to watch the Jingshi Shui leave. Unexpectedly, Jingshi Shui stayed for her. Don't dare. Jingshi Shui was a little apprehensive. Your Excellency, you are now one of the strongest people who have appeared after the severance of history. You are not the previous high-ranking gods. Duan Lingtian only sighed inwardly about the distance between Jingshi Shui and himself, and then did not persist. Let her go. Seeing the pure world Shui return to the small world in his body, sitting cross-legged under the divine tree of life, it seems that the breath of the divine tree of life is getting stronger. This scene also made Duan Lingtian secretly amazed. After regaining his senses, he shut down the small world in his body that had already undergone earth-shaking changes with a single thought, and then looked at the few strongest people present. Following Duan Lingtian's gaze, the three people from the rain god realm knelt down in the void. Congratulations, my lord, for stepping into the 7th level of Xian. Congratulations, my lord. When the three of them knelt down to Duan Lingtian, the two Xian 5th ranks in Yushan realm originally wanted to bow down to congratulate Duan Lingtian, but now all three of them knelt down and secretly called them dog-licking at the same time. The two of them also knelt down. Hashan, Jade Mountain, congratulations, my lord, for stepping into the 7th step. Qiu Ming from the Jade Mountain realm, congratulations, my lord, for stepping into the 7th step. The two knelt down to congratulate each other. 2 Xian 5th stages? Duan Lingtian swept out his consciousness and quickly confirmed the cultivation of the last two people who knelt down, and he couldn't help being a little surprised. At the same time, I feel that Jade Mountain realm sounds familiar. After another thought, isn't Yushan realm one of the 18 realms in China that is as famous as his hometown, Nishan realm? Before, he had heard people mention the Yushan realm. He even knew that the rain god realm he was in was one of the small realms attached to the Jade Mountain realm, so he was not surprised that the most powerful person from the Jade Mountain realm appeared here. The 5th level of Xian. Looking at the two kneeling in front of his eyes, Duan Lingtian's eyes couldn't help becoming a little complicated. The 5th level of Xian. Placed in the 10,000 realms, it is a half-step world venerable, like the world lord of the Nishan realm Xiao Mubai. Put it outside the boundary, it is half-holy. Existing like the Yui semi-sage Duan Yue of the Duan clan in the Thunder Sacred Realm Bibo Tianfu Customs Clearance Area in the past. Whether it is Xiao Mubai or Duan Yue, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian in the past, they were high and powerful existences. Standing in front of them, they could vaguely feel oppression. And now, existences comparable to Xiao Mubai and Duan Yue knelt down in front of him, extremely respectful. As long as he wanted to, with a wave of his hand, he could kill these two people. What's the situation over there at Tongtian Tower? Do you two know? Duan Lingtian looked at the two people in Yushan realm, and asked calmly. Hearing the words, the two people in Yushan realm were taken aback for a moment, and then said truthfully, My lord, since the Tongtian Pagoda came into the world, another 7th rank Feng Qingyang from the god-defying realm where you are, has been guarding there, preventing the world venerable from the 10,000 realms and the saint from the outer realm from entering it. More words, whoever dares to enter the Tongtian Tower with the intention, he will kill him. Because of this, although Tongtian Tower has been opened for a while, no one has ever entered it. After hearing what the two said, Duan Lingtian frowned. Just as he guessed. He guessed earlier that with his master's temperament, the way of heaven is so unfair, he will definitely not let it go. Really, Shizhuan is still the past Shizhuan. Of course, if it were him, he would do the same thing. I stepped into the 7th level by myself, but you, Tiandao, came up with such a backstab. Isn't this an obvious bully? The Outer Worlds. Thunder Saint Realm. Sacred Cloud Sect. Fujia. When he came back to his senses, Duan Lingshan's eyes shot with murderous intent. Just now when he thought of that Yui half-saint Duan Yue, he was ready to avenge him. But now, he is going to go back to God against God realm first to see his wife Kir. Afterwards, he took a trip to the Thunder Sacred Realm outside the boundary, and wiped out the semi-sacred force Fu family in the area controlled by the Qingyun Sacred Sect. In the past, it was the Banshing of the Fu family who joined forces with the other two to kill Duan Yue. After Duan Yue's death, he promised Duan Yue himself that he would avenge her when he had enough strength in the future, in order to repay Duan Yue's kindness in taking care of him in the past. Chapter 45-53. Duan Lingtian broke through and became the second existence to step into the Xian 7 stage, after the historical barrier. Tiandao text announcement. All of a sudden, people from all over the world, even people from all over the world, knew the news. The Outer Worlds. Central Sea area. Near the Tongtian Pagoda, originally sitting cross-legged and closing eyes to rest the mind, the wind was light, but after opening his eyes and seeing the heavenly characters on the horizon, a smile appeared on his face. Shun, I finally took this step. The two of us, stepping into the 7th level of Xian together. If the relationship between our master and apprentice is spread, it will undoubtedly make a good talk. Knowing that her disciple Duan Lingtian had made a breakthrough, Feng Qingyang was also happy for him. From now on, the land outside the world and even the world, in terms of strength, they are respected by the two masters and apprentices. Certainly. Although he knew that his disciple Duan Lingtian had stepped into the 7th Xian, and guessed that the other party would return to the Nishan realm, he didn't plan to go back to meet his disciple. The most important thing he needs to do now is to keep an eye on this Babel Tower. Don't let any existence of the strongest 6th level enter. We, the master and apprentice, have gone through hardships, relying on our own efforts and opportunities to have the strength we have today. Why are you able to follow the way of heaven and give it on purpose, which is obviously a shortcut for us? Until now, thinking of this matter, Feng Qingyang is still very angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't be guarding here, preventing those existences of the 6th level Xian from entering the Tongtian Tower. He is not afraid of other existences of the strongest 7th level in this world. If someone can, like him and his disciple Duan Lingtian, completely rely on his own strength to break through the taboo realm and step into the 7th level of Xian, with his personality, it is impossible to target the other party. What he is targeting now is the way of heaven. The way of heaven is unfair, so let me uphold justice. After Xiaotian returns to the Nishan realm, he will definitely know that I am here. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself, stood up, looked up at the Tongtian Tower not far away. His eyes flickered with coldness. With my own strength, it is difficult to destroy this Tongtian Tower. When Xiaotian comes over, I will try to join hands with him to see if we can break the Tongtian Tower. As long as the Tongtian Tower is broken, he doesn't need to keep guarding here anymore. Besides, that day, there should be no way to directly attack me. Otherwise, I prevented others from entering Tongtian Tower, and he would not have remained silent until now. It's been a while. All the powerful people in the upper 3 realms stayed near the Tongtian Tower because of Feng Qingyang, so only 1 or 2 people were left nearby. As long as Feng Qingyang leaves, they can make a comeback. Enter the Tongtian Tower and try to get the Heavenly Dao Talisman. Only, what they didn't expect was, it hasn't been long since they returned to their home realm, even just a few months. In the past, the first person to break through the taboo realm of heavenly tribulation, and also the first person to be announced by the text of the heavenly Tao to the myriad worlds and places outside the world, unexpectedly appeared in the text of the Tao of heaven again. This Duan Lingtian from the God-defying realm, has he stepped into the 7th level of Xian? Feng Qingyang was originally just a middle-level deity. After breaking through the taboo realm, as long as he stepped into the upper-level deity, he could quickly become the strongest. It's not that easy to re-enter Xian. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly. Originally, there wasn't even a 7th-level existence in the 10,000 realms, or even in the outer realm. Now, 2 people suddenly appeared, and they both came from the God-defying realm. From now on, it will be a joke for us to go to the 3 realms. The Nishan realm is the well-deserved first realm of the 10,000 realms. A group of world prestige powerhouses from the upper 3 realms didn't look very good at this moment. After all, in the past, looking at the land outside the world, and even the world, they were the people who stood at the top, standing high above, overlooking all living beings, making people only look up. But now, above their heads, there are 2 existences stronger than them. How does this make them feel better? I don't believe it, that Feng Qingyang can guard the Tongtian Tower for a lifetime. In the Mingguang realm, Lei Hong snorted coldly, showing unwillingness. Besides, I don't believe it either. Heavenly, I will let Feng Qingyang handle it. The outer worlds. A group of saints were also blocked by Feng Qingyang outside the Tongtian Tower some time ago. Facing the strong and powerful Feng Qingyang, they could only retreat honestly. Among them, the saints from the Thunder's sacred realm Bibo Tianfu were eager to enter the Tongtian Tower, but in the end they had no choice but to go back and forth. No way. Feng Qingyang's strength is too powerful. Even if they teamed up with a group of saints, it would be difficult to deal with each other. Between the 6th level and the 7th level is a huge hurdle. In the middle, there is a taboo realm of mortal catastrophe. Risk and reward often go hand in hand. Duan Lingtian has also made a breakthrough. He used to be the guardian disciple of our Bibo Tianfu Golden Dragon Palace, and now he has broken through to the 7th level, and he is still a person who defies the gods. That Feng Qingyang should sell his face and let him shall our saints from Bibo Tianfu enter Tongtian Pagoda? In the past, I also saw Duan Lingtian in our Bibo Tianfu, competing with the most powerful existence under our Bibo Tianfu sage. At that time, I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to have the present in such a short period of time. Achievement. It's outrageous. Duan Lingshan's current strength is above the most powerful saint in our Bibo Tianfu. After all, there is a fate between Duan Lingtian and Bibo Tianfu. In addition, the saints of Bibo Tianfu also wanted to enter Tongtian Pagoda. Therefore, Xiao Tianxi, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace in Bibo Tianfu, was quickly sent out, and asked him to go to Nishan realm to intercede with Duan Lingtian, so that the saints of Bibo Tianfu could enter Tongtian Pagoda. Although Xiao Tianxi was helpless, he felt that Bibo Tianfu was in a difficult position. However, he could only agree to take a trip. However, I dare not make a promise. I really didn't expect. The little guy from the past, in the blink of an eye, has grown into such a terrifying existence. Existence above the saint. On the way to the teleportation formation, Xiao Tianxi couldn't help sighing in his heart. His gaze was particularly complicated. The existence of the 7th level Xian. With such an existence, even if they want to destroy the entire Bibo Tianfu, it is probably just a matter of gestures. And when Xiao Tianxi had just set off, Duan Lingtian also returned to the God-defying realm. As soon as they arrived in the Nishan realm, they received a warm welcome from the world Lord Xiao Mubai and others, and their postures when facing Duan Lingtian also completely changed. Even the name has changed. Master Duan Lingtian. Master Duan Lingtian. Chapter 45-54. In this world, the strong are respected. In the past, before Duan Lingtian rose to prominence, he was obsequious in front of the strong, not daring to take a breath, for fear of offending the strong and being wiped out by the opponent's fingers. Nowadays, as soon as Duan Lingtian rose to the top, he stepped into the 7th stage of the strongest, becoming the second existence above the realm of respect and saint after the historical separation between heaven and earth. Now he and his master wind lightly raised a glance. Not to mention in the Nishan realm, even in other realms of the 10,000 realms, or even outside the realm, they are all existences standing at the pinnacle. His potential is higher than Feng Qingyang. It is true that Feng Qingyang has his own talent and savvy, but it is more due to the inheritance of the former strongman of the god-defying realm, the Sword of Time. The Sword of Time, at its peak, did not reach the 7th level of Xian. His help to Feng Qingyang is very limited. It is amazing to help Feng Qingyang step into the 7th level of Xian. And Duan Lingtian, as a person who perfectly integrated the memory of the super strong old man Wukong before the historical partition, as long as he further perfectly understands the memory of old man Wukong and puts it into practical use, he will become the second old man Wukong. Just a matter of time. What Duan Lingtian has achieved now is astonishing in the eyes of others. However, if we look at the lifetime achievements of the old man Wukong, it can only be regarded as a new starting point. Hello, Lord Xiao. Everyone, I still have some things to do. Let's meet again when I have time. After saying hello to Xiao Mubai and others, Duan Lingtian moved forward and disappeared out of nowhere in front of them. This scene also made several people gasp. The existence of the 7th level, the speed is so terrifying. Too strong. The last time Master Feng Qingyang came back, I haven't seen him show such speed. However, judging from the current situation that no one can enter the Tongtian Tower, it is self-evident that Master Feng Qingyang is strong. Between several people whispering, Duan Lingtian has already returned to the land of the gods. The Xia family appeared silently in the Xia family mansion. Even, it appeared silently in a quiet courtyard in the Xia family mansion. Who? Duan Lingshan's sudden appearance also alarmed the guard maids in the courtyard. The other party's expression changed first, and then after seeing Duan Lingshan's appearance clearly, they all showed joy. It's Uncle. Uncle is back. These servant girls are the servant girls who served Kier in the past. They have been with Kier for many years, and they have also met Duan Lingtian, so they recognized Duan Lingtian at a glance. After recognizing it, they bowed respectfully and saluted. Duan Lingtian nodded to the maidservants, then walked into the room. During this process, he also casually asked, "Before me, did someone come and treat your lady?" What I got was an affirmative response. Duan Lingshan's heart warmed up. Just as he guessed, the master who stepped into the 7th level of Xian before him has already come. At this time, Duan Lingtian had already walked into the room, spreading his powerful spiritual sense, and quickly observed his wife Kier's current situation clearly. The power that imprisoned the soul has disappeared. However, the soul is unstable. After all, it has been traumatized and imprisoned for many years. Even if it has the ability to heal itself, it will take some time to recover. However, looking at the recovery speed of the soul, it is obvious that some things that are helpful to the recovery of the power of the soul have been used. Or a panacea, or a natural treasure. When he came to the bed and looked at his wife Kier, who was still sleeping, Duan Lingshan's eyes softened instantly, and he took his wife's hand with one hand. "Kerr, from now on, no one can hurt you anymore." "Do not worry." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Looking at his wife's pretty face like this, he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. I don't know when. The third master of the Xia family, Xianxia, has arrived, and the head of the Xia family, Xiaoyu, has also arrived. However, they all just stood at the door of the room, looking at the purple figures squatting in front of the bed. Xiaoyu looked relieved. Xiaoyu had a complicated expression on his face. Once upon a time, he didn't like this son-in-law from a small place at all. It wasn't until the other party showed amazing talent and strength, coupled with his daughter's persistence, that he had to compromise. And now, this son-in-law, whom he looked down upon in the past, has grown to the point where he looks up to him. Now, even the ancestor of their Xia family, who was considered invincible in his eyes, would be hard-pressed to take a single move against this son-in-law. "Shuer, your vision is better than your father's." Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. The two stood there silently. Even if they wanted to catch up with Duan Lingtian, they didn't disturb Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. Duan Lingtian had already noticed the gaze behind him. However, he didn't care. There is no threat. Even if there is a threat with his current strength, he is not afraid at all. After 3 full hours, Duan Lingtian just looked away, stood up, turned around, and looked at the 2 people standing at the door. Third uncle. He first greeted Xianxia with a smile. He respected from the bottom of his heart the 3rd master of the Xia family who had helped him when he was young, Patriarch Xia. As for the cheap old man, if he wants to change his words, he should wait for his wife Kier to wake up first. Xia Yu also knew this truth, so he just smiled wryly and didn't say much. Xia Jie, on the other hand, laughed and kept feeling, I really didn't expect, you kid, one day you can achieve what you are today. This achievement is beyond my wildest dreams. In Xia Jie's eyes, being able to become the strongest is already considered pretty good. As for the strongest among the strongest, he dare not think about it. Even in the history of their Xia family, the strongest Xian who has ever appeared is no more than the 4th level of Xian. Third uncle, no matter what achievements I have made, I am your junior, your niece and son-in-law. Duan Lingtian said with a slight smile. Ha! That's natural. If you dare to float, wait until that girl Ningxue wakes up and see if I don't let her clean you up. Xia Jie said with a laugh. After chatting with Xia Jie for a few more words, Duan Lingtian took his leave first and left. Third uncle, I still have something to do, I have to leave for a while. I'll come back with Kier to see you after I'm done. Duan Lingtian greeted Xia Jie. Then, he sent Kier into the small world inside his own body. Now, the small world inside his body seems to have become a world. Inside, the divine tree of life glows softly, and the breath of life is extremely strong. In addition, the divine water of purification is attached to the divine tree of life, and through the divine tree of life, it provides this world with an inexhaustible source of water. From today onwards, we will never be separated again. Although the former Duan Lingtian was able to send Kier into the small world inside his body, he was worried that Kier would be implicated if he died in a disaster. Now, there is no such concern. Looking at this world, as long as Tiandao can't directly deal with him, there will be no one who can kill him. Not to mention that Tongtian Pagoda is guarded by his master now, and those world venerables and saints are not allowed to enter. Even if those people can enter, there will be an existence of the 7th level Xian, and it is impossible to kill him. Next, let's take a trip to the land outside the boundary, the Thunder Saint realm. When Duan Lingtian left the god-defying realm, killing intent shot out in his eyes. Sister Wei, I'm going to avenge you. Chapter 45-55. Returning to the land outside the boundary, breathing the air of the land outside the boundary, Duan Lingtian's mentality is completely different. Back then, when he first came to the outside world, he walked on thin ice, fearing that he would encounter an unreasonable strong man who would kill him. Later, although it was not so unlucky, it was also close to death. Red Demon Ridge. Red Devil. Until now, Duan Lingtian can't forget that when he first came to the land outside the boundary, he strayed into the Red Demon Ridge and was imprisoned by the owner of the Red Demon Ridge, the most powerful Red Demon. At that time, the Red Demon imprisoned many people. The purpose is to find a new body suitable for him, and he wants to be reborn. Because, in the future, he is not sure how to deal with the 10,000-year catastrophe of the strongest, and he wants to rely on the advantages of his clan to seize his home to avoid the catastrophe of the strongest. Almost forgot about that. Thinking of the Red Demon, Duan Lingtian did not think of any accidents, the round token back then. At the beginning, after he was imprisoned by the Red Demon, he was forced to participate in the tests set by the Red Demon. One of the people imprisoned by the Red Demon was named Wang Yuan. Before Wang Yuan died, he gave him the token and asked him to help take care of his sister. Later, Duan Lingtian also made a special trip to Wang Yuan's house, settled his sister, and repaid his gift of the token. That token is the return to the ruins key left by a powerful man. A 5th level Xian, that is, a half-step world venerable, something left by a half-sage. There is a spirit in the token. Return to the ruins? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian began to communicate with the spirit in the token. I have stepped into the most powerful realm now. What happened to the Guishu left by your original master? Is it the ruins left by the strong man before the historical partition that he found? Later, Duan Lingtian also met the return to the ruins, and he has a certain understanding of the return to the ruins, knowing that it is basically a secret space left by the strong before the historical partition. And as the spirit in the circular token spoke, Duan Lingtian knew that the so-called Guishu was just borrowing the name of Guishu. That is to say, the space left by the half-step Jesuin with some opportunities is still different from the real Guishu, and there are also some inheritances left by the other party. However, it is of no use to him now, because what he has achieved now has far surpassed that half-step world venerable. What the other party has, he may not have now, but as long as he is willing, it is not difficult to get. I'm free later, let's go to that place to return to the ruins and see what he left behind. Maybe there's something useful, Duan Lingtian secretly thought. As for the spirit in the circular token, because it has been communicating with the divine tree of life and the divine water of purification, it also knows the current achievements of this new master. Naturally, he also knows that the other party may not be interested in what its original owner left behind. I can only sigh in my heart. Perhaps his original owner never dreamed that the person who got the inheritance he left behind would step into the most powerful state and reach the threshold of entering the place where he left his inheritance, and when he first entered the most powerful state, he would breaking through to a realm that he never reached before his lifetime. Xion's 7th level. It's outrageous. Wuxia. It is the family attached to the Saint Power, Qingyun sacred sect, in the landmine Holy Land outside the boundary. It is a semi-holy force. Only the forces with semi-holy powerhouses in the clan can be called half-holy forces. The Fu family in the past could only be regarded as an ordinary semi-holy force under Qingyun Shengzong's command, because under Qingyun Shengzong's command, there are still many semi-holy forces that are not weaker than it. So much so that the Fu family didn't have much sense of existence. But a few years ago, the Fu family became the most popular semi-holy force under the Qingyun sect, because the Fu family has a second semi-saint powerhouse. Fu Liangyu. Fu Liangyu? This name sounds familiar. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the Thunder Saint realm, the area under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sacred sect, and inquired about the Fu family, and soon learned that the Fu family now has 2 half-sages, which are highly valued by the Qingyun sacred sect. I remembered. During the lightning flash, Duan Lingtian remembered. Fu Liangyu, isn't he the same member of the Fu family that he met in a teleportation array within the Qingyun sacred sect's area when he and Yui half-sage Duan Yuwei returned from Nishan realm to the outside world? Until now, he still remembered Fu Liangji's gloomy face when he came forward to greet Duan Yuwei. At the beginning, the reason why his sister Yuwei was targeted by the semi-sage of the Fu family, and even found someone to join forces to kill him, was probably because Fu Liangyu sold his sister Yuwei. Otherwise, how would the semi-sacred powerhouse of the Fu family know that Duan Yuwei, a semi-sacred Duan from the Duan clan of Bibo Tianfu, had arrived in the area of Qingyun sacred sect? My sister, Yuwei, was killed by the semi-saint of your Fu family. You are lucky to break through and become a semi-saint. In an instant, Duan Lingshan's originally peaceful eyes became colder and murderous. Wuxia originally wanted to find someone to ask where the Fu family was, but Duan Lingtian happened to hear someone talking in the restaurant, saying that he saw a young master of the Fu family just now and went to the box upstairs. All right. There are people who lead the way. With a loud noise, the door of the box was blasted open, startling several people inside. Who are you? Are you courting death? Inside the box, the faces of the young people sitting at the front of the table changed drastically, and one of them even stood up, looking at the young man in purple who walked in slowly with killing intent in his eyes. Who is from the Fu family? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. What an arrogant guy. Anu, kill him. The young man who stood up with killing intent in his eyes saw Duan Lingshan's arrogance, gave an order, and the old woman in Tsing Yi who stood behind her immediately responded, "Yes, young master." Then, as soon as she moved, she swept towards Duan Lingtian. He didn't even bother to probe the other party with his spiritual sense. She is not the top existence among the high-ranking gods, but she is also an existence in the middle and upper reaches. Even if the opponent is a high-ranking god, she is unlikely to be her opponent. What's more, she is still from the Fu family. This restaurant is still owned by a subsidiary family under the Fu family. What is she afraid of? However, the old woman hadn't had time to get close to Duan Lingtian. A gray light shot out from Duan Lingshan's eyes, flashed a crack in space in front of her, and then vibrated in an instant, turning her into powder. A person who was a real person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who is from the Fu family? Duan Lingtian asked again. But this time, the few people inside didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, and the young man who let the old woman make a move was even more frightened. His face turned pale and his body trembled. To the most powerful? At the same time, several other young people, feeling the huge pressure caused by the sudden sweep, knew that this was the consciousness of the young and powerful man in front of them, and their expressions suddenly changed. Then, he hurriedly sold the young man whose face was pale from fright. "Senior, his name is Fu Hui. He is the only member of the Fu family here." "Yes. Senior, he is the only one from the Fu family here. The strongest. Although, there are Xians in their family. However, they are only marginal figures in various families, and there is no way for Xian to fight another Xian for them. Behind Fu Hui, there is a grandfather of the strongest, but it is only the first level of the strongest, and he was injured a few years ago, and he is still recovering from his injuries." Chapter 45-56. The Fu family, not to mention being well known in the area governed by the Qingyun sacred sect, is a top family that can be ranked. Even looking at the entire Thunder Saint realm, the Fu family is a very famous existence. After all, the Fu family is not only a semi-saint force, but also the most powerful semi-saint force in recent years under the Qingyun sect, because there is a second semi-saint among them, a double and a half saint. The Fu family has suddenly become under the Qingyun sacred sect, and is expected to be the rare double-half holy family in the history since then. Moreover, Fu Liangming, the Mingyao semi-sage of the Fu family, is also a semi-sacred powerhouse who has been famous for many years, and his strength can also be ranked in the forefront among many semi-sacred powers in the Thunder Saint realm and even outside the world. His younger brother Fu Liangyu lived up to his high hopes a few years ago, and with his help he successfully became a semi-saint. Inside the restaurant box. Different from the panic of the friends who had dinner together, Fu Hui forcibly calmed down the moment his face showed fear. He looked at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, his face darkened, and he said, "Your Excellency, what are you looking for from the Fu family?" "I, Fu Hui, although I am not a core child of the Fu family, there is an elder who is the most powerful member of the Fu family." "Xian, is it amazing? His grandfather was also the strongest. Since you know our Fu family, you should also know that our Fu family is a double-half holy family with 2 half-saint powerhouses." Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Fu Hui said again, "I guess you don't know this. Otherwise, you wouldn't have killed my servant." From Fu Hui's point of view, the powerhouse in front of him is most likely to be a powerhouse from outside, or even a visitor from myriad realms, and he doesn't know the status of the Fu family in the Qingyun sect area of the Thunder Saint realm. He didn't even know the Fu family's strength. However, Fu Hui soon discovered that even if he told the other party that the Fu family was a double-half holy family with 2 half-holy powerhouses, the other party still had a calm expression. "Are you playing tricks? Still don't know what half-holy means? Are you from the myriad worlds? Not an aborigine from the outer worlds?" Fu Hui asked with a frown. Hearing Fu Hui's words, Duan Lingtian, who was originally indifferent, couldn't help being startled, then subconsciously frowned and asked, "How do you know? Did it get recognized?" "Not right. He has never been here." Back then, he also met Fu Liangyu from the Fu family along with the Yui Bansheng. Of course, Fu Liangyu at that time was not yet a half-saint. Just became a semi-holy a few years ago. Snort. Facing Duan Lingshan's response, Fu Hui immediately understood and said with a cold snort, "If you are not a person from the myriad worlds, would you not know what a semi-sage is? What does it mean?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback. People from all over the world don't know what a semi-saint is? Mean what? What is this guy talking about? Then he saw Fu Hui continue to say proudly, "Half-sage, equivalent to your half-step world venerable from all worlds. How about it? Now, do you know how powerful our Fu family is?" Fu Hui originally thought that he would be able to see the panicked expression of the purple-clothed youth in front of him, but what he didn't expect was, after listening to his words, the other party still looked indifferent. "How? Scared?" Fu Hui sneered. In his opinion, half-step world venerable, that is the existence of the fifth level of the strongest, even in the eyes of this hillbilly-like supreme of 10,000 realms, it is an invincible existence. As for saying that the other party is also a half-step world venerable, he absolutely does not believe it. Even if the news is blocked, it is impossible for a half-step Jesuin not to know what the half-holy and half-holy forces in the outer world mean. Certainly, in this world, there is another type of people who are not afraid of their Fu family and can even despise their Fu family. That is the sage and the powerful man of the world who are above the half-sage and half-step world venerable. Certainly, now there is still the existence of the seventh level of the strongest that surpasses saints and world-venerated powerhouses. However, there are only two people in those existences. Moreover, they have nothing to do with the Fu family. How did he know? If the Fu family had anything to do with those two, they would have bragged about it everywhere. As for the enmity, it is impossible for them, the Fu family, to provoke even saints and world prestige powerhouses, let alone those two existences who are above saints and world prestige powerhouses. Because of this, he never thought that the most powerful person in front of him would be a saint, a world-venerated person or above. "So you thought I didn't know half-sages, but half-step world venerables?" Tu Duan Lingtian smiled. It turned out to be the case. Just now, the other party bluntly guessed that he was a man of the myriad worlds, which really made him feel astonished for a moment. How did his identity as a man of all worlds be exposed? Is it written on your face? Okay, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Take me to the Fu family. Otherwise, I'll send you to see your servant right away. Duan Lingtian waved his hand impatiently, and then a force swept out, taking Fu Hui and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. It is teleportation. With his current strength, he can easily teleport people. Of course, teleporting with someone is much more restrictive than teleporting by yourself. After a while, Duan Lingtian appeared above the city with Fu Hui's pale complexion. His eyes were full of bewilderment and bewilderment. Since this person knows that a half-sage is equal to a half-step world venerable, why doesn't he show any signs of panic? Isn't he afraid of having two half-lived Fu family? Senior. Who are you? Fu Hui asked with a trembling voice. He is not a fool either. Just now, he thought the other party was frightened. But now, judging from the other party's performance, where is he scared? More like it doesn't matter. Where is the Fu family? Show me the way. Duan Lingtian glanced at Fu Hui. His tone was so cold that Fu Hui felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was icy cold. If the person in front of me is someone the Fu family can't afford to provoke, it doesn't matter if he leads the way, but once the other party pats his and leaves afterwards, and the rest of the Fu family know that he led the way, what will they do to him? At that time, even if his grandfather is one of the strongest members of the Fu family, it may be difficult to keep him. The Fu family is a family with two semi-saint powerhouses. Although there are less than 100 powerful people among them, there are dozens of them. And his grandfather, as the existence of the first level of power, is only at the bottom among them. Worth mentioning. Senior, if I show you the way, can you release me outside our Fu family's residence? Fu Hui said with a bitter face. He really didn't want to be a traitor. No more nonsense, I'll send you to see your servant. One Duan Lingshan's eyes turned cold, and his tone was full of impatience. Then, over there. The Fu family is over there. Fu Hui was so frightened that he trembled all over, and then hurriedly stretched out his fingers, not daring to hesitate any longer. Die and die. It is better to die later than to die now. Chapter 45-57. Under Fu Hui's guidance, Duan Lingtian arrived outside the Fu family's residence smoothly. As a semi-holy family in the area of Qingyun's sacred sect, the Fu family occupies a vast area, even bigger than the semi-holy family Duan in the area of Bibo Tianfu that Duan Lingtian visited in the past. Fu Jia. With a cold gaze, Duan Lingtian snorted, and then ignored Fu Hui who was leading him the way. With a teleport, he passed through the Fu family's protective formation and entered the sky above the Fu family. Fu Liangming, Fu Liangyu, get out. Duan Lingtian shouted lightly. The next moment, bursts of terrifying aura swept out from him, turning into a space storm in an instant, sweeping in all directions, and spreading out continuously. At this moment, the Fu family's residence, which was originally peaceful, also raised a large clan protection formation, and a powerful translucent defensive mask was raised, intending to resist the power that swept out of Duan Lingtian at will. However, the rumble. Loud noises sounded as if the sky was collapsing, but it was the Fu family's clan protection formation, which was vulnerable to Duan Lingshan's random power like a chicken and a tile dog. The terrifying space storm raged further, and in an instant, most of the Fu family's residence was razed to the ground. Mourning everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. The weak members of the Fu family were crushed to death like ants this time. The stronger members of the Fu family were lucky enough to escape death, but they were also in a panic. The most powerful. It's not just an ordinary Xian. There were exclamations everywhere. Who are you? Soon there were the most powerful members of the Fu family, while resisting Duan Lingshan's power and protecting many members of the Fu family, they rose from the sky and rushed towards Duan Lingshan's place. Started alone. Then the second strongest person, the third strongest person, and the fourth. Rose up from the sky one after another, surrounded Duan Lingtian, and stared at Duan Lingtian covetously. However, in the depths of their eyes, there is a sincere fear. It's not because of the destructive power of the power shown by the other party just now, that kind of destructive power. A few of them can also do it. The reason why they are afraid now is because of what the other party said just now. The other party asked Fu Liangming and Fu Liangyu from the Fu family to get out. And those two are the pillars of their Fu family, two half-saints. Not coming. Facing the dozen or so powerhouses surrounding him, Duan Lingtian looked around, but he didn't see Fu Liangyu who had met once before. As for Fu Liangming, he was obviously not there either. Among these Xians, judging by their power aura, the strongest is the existence of Xian's fourth level. Who are you? How did I, the Fu family, offend you? Soon, a gloomy, extremely angry voice came from the depths of the Fu family's residence. Along with the sound, there was a figure like a ghost. Feng Su came to Yufeng in a blink of an eye. To Duan Lingtian, he was not an unfamiliar figure. It was the person from the Fu family that he saw in the past when he brought the half-sage of Yi Duan Yue back to the Nishan realm and returned to the Thunder-sacred realm outside the realm. Fu Liangming's younger brother. In the past, Duan Yue's whereabouts were most likely sent back to the Fu family by the other party, and then Fu Liangming from the Fu family joined hands with other semi-sages to kill her. After several years, Fu Liangjia's appearance has not changed, but her temperament has changed greatly. Her whole body exudes the aura of a superior person, like a king looking down on the world. Although he met Duan Lingtian, but at that time his attention was all on Duan Yue, and he didn't pay much attention to Duan Lingtian, so he didn't recognize Duan Lingtian at the first time. But, although he didn't recognize Duan Lingtian, seeing that the other party dared to break into the Fu family like this, and even killed members of the Fu family indiscriminately, facing him, the new half-sage of the Fu family, he still had a face of fearlessness, but it was not difficult to see that the other party was serious. Confidence. I'm afraid it is at least a half-saint. Otherwise, how dare you provoke him and his elder brother as soon as you open your mouth? Fu Liangyu, but I haven't seen you for a few years, and you don't remember me? Duan Lingtun looked at Fu Liangyu and smiled coldly. You really are a noble person who forgets things too much. I know you. Fu Liangyu frowned. Hearing what the other party said, he had met him? Since you don't remember, there's no need to think about it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Fu Liangyu blankly. After all, even if you think about it, it's useless. Because you will be a dead person soon. The moment the voice fell, Duan Lingtian did not see any movement, and a dazzling light shot out of him in an instant, like a shooting star flashing across the sky. Before Fu Liangyu could react, she had already entered his body. Fu Liangyi's complexion changed drastically. When he just came back to his senses, his face froze, and then his eyes darkened, and his body began to shatter. In an instant, Fu Liangyi's fragmented body was swept away by a burst of spatial ripples in the void, and instantly turned into powder, blown away by the wind. A majestic demi-saint who died in a blink of an eye. Not even bones left. Just in this instant. The sky over the Fu family's mansion was dim for a while, and the cloudy scene of lightning and thunder replaced the original clear sky. One after another sounded like howling ghosts and wolves. The 10,000 zhang golden glow is especially dazzling in the cloudy clouds. Bursts of blood rain poured down from the sky. This kind of scene, with the Fu family as the center, continued to spread, and shocked the world in an instant. Distance. One after another figures rose from the sky, looking in the direction of the Fu family's residence. They all showed surprise. Is there a semi-saint who died? He is a semi-sage who is good at the laws of the metal system. In that direction, in that position, the half-sage who is good at the laws of the metal system. Is the new half-sage of the Fu family, the Yuhua half-sage Fu Liangyu? Fu Liangyu was killed? My God! It's only been a few years, yet another half-sage fell in our Thunder's sacred realm Qingyun's sacred sect area? A few years ago, a half-sage who was good at the law of life fell, right? The half-sage of the Fu family was killed, causing a commotion in all directions. Even Qingyun Shengzong was shocked. The one who died was Fu Liangyu, the half-sage of the Fu family? After all, the Fu family is a semi-sacred force affiliated with our Qingyun sect. Killing him without saying hello to our Qingyun sect would be too disrespectful to our Qingyun sect. Inside. Let's go. Go to the Fu family to have a look. Fu Liangyu of the Fu family was killed, and I don't know what happened to Fu Liangming. Shooting, who is it? In the direction of Qingyun Shengzong, many half-sages rushed to the Fu family. The Fu family went deeper. An old man who had been in retreat to attack the realm of a saint was also awakened. Why bother me to retreat? Didn't I tell you that unless the Fu family is in danger of genocide and even my younger brother can't resist it, can I interrupt my cultivation? In view of the general environment, this site may be closed at any time. Please move to the permanent source replacement app, Huanyuan app. Org as soon as possible. The old man's voice was full of anger. And he is none other than Fu Liangming, the brilliant semi-sage of the Fu family. So, outside, a mournful cry came. Great ancestor, the second ancestor, was killed just now. The Fu family needs the great ancestor to take charge of the overall situation. Hearing this, Fu Liangming's complexion changed instantly, and his eyes showed a truly incredible look. Someone killed his younger brother Fu Liangyu? How can it be? Although he thought it was unlikely, Fu Liangming left the customs immediately, and after further questioning the people guarding outside, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out. Who are you? Why did you kill my brother? Fu Liangming's voice resounded throughout the Fu family's residence, with shocking anger in his tone. Chapter 45-58. In a large area centered on the Fu family's residence, the blood rain was still frightening. The bright golden light gradually dimmed after appearing for a period of time. During this process, there was a vague golden human figure, which originally stood upright between the sky and the earth, but now it crashed down. The howling of ghosts and wolves gradually subsided. But The Fu family went up and down, from a group of powerful people to a group of survivors. Looking at the scene in front of them, chills rose deep in their hearts. Old ancestor was killed? The ancestor is a semi-holy powerhouse, and he died in a blink of an eye? Who is he? A saint? It must be a saint. If it weren't for a saint, how could he have such terrifying strength? A group of people from the Fu family were filled with fear in their hearts at this time, and their gazes looking at the purple figure standing above the void were even more frightening that could not be concealed. Who can tell them who the person in front of them is? Why come to Fu Jiaxing to question them? And why did they kill the second patriarch of the Fu family, Yu Hua semi-sage Fu Liangyu? But, a voice full of rage, like thunder, interrupted their thoughts. Who are you? Why did you kill my brother? Hearing this voice, everyone in the Fu family guessed who the voice was. It was the patriarch of their Fu family, Mingyao semi-sage Fu Liangming. The great patriarch is here. Many people's eyes lit up, and their faces were full of hope. But there are more people, but they still look ugly, without the slightest joy of the great ancestor. It's just because the invading enemy that the Fu family faced this time was really too powerful, and it only took one blow to kill the second ancestor of the semi-holy realm. The great patriarch, who is also a semi-saint, even though his strength is much stronger than the second patriarch, but he definitely does not have the ability to kill the second patriarch. Not to mention killing the second ancestor easily in a short period of time. Fu Liangming. Duan Lingtian stood there, looking calmly at another old man who appeared in front of him. This old man looked quite similar to Fu Liangyu, and the aura radiating from him was even more domineering. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old version of the book-chasing artifact, the source-changing app used by old bookworms, Huanyuan app. Based on the previous words of this person, it is not difficult for him to guess the identity of the other party. Fu Liangming, the semi-sage of the Fu family who has been famous for many years. He was also one of the few half-sages who killed the Yui half-sage Duan Yuwei, who recognized him as his younger brother. Your Excellency, I don't know how our Fu family offended you. How did my younger brother and I offend you? The current Fu Liangming, when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he forcibly suppressed the murderous intent on his face and eyes, and even temporarily suppressed his anger. It's just because, in the process of coming, he also gradually calmed down. Can kill his younger brother Fu Liangyu. Can this person be an ordinary person? At least it is also the existence of the realm of saints. He. Facing Fu Liangming's question, Duan Lingtian chuckled, and the smile on the corner of his mouth turned into a sneer in an instant. Is that Fu Liangming? You? Could it be that you forgot the Yu Yi half-saint who died in your hands a few years ago? If he really wants to deal with Liangming, the difficulty for Duan Lingtian to kill him is no different from killing Fu Liangyu, even if his strength is much stronger than Fu Liangyu. However, he still has something to learn from the other party. After all, Fu Liangming was not the only one who killed his sister Yue half-sage back then. There were other half-sages as well. Following Duan Lingtian's voice fell. Fu Liangming was taken aback for a moment, then he came back to his senses, and his expression changed instantly. Half-holy knight? You came here for Yui Banshing? Fu Liangming looked at Duan Lingtian, took a deep breath, his eyes were filled with horror. He never expected that this person came here for Duan Yuwei, who died in his hands in the past. Back then, he learned from his younger brother Fu Liangyu that the half-saint Yi had appeared in the area of the Qingyun sacred sect. He immediately found the other two half-saints, and the three joined forces to kill each other. It's just because Banshing Yui has enmity with him. And today, a strong man who was clearly above the level of a saint came to the Fu family, started a killing spree, and even killed his younger brother Fu Liangyu, who had been promoted to a semi-saint, and told him that he came for the sake of the semi-sacred Yu Yi. How can it be? Fu Liangming was startled and terrified. How did Yu Duan know such a powerful saint? Wrong. Soon, Fu Liangming came back to his senses and thought of another question. The fact that he killed Yu Yi Banshing was only known to a few people, and it was not spread later. After all, if it spread, it might offend Bibo Tianfu, who is as famous as Qingyun sect. Anyway, the Duan family behind Yue, the half-sage of Yu Yi, also belongs to the half-sacred family under the command of Bibo Tianfu in the area of Bibo Tianfu. It is impossible for Yu Yi Bansheng's message to leave the Qingyun sacred sect's jurisdiction. Unless someone within the Qingyun sacred sect received a summons from Yu Yi Bansheng at that time, they would know that I and the other two teamed up to kill her. And the person in front of me learned it from that person. For this person was in the area of Qingyun's sacred sect at that time. But if that's the case, how could he wait until today to attack our Fu family? In the blink of an eye, Fu Liangming thought a lot. Soon he thought of a possibility. This person, when Duan Yue died, was he just a semi-saint? Recently, I just became a saint, so I rushed to the door immediately to avenge Duan Yue? The more Fu Liangming thought about this brain supplement, the more he felt it was possible. Your Excellency, I do not understand what you are saying. Fu Liangming looked at Duan Lingtian, frowned and said, Duan Yue, the semi-sage of Yui, indeed, I have some conflicts. But her death really has nothing to do with me. Did you misunderstand? Did you find the wrong person? In any case, there is a high probability that the opponent is a saint or higher. He is not an opponent, and the Fu family is not an opponent, so he can only admit defeat first. This kind of thing, even if he did it, can't admit it. Maybe the other party got the news from someone else. If so, he firmly denies it, and the other party may also doubt the authenticity of the news. Misunderstand? Duan Lingtian was startled for a moment, but then he also realized that Fu Liangming had a fluke mentality. With a flick of his mind, he lifted his hand casually, and suddenly a terrifying force restrained Fu Liangming. Then, fix Fu Liangming in the distant void, and completely imprison him. What a powerful force! After Fu Liangming was imprisoned, he tried to break free with all his strength but couldn't help it. His face changed completely, and his eyes showed fear. At this moment, he also thoroughly confirmed, the purple-clothed youth in front of him is definitely in existence above a saint. I know that you and others teamed up to kill Yui Bansheng. Now, tell me who the others are. If you cooperate with me honestly, I can give you a good time. If you don't cooperate with me, I will make you regret it. In Duan Lingshan's calm tone, there was a fearful killing intent. Fu Liangming's expression changed again. Before he could speak, several figures appeared one after another over the Fu family's residence. They were the semi-sages who had just rushed over from the Qingyun sacred sect. Your Majesty, be merciful. The Fu family is a subordinate family of our Qingyun sect, and Fu Liangming is also a member of our Qingyun sect, and is protected by our Qingyun sacred saints. Your Excellency, even if Fu Liangming offends you, if you want to deal with him, please first say hello to the Saint Patriarch of our Qingyun sacred sect. Otherwise, it is impossible for our Qingyun sacred sect to watch him being dealt with by you. Your Excellency, you must give Qingyun sacred sect an explanation for your killing of Fu Liangyu. Otherwise, our Qingyun sacred sect's sages and powerhouses will never let it go. Several half-sages of the Qingyun sect, although they also realized that the purple-clothed youth in front of them was a strong saint, they were still extremely strong. In the words, they even brought out the saint powerhouse of their Qingyun sacred sect. To know, they Qingyun Shengzong, but there are two saints and strong men. This is also where their confidence lies now. Chapter 45-59. Hearing the words of a group of semi-saints from the Qingyun sect, Fu Liangming seemed to have grasped the last straw, and was so excited that he was about to cry. Qingyun Shengzong is reliable. Something is true. It is not in vain to be attached to it. A few half-saints, for him, dare to challenge the saint. Sacred Qingyun sect? However, what Fu Liangming and a group of half-sages of the Qingyun sect didn't expect was that after hearing the words of the Qingyun sacred sect's half-sages, the young man in purple just glanced at the Qingyun sacred sect's group indifferently, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Smiling contemptuously, his gaze returned to Fu Liangming. Give you 3 breaths. Duan Lingtian looked at Fu Liangming and said as if no one else was there, Within 3 breaths, if you haven't said who the person who joined forces with you to kill Yu Yi Bansheng. I'll check it myself. As soon as these words came out, Fu Liangming's expression changed drastically. He never expected that the person in front of him would not pay attention to the words of the Qingyun sacred sect's half-sages. He is not even afraid of the powerful saints of the Qingyun sacred sect. As for the Qingyun sacred sect and the half-sages, seeing the young man in purple who was suspected to be a saint and powerhouse so arrogant, their expressions became ugly. Your Excellency, I don't know which faction saint you are? A half-sage of Qingyun sect asked in a deep voice. Among the remaining half-sages, 2 people have already sent a summons, which was quickly sent back to the Qingyun holy sect. The target of the summons is none other than the saint and powerhouse of the Qingyun sect. This time, most of them came to the Fu family, and they also received orders from the strong saints of the Qingyun sect to come to see what happened on their behalf. Saints and strong men, while powerful, naturally have heirs, and it is impossible to do everything in person. Your Excellency, I have sent a message to our Saint Patriarch of the Qingyun sect. Your Excellency, the saint and strong man of our Qingyun sect will come soon. Before he comes, please don't act rashly, Fu Liangming. In view of the general environment, this site may be closed at any time. Please move to the permanent source replacement app, Huanyuan app. Org as soon as possible. Your Mightiness. The half-sages of the Qingyun sacred sect continued to speak one by one, protecting Fu Liangming. Of course, they might not have a deep friendship with Fu Liangming, but they did everything they could to protect Fu Liangming for Qingyun Shengzong's face. From their point of view, if the other party killed Fu Liangming like no one else after they came out, it would be tantamount to rubbing their faces against the ground with Qingyun Shengzong, which they didn't want to see. Don't allow this to happen. And Fu Liangming, just because he heard their powerful words, within 3 breaths, he confessed that he had joined hands with him to kill the person who killed half-Saint Yi. Snort! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, and after 3 breaths passed, he didn't bother to continue talking nonsense, and 2 mysterious lights shot out from his eyes, like 2 electric snakes, straight into Fu Liangming's eyes. The next moment, a shrill scream resounded throughout the world. But Fu Liangming, who was imprisoned in the void in front of him, trembled violently, as if he was suffering from great pain. At this moment, Duan Lingshan's soul force rushed into Fu Liangming's body forcefully. Straight into Fu Liangming's soul. The terrifying soul power made Fu Liangming's soul tremble, and at the same time made Fu Liangming realize a question that horrified him. Wrong. Wrong. He's not a saint. The soul power of a saint cannot be so terrifying. It's not that Fu Liangming has never been in touch with saints. He has seen the 2 saints of Qingyun sacred sect, and even received guidance from them. Even one of them used the power of his soul to evolve the profound truth of the law to help him practice. However, even the power of that person's soul is completely worthless in front of the power of soul that invaded his body at this time. Even this domineering soul power, after entering his body, entered his soul, causing his soul to shatter in an instant. And his consciousness also wilted in a blink of an eye, even dying like a dying candle. He is definitely an existence above a saint. Is it that Feng Qingyang? Or that Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. Duan. Could it be that he is the clansman of that Yui semi-sage Duan Yue? With this thought, Fu Liangming's heart was filled with despair. And in this despair, his consciousness was completely obliterated. The originally dull eyes suddenly became dull. The head also suddenly drooped. The breath of life quickly disappeared. The rumble. Bursts of thunder sounded in the sky, and the clouds that had dissipated originally gathered together again at this moment. The sky, which was originally clearing the clouds to see the sun, fell into darkness again in an instant. Bursts of blood rain poured down from the sky. The shrill howling of ghosts and wolves also rushed into everyone's ears at this moment. After this horrible vision of heaven and earth appeared, it continued to spread in all directions, causing all parties to shake again. Same daytime. Not long after. In the same direction, a similar vision of heaven and earth appeared again. In the rain of blood all over the sky, there seemed to be a bright blue light shining on the sky and the earth, but after a moment of stalemate, it disappeared completely. Another half-saint has fallen. It's still in the same direction as the Fu family. This time, the one who fell was the semi-sage who was good at the law of wind. First, the semi-saint who was good at the laws of the gold system fell, and now a semi-sage who is good at the laws of the wind system has fallen? If I remember correctly, the newly promoted half-sage of the Fu family is good at the laws of the metal system. Another veteran half-sage of the Fu family, Fu Liangming, is good at the laws of the wind system. Gut. The two half-saints of the Fu family were killed on the same day, right? The Fu family, who did you offend? As the saying goes, it depends on the owner to beat a dog. If the opponent is so strong, isn't he afraid of offending Qingyun sect? This time, amidst bursts of exclamations, figures began to gather from all directions, gathering around the Fu family's residence. Soon, they saw Fu Liangming, whose body was broken into pieces and scattered in the wind. It's Fu Liangming's semi-sage. The person who killed him was the young man in purple? Those on the other side seemed to be half-sages of the Qingyun sacred sect? At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the Qingyun sacred sect's semi-sacred people seemed to be the focus of the crowd who came to watch the excitement. Duan Lingshan's face was calm, his eyes were calm. Just now, through the secret method of the soul, he has extracted from Fu Liangming's soul the memory of the sister Yu Wei who killed him. The general soul secret method can't deal with the strongest. However, the soul secret method he used just now came from the memory of the old man Wukong before the historical partition, and his soul realm completely crushed Fu Liangming, so it was not difficult to use this method on the other party. From Fu Liangming's memory, Duan Lingtian learned that when Duan Yue was killed, there were two other half-sages who joined forces with Fu Liangming. One's surname is Han and the other's surname is Tuoba. After the Qingyun sacred sect's half-sages came back to their senses, they were all very angry, and one who looked quite old was even trembling with anger. You actually killed Fu Liangming in front of us. Are you determined to be an enemy of our Qingyun sacred sect? There was a little more questioning in the tone. Before the other half-saints of Qingyun sect had time to condemn Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian frowned impatiently and spoke. He had long been annoyed by the blind-eyed guise of Qingyun sacred sect, but now he was beeping again and again, which made him unable to ignore it anymore. As soon as the impatient voice of quacking came out, it popped out with a finger. In an instant the void shook. Next moment, the aged half-sage Qingyun sect suddenly froze, and then a blood hole appeared between his eyebrows. Then centering on the blood hole, a storm of space raged, smashing him into powder in an instant. In an instant, the vision of the half-holy fallen into heaven and earth that had not yet dissipated became more and more gloomy. Just because another vision of heaven and earth with a fallen half-saint appeared. The rain of blood, which had been gradually decreasing, poured down again in an instant. Chapter 4560. There was a dead silence. The people who were bathed in the blood rain looked at Duan Lingtian again, only panic left. This is true even for the remaining half-sages of the Qingyun sacred sect. One by one is like a mouse seeing a cat. Especially one or two half-sages of the Qingyun sect who wanted to scold Duan Lingtian just now, but before they had time to speak, they were all frightened into a cold sweat. Fortunately, I'm not the first to speak. It is conceivable that if they were the first to speak, they must have been killed just now. He dares to kill even the half-saint of the Qingyun sect? In the Fu family's residence, the most powerful members of the Fu family, who were at a loss and even desperate because of the successive fall of the two halves of the family, looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. Who is this person? It's a bit too domineering, right? Isn't he worried that he will usher in the wrath of the saint of Qingyun sect? Those who were also frightened by the scene in front of them, as well as a group of people who rushed over to watch the excitement, felt their scalps go numb at this moment, thinking that this young man in purple was too courageous. If he doesn't have a strong background, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to bear the anger of Qingyun sect this time. Yes, Although he is a saint, there are two saints in Qingyun Holy Sect. One of them is the top saint who became famous in the world and even the world many years ago. Qingyun Shengzong sighed. Along with several semi-sages who went to Fuss House, they came back with a summons and asked the saints to take action. One of the saints set off soon. However, not long after he left. Within the Qingyun sacred sect, a soul card shattered, causing a great commotion among the senior leaders of the Qingyun sacred sect. Elder Crane Fox has fallen. Elder Hu, didn't you just go to the Fu family with a few others? Could it be that the saint who killed the semi-saint of the Fu family was killed together? It's okay to kill the half-sage of the Fu family, but dare to kill the half-sage of our Qingyun sacred sect? A saint of which force? Is this trying to start a war with our Qingyun sacred sect? The killing of the Qingyun sect's half-sage shocked the Qingyun sect, and at the same time made another sage of the Qingyun sect unable to sit still. This saint of the Qingyun sacred sect has always been in existence that never sees the end of the dragon in the past, either in retreat or on the way to retreat. A novel app that has been running stably for many years, comparable to the old version of the book-chasing artifact, the source-changing app used by old bookworms, Huanyuan app. Org, however, because of the appearance of the Tian Tian Tower some time ago, he saw the hope of stepping into the Xian 7th level, so that he did not continue to retreat. During this time, he was also thinking of various ways how to enter the Tong Tian Tower. The current Tong Tian Tower is guarded by Feng Qingyang, the first strongest 7th level powerhouse since the history was cut off, and the other party said that anyone who wants to enter the Tong Tian Tower will undoubtedly die. Unexpectedly, before he could think of a solution, the backyard of his home caught fire first. A half-saint of Qingyun sect was killed. Crane Fox. This semi-sacred man is still his nephew, and the other party's achievements today are inseparable from his many times of help over the years. I want to see which saint of power dares to indiscriminately kill people from my Qingyun sacred sect. Wearing a light gray robe, the tall old man with white hair and childlike face had a cold light in his eyes. He disappeared in the same place in an instant, and when he reappeared, he had caught up with another saint who had just left not long ago. Uncle, why are you here? The saint who set off first from the Qingyun sacred sect, a middle-aged man, couldn't help being startled when he saw the old man chasing him. The Crane Fox is dead. The old man said in a cold tone. Junior brother Crane Fox? The face of the middle-aged man changed drastically, but he knew that, together with the other semi-sages of Qingyun sect, the one who set off for the Fu family first was that junior brother Hu. Now he is dead. It goes without saying who killed it. Is he so courageous? How dare he even kill the half-saint of our Qingyun sect? The middle-aged man's tone was low, and his eyes were full of anger. Snort dash. The old man snorted coldly, his eyes were full of murderous intent. No matter what force is behind him, if he dares to kill someone from Qingyun sect, he will pay the price this time. Walk. Come with me to meet him. The two saints rushed at full speed, and it didn't take long to arrive near the Fu family's residence. Even before showing up at the scene, the middle-aged saint had already made a move from the air, and the terrifying power traversed the sky, passed through the unabated rain of blood, and swept across the entire Fu family's residence. Sweeping out at the same time, there is also a majestic and vast spiritual consciousness. The strength of this spiritual consciousness, once enveloped, almost everyone felt a great pressure in the air above the Fu family's residence, and even in the vicinity. It was like a towering mountain was pressing on him. Saint consciousness. There are many powerful people in the Fu family, their eyes flashed suddenly. At this moment, they all guessed where the master of this consciousness came from. It must be from Qingyun Shengzong. The saint and strong man of Qingyun sect is here. Today, you may have the opportunity to witness a battle between saints. A group of people who came to watch the fun showed anticipation in their eyes. And the few remaining half-sages of Qingyun sacred sect finally breathed a sigh of relief after realizing this divine sense. At this moment, they have a sense of security. Before that, they were all worried that the purple-clothed youth would do nothing but kill them all. But, fortunately, The other party didn't move too much, just stood there with eyes closed and rested. Duan Lingtian already knew who the other two half-sages who killed his sister Yue were, but they were not in a hurry to find each other. After all, the other party may not be in their lair yet. Through Fu Liangming's memory, he also knew that Fu Liangming had never seen those two people since he killed Duan Yue. Sacred Qingyun sect? After killing the half-sage of the Qingyun sect, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that the saint of the Qingyun sect would show up soon after hearing the whispers of everyone present. Qingyun Shengzong is an existence as famous as the Bibo Tianfu where he used to be. The saint inside is extremely powerful, and he was an unrivaled existence in the eyes of him in the past, but he is nothing in front of him now. It's possible for Qingyun Shengzong to capture those two people and bring them to me. From Duan Lingshan's point of view, those two were also half-sages of the subsidiary forces of the Qingyun sect, and it was only appropriate for the Qingyun sect to arrest them. As for whether Qingyun Shengzong listened or not, dare to be disobedient? Suddenly, Duan Lingtan seemed to have noticed something, raised his brows. There are two saints here? The moment Duan Lingtian thought this together, all the semi-sages present also sensed the second powerful divine sense, which swept across the Fu family's residence in a blink of an eye. The two saints of the Qingyun sect come out together? It seems that Qingyun Shengzong is really angry this time. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone present had already guessed that Qingyun holy sect would come with saints, but the arrival of two saints still surprised many people. Some people even showed anticipation in their eyes. I really didn't expect that the ancestor of the Qingyun sect, who has always been a dragon but never sees the tail, is here this time. I have never seen his true face. At the same time as the second divine sense swept over, an aged and deep voice resounded at the right time. Which force do you come from? Kill me, Qingyun sacred sect's half-sage. Kill my Qingyun sacred sect's subordinate force, half-sacred. Are you trying to make an enemy of my Qingyun sacred sect? Chapter 4561. Wearing a light gray robe, the tall, white-haired old man with a childlike face was filled with a monstrous anger at this moment on his face that was considered kind at first. Qingyun's sacred sect is where he stayed for most of his life. Ever since his master brought him back to Qingyun's sacred sect, he has never seen anyone who dared to kill the Qingyun sacred sect's semi-sage indiscriminately and provoke Qingyun's sacred sect. Although the semi-saint is not the most powerful existence in the Qingyun sacred sect, it is also one of the top existences, second only to the saint. Although Qingyun Shengzong is a saint force, for many years there have been at most two saints at the same time, never more than three, and often only one. It is also because of this that the semi-sacred, placed in the Qingyun sacred sect, is definitely a pillar existence. And today, in the area of Qingyun sacred sect, not only the half-sacred forces protected by Qingyun sacred sect were killed two half-sages in a row, even one of their half-sages who went out from Qingyun sacred sect died. Don't say that since I entered the Qingyun sect, this kind of thing has never happened in the Qingyun sect area. Even in the ancient history of the Qingyun sect, this kind of thing has never happened. He now feels that if he has no hope of stepping into the seventh stage of the Supreme Realm, and falls under the Supreme Tribulation in the future, he will have no face to face the ancestors of the Qingyun sacred sect. I've never seen Master Uncle lose his composure like this, angry. The middle-aged man who barely followed behind looked at the back of the old man in front of him, and it was not difficult to feel the terrifying aura emanating from the old man at this time, as well as the terrible anger and killing intent contained in it. He knew that his uncle, who was always kind in front of people, was really angry this time. However, he can also understand. Even him, the anger is soaring at this time. If the other party is a saint, if they kill the semi-sages of the semi-sacred force under the Qingyun sect, as long as the other party is willing to cooperate and do some superficial work afterwards, it will be over. After all, no matter if it is a saint from the outside world or the most powerful person from the myriad worlds, they are all extremely powerful existences. If they cannot be killed and escaped by them, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for their Qingyun sect. The other party is hiding in the dark, ready to attack their Qingyun sacred sect members at any time. It is impossible for them members of Qingyun Shengzong to hide in the sect all the time. As for him and his uncle, although they are not afraid of each other, it is impossible to protect the other members of the Qingyun sect at all times. An unknown powerhouse, even for saints like them, should not be easily provoked, unless he can kill the opponent once and for all. Greetings to Master Uncle. Greetings to Master Uncle. Welcome Master Uncle, senior brother. When the old man and the middle-aged man appeared above the Fu family's residence, the remaining half-sages of the Qingyun sect finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing them. Greeting respectfully, he stepped out of the air and landed behind the old man and the middle-aged man in a blink of an eye. It wasn't until this moment that they truly let go of their suspended hearts. Only because, at this moment, they are safe. Before that, if that powerful saint of unknown origin attacked them, even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to resist. After all, although there is only one realm apart between a semi-saint and a saint, the gap in strength is too great. I am Guilin of the Qingyun sect, and the person next to me is my uncle Zhao Ani. The middle-aged man took a step forward and looked at the purple-clothed youth standing in the void in front of him. His face was gloomy, his eyes were full of anger, and his spiritual consciousness swept out of him, pressing on the opponent's body. Two saints. Facing Guilin's consciousness, Duan Lingtian didn't feel oppressed at all, and even felt as if a gust of wind had blown his cheeks and body. If in the past, the sage in the outer world was comparable to the sixth-level existence of the strongest in all worlds, to him, he was like a high-ranking god, unrivaled, and even the opponent's snap of a finger was enough to wipe him out. And now, a saint, in his eyes, is nothing. However, even so, he is still eager to try, wanting to feel his own strength and the gap between them and them through the saints of the Qingyun sect in front of him. At the same time, the group of people who gathered to watch the excitement also retreated one after another after the two saints of the Qingyun sect arrived at the scene and retreated to a very far place. I am deeply afraid that the war that may unfold next will affect them and Qiyu. Saint. That was the existence of the combat power ceiling in places outside the realm in the past, and even in the myriad realms. Even now, there is an existence beyond the saint-born, but only two people. The saint is still a place outside the world, the existence closest to the ceiling in the world. The two saints of Qingyun sect. I didn't expect Senior Zhao Ani to be really alive. Senior Zhao Ani, in the past, he was a peerless genius who was famous outside the world. He stepped into the realm of saints a long time ago. He is a group of saints recognized as the strongest outside the world. Master Guilin is not bad. Although he only stepped into the realm of saints a few years ago, he is still a saint. In front of saints, half-saints are like chickens and dogs, vulnerable to a single blow. Yes, otherwise, how could this purple-clothed saint kill 3 half-sages in a short period of time? I don't know where this purple-clothed saint comes from. 9 out of 10 are from the 10,000 realms. The saints in the land outside the realm should all know each other, but listening to what Senior Zhao Ani said just now, it is obvious don't know each other. At this time, a group of people watching from afar looked at the purple figure in the distance, and there was another burst of discussion and whispering. Not just them. Even the members of the Qingyun sacred sect present, including the 2 great saints, basically felt the same way. Which realm of the myriad realms are you the strongest? Guilin stared at the purple-clothed youth in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "If you don't give us Qingyun Shengzong a satisfactory explanation for today's matter, I'm afraid it will be difficult to retreat unscathed." As his voice fell, the old man beside him, his spiritual consciousness further raged out, covering a large area around him in a blink of an eye, as if he wanted to seal off the surrounding area, preventing the other party from having a chance to escape. Facing the menacing Guilin, Duan Lingshan's calm expression finally changed slightly. He smiled calmly and stared at Guilin. "Then I would like to see how you make it difficult for me to retreat." His words were like a fuse, which completely ignited Guilin's anger. "Then I'll let you see it." As soon as the words fell, Guilin's momentum shook, and the most powerful force swept all directions, and the fiery breath permeated in an instant. But it was he who showed the law of fire in the realm of Dzogchen. In his hand, there was also a knife at the same time. The whole body of the knife was red, exuding endless heat waves. It was not known whether it was due to the material of the blade or the law of fire that Guilin had comprehended. Around Guilin's body, the space oscillated, and the terrifying power even made the semi-sages of the Qingyun sect not far behind look dignified, and retreated a certain distance in unison. Only the old man beside him didn't move at all, as if the power in Guilin's body didn't pose any threat to him. And in fact, it is true. Although Guilin has stepped into the realm of a saint, his strength is not much weaker than him. However, after all, he has been immersed in the realm of saints for many years, and in terms of strength, he is still better than Guilin. Even if I haven't seen a few of the world-venerated powerhouses of the myriad realms, I've heard of them. Unless he is a newcomer to the 10,000 realms, or a new saint from a place outside the realm. Otherwise, as long as he makes a move, I will know who he is. Zhao Ani didn't plan to fight with Guilin, but just stood in place and swept the formation for Guilin. In his view, even if Guilin's strength is inferior to the opponent's, he won't be at a disadvantage in a short period of time, let alone lose. As a saint, even if it is a new saint, it is not an easy task for him, a veteran saint, to defeat him. At least it is impossible to achieve within 100 moves. Crush. Guilin moved, and the whole person came out holding the knife, like a flaming sword god, flitting across the void, using the law of the fire system of the Dzogchen realm as the main, and the sword way of the 4 ways of heaven and earth as a supplement, and killed Duan Lingtian. Even, in order to let the other party know how powerful he is, in his body, the blood power belonging to the aborigines of the outside world is constantly sweeping up. People from all over the world have laws and clones. The aborigines of the outside world also have the power of blood as an aid. Even a saint, under the blessing of the power of the bloodline, his strength will be raised to a higher level, because the power of the bloodline is generally assisted to improve on the original basis. The stronger the people from the outside world, the greater the power of the bloodline will improve their power. Roar dash. Roar dash. The howls of beasts that shook heaven and earth vibrated in the void, as if resounding between heaven and earth, but when the power of the blood in Guilin's body came out, a burst of blood suddenly surged on his body, turning into a blood tiger phantom. Just like the blessing of Dharma, once it appeared, it made Guilin's earth-shattering aura further skyrocket. You try to pick me up first. Guilin yelled violently, and the knife in his hand swiped out in a blink of an eye, as if pulling all the power of the flames between heaven and earth, and slashed towards Duan Lingshan's place. When the knife was swung, the sky and the earth changed color, and the fire seemed to color the whole world. The phantom of the blood tiger on Guilin's body became even bigger, as if it had turned into an indomitable beast god. Roar dash. The roar of the blood tiger suddenly became louder. The sword light that seemed to have eyes circled an arc in the void and swept towards Duan Lingtan. Even if Daomeng didn't target the group of onlookers present, except for some semi-saints, the existences under the semi-saints were all forced back again and again by the terrifying aura extended by Daoguang. Too strong. This is the strength of a saint. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, wherever the sword light passed, the space continued to crack, as if the end was approaching. Chapter 4562. Guilin, in the Qingyun sacred sect, is the number 2 person after Zhao Ani. As a saint, he used his own strength to protect the Qingyun sacred sect when Zhao Ani was usually in seclusion. Although many people thought in the past that even if he stepped into the realm of a saint, his strength was still inferior to Zhao Ani. However, today, following Guilin's move, he taught the onlookers a hard lesson. Even if Guilin is not as strong as Zhao Ani, his strength is far beyond that of a half-saint. It made the sky and the earth change color, as if the earth-shattering flame blade, tearing through the space all the way, approached Duan Lingtian in an instant, and was about to hit Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still didn't see any signs of making a move. What is he doing? It can't be that you were scared stupid, right? It's definitely impossible. As a saint, even if he's not as strong as Senior Zhao Ani, he's still not as good as Lord Guilin. The onlookers burst into excitement. You, just this little strength? A calm voice sounded, but Duan Lingtian spoke in a contemptuous tone. At the same time as he opened his mouth, he saw the space around him vibrate and fold like ripples, and then the sharp sword energy spread across and across, killing all directions. Stuff, 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 stuff. The overwhelming sword glow instantly condensed into a human form in the void, turning into a giant. Then, with a big palm, the giant slapped the menacing flaming blade that seemed to split Duan Lingtian in two. The next moment, there was a loud noise, and there was no aftermath of power raging, only to see the giant's palm fall, and that hand, which was completely condensed from the sword glow, annihilated the flame sword glow in an instant. It was like a small ray of flame being extinguished by someone casually. The next moment, as the giant closed his hand and stopped making any movements, the surrounding space cracks that appeared due to the giant's attack and the passing of the flame blade gradually closed. After the storm, there was peace and calm. How can it be? After a moment of dead silence, Guilin spoke first, his tone full of shock and disbelief. Then he shot again. It was still that kind of flaming sword glow, which was more powerful than the previous flame sword glow, killing Duan Lingtian. It's a pity that he still followed in the footsteps of the previous flaming sword light, and was slapped away by the giant. How can this be? So outrageous? Even Senior Zhao Ani doesn't have such terrifying strength, does he? A group of people watching in the distance also came back to their senses one after another at this time. Their faces were horrified, and many of them stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. The semi-sages of the Qingyun sacred sect also looked at each other at this time, and they all saw shock and inconceivability in each other's eyes. Even Zhao Ani. At this moment, the anger towards Duan Lingtian on his face has disappeared, replaced by shock and panic. At the same time, a terrifying divine consciousness swept out from the purple-clothed youth in his vision, instantly crushing the divine consciousness extended by him and Guilin as saints. Guilin was unprepared. He vomited blood on the spot. His complexion was as pale as paper, as if he had been backlashed by divine consciousness. Zhao Ani, the #1 member of the Qingyun sacred sect, and a veteran saint with a reputation resounding all over the world, his complexion was also turning blue and white at this time, the blood in his body was shaking, and his soul was trembling. Guilin shuddered, came back to his senses, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were full of panic and uneasiness, as if a child who had done something wrong saw his parents. Just because he thought of one thing. At the same time, Zhao Ani had already bowed to Duan Lingtian at 90 degrees and bowed to Duan Lingtian from the air. When he spoke again, his tone seemed a little more trembling. Greetings. Greetings to Lord Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhao Ani finished speaking, Guilin finally came back to his senses, his complexion turned paler, and he bowed his hands tremblingly. Guilin, pay homage to Lord Duan Lingtian. I didn't know your identity just now, and I offended you, please forgive me. In fact, Guilin also reacted just now. To be able to have such terrifying strength, to crush his full strength with one blow, and even his spiritual consciousness can easily defeat the spiritual consciousness of him and his uncle, except for the two existences who surpassed saints and world-respected realms that appeared some time ago. Who else? Feng Qingyang, when he and his uncle went to Tongtian Pagoda last time, they had already seen each other and recognized each other, and they were not the same person as the person in front of them. Well, the answer is obvious. The person in front of me is another existence who has stepped into the 7th level of Xion, Duan Lingtian. Even this one is more terrifying than Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation base of the middle god, comprehend the law to the state of great perfection, and comprehend the way of swordsmanship to the 7th level, with the cultivation base of the middle god, overcome the taboo realm. The taboo situation faced by the middle level god, if replaced by another middle level who also comprehends the law and swordsmanship to the point where the wind is light, 9 out of 10 can easily overcome it. And like Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking gods cultivated to survive the taboo realm, based on the calculations of these saints, even if they had Duan Lingshan's conditions when they were in the high-ranking gods, they could face the forbidden realm heavenly tribulation. There is not much confidence in successfully crossing the tribulation. Duan Lingtian. It's Lord Duan Lingtian who stepped into the 7th stage of Xian through the announcement of the heavenly Tao some time ago? This is Lord Duan Lingtian? Damn it. No wonder it's so terrifying. He defeated Master Guolin's attack in a matter of seconds, and injured Master Guolin with his spiritual consciousness in an instant. A group of people watching from a distance, although far apart, but with their cultivation level, they still clearly listened to the words of Zhao Ani and Guolin. Because of this, they all responded one after another. Unanimously remembered, some time ago what they saw was the words of heaven that could be seen by the land outside the world, and even all life in the world. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian from the Nishan realm. After surviving the taboo realm, he successfully broke through and became the second strongest existence of the 7th level after the historical barrier, surpassing Jesuin and saints. After the history is cut off, the existence of the second Xian of the 7th order. Existence above saints and realms. He is Duan Lingtian? The survivors of the Fu family all showed despair at this time. They never dreamed that this person who broke into their Fu family and killed the 2 half-sages of the Fu family one after another turned out to be the one who stepped into the Xian's first place some time ago. Duan Lingtian of the 7th level. This is an existence above the saint. At any rate, they are people of the semi-holy power, and they have naturally heard that the Tian Pagoda where the way of heaven descended is now guarded by another existence of the 7th level strongest, and no saints or world-venerated powerhouses are allowed to enter. In the land outside the world, and even in the 10,000 worlds, there are still many saints and world-venerated powerhouses. But to this day, I have never heard that these existences united to deal with Feng Qingyang and fight for the opportunity to enter the Tongtian Tower. What does this mean? It means that they are afraid of the wind. It shows that they feel that even if they join forces with each other, they may not necessarily be Feng Qingyang's opponents. Of course, it's also possible that they don't want to be that early bird, and they are worried that even if they defeat Feng Qingyang, they will become a victim during the match. With cultivation at their level, it is naturally impossible to take risks and die easily. Unless you are desperate. For example, there is no certainty about the next Xian's catastrophe. However, even if such people are willing to fight, their number is limited after all, and they themselves know that it is difficult to make a big deal in front of Feng Qingyang. Therefore, to this day, everyone is honest and obedient. I'd rather wait a while longer. They all felt that it was impossible for Feng Qingyang to stay there forever. Duan Lingtian? The demi-sages of the Qingyun sacred sect were also pale at this time. They never expected that the person in front of them was the strong man who was already famous outside the world and even in the world, Duan Lingtian. Hubai is dead. At this moment, they also realized that the semi-holy crane fox who came with them was dead for nothing. Facing the saint, Qingyun Xingzong can still stand up for who? But facing the existence above the saint. Even with the power of the Qingyun sect, not only can't do anything but will be counter-killed. Qingyun Xingzong is destined to admit defeat. Didn't you see that the 2 saints and powerhouses of Qingyun sect have already bowed their heads? Greetings to Lord Duan Lingtian. Greetings to Lord Duan Lingtian. Following the Qingyun sacred sect's semi-sages taking the lead, the rest of the Fu family and a group of people who came to join in the fun all opened their mouths to salute Duan Lingtian. The tone is full of awe. How do you know him, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Ani in surprise. After all, it was announced by the heavenly Tao some time ago that besides him, there is also his master, Feng Qingyang, who has stepped into the 7th level of Xian. Master Duan Lingtian, I was fortunate enough to meet Lord Feng Qingyang on the side of Tongtian Tower. Zhao Ani responded repeatedly. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten about it. Before he came to the land outside the world this time, he also heard from the people who defied the gods that his master Feng Qingyang was guarding the Tongtian Tower, preventing people from outside the world from being exposed. The sages and venerables of the earth and myriad worlds enter. Obviously, this saint of the Qingyun sect has already been near the Tongtian pagoda and has seen his master Feng Qingyang. Master! Thinking of his master again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help feeling a little excited in the depths of his eyes. When things are over here, let's go see the master first. Speaking of which, I haven't seen master for a long time. He also never expected that his master would walk in front of him and step into the 7th level of Xian first. Master Duan Ling, it was I, Guolin, who did not know Mount Tai and offended you. Seeing that Duan Lingtian ignored him, Guolin panicked again. If your lord insists on taking my life, I, Guolin, have nothing to say, but please let Qin Yunshengzong go. This matter has nothing to do with them. Chapter 4563. If it were in the past, Guolin would never have dreamed that he, who had stepped into the realm of a saint, would one day bow his head in fear and beg for mercy in front of someone. The saint, in the past, stood outside the world, even the existence at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, an existence like a ceiling. So high above you, so mighty, overlook all beings and be invincible in the world. However, all of this, with the appearance of the existence announced by the Tao of Heaven after the two of them passed through the taboo realm of catastrophe and stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, it has completely changed. Big change. In the past, the high-ranking saints and world venerables, the gap that they could not bridge, was crossed by two newcomers later, and they walked ahead of them without warning, which made them unexpected. It's too late when you know it and you can't stop it. Normal people who have stood at the top for a long time, who would want someone to overwhelm them. Not to mention those saints and Jesuin who have stood at the peak for a long time, it is Feng Qingyang who dared to step into the 7th level of Xian not long ago. Why do they guard the side of Tongtian Tower and prevent people from entering it? Don't you want them to take a shortcut and catch up with him? If the sages and world venerables in the land outside the world and the world had known that those two rising stars would walk ahead of them and become the first and second existence of the 7th level strongest after the history was cut off, they would definitely not hesitate. Obstruct the other party at all costs, even at the expense of strangling the other party in the cradle. And now it's too late. For the two opponents, the general trend has come. For example, Duan Lingtian in front of him, as one of them, easily crushed his full blow with every move and made his heart tremble, realizing the horror of the 7th level. The gap is really too big. That was the gap that made him almost desperate. With such an existence, it was easy to kill him, and killing his uncle Zhao Ani was just a matter of gestures, and killing Qingyun's sacred sect was also simple. For Qingyun Shengzong, he bowed his head. There is only hope deep in my heart, without the slightest humiliation. Because, in front of the other party, there is no need to feel humiliated. Any saint or Jesuin would also be powerless in front of the other party. Master Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Zhao Ani, who was standing by the side, also said pleadingly, "This time, if you can forgive Guolin, forgive Qingyun's sacred sect. From now on, Qingyun's sacred sect, I hope that you, my lord, will follow suit." As the first member of Qingyun's sacred sect, he spoke up. Of course, there is no reluctance. Because he knew in his heart that with such an existence, even if Qingyun Shengzong hadn't provoked the other party this time, if the other party really wanted to subdue Qingyun Shengzong could only accept his fate and had no second choice. Several semi-saints of the Qingyun sect who were standing not far away had their hearts hanging at this moment, fearing that the young man in purple in front of him would kill them and destroy the Qingyun sect in a fit of anger. They're dead. But their family members and disciples are still in the sect. For a moment, their hearts were filled with apprehension. And a little helpless. As for the survivors of the Fu family, when they saw the two saints of the Qingyun sect begging for mercy in front of each other, their faces turned pale from fright, and they hurriedly knelt down on the ground and begged for mercy. "My lord, Duan Lingnan, please forgive me, please forgive me. My lord, spare me, I am willing to leave the Fu family. My lord, although my father is a member of the Fu family, he is already dead. I am willing to sever the father-son relationship with him, change my surname from now on, and no longer call myself the Fu family. The group of people who rushed over to join in the fun were also greatly shocked at this time. Although, they had long guessed that the strong man who could make Tiandao publicize the Tiandao characters, at that time was definitely not an ordinary person, but they did not expect it to be so terrifying. Saints, in front of him, are like chickens and dogs, vulnerable to a single blow. The gap is too big. It's outrageous. It's too strong. If I can have his strength in my lifetime, even if I have to die in a few days, I will be willing. It is even more so secretly in a person's heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple and stood floating, seemed to have become the master of the lives of all living beings. With a single word, he could determine the life and death of saints, and even the power of saints. In full view, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Ani and Guilin indifferently, and said in a calm tone, "Today's matter, if you want to expose it, it's not impossible." Hearing this, Zhao Ani and Guilin were both shocked, and their faces showed surprise. In 3 months' time, I will go to Qingyun Sacred Sect in person, and then I hope to see these two people. Speaking of this, Duan Lingshan's spiritual consciousness extended out, and in the form of a soul picture, he passed on the appearances of the other two half-sages who jointly killed Ye's half-sage Duan Yue with the Fu family's half-sage back then, and passed them on to them. Both names are attached. Han Jiang, Tuoba Lianqing. They are all half-sages in the area of Qingyun Sacred Sect. Even if the two of them don't know each other, it is impossible for the other half-sages of Qingyun Sacred Sect to know each other. If you catch them at that time, I will not pursue today's matter. If one person is missing. Snort dash. Although he didn't say much, the threatening tone in his tone made Zhao Ani and Guilin terrified, and they didn't dare to neglect in their hearts. After the voice fell, Duan Lingshan's figure flickered, and he left the sight of everyone present, as if he disappeared out of thin air. Although, through the memory of Fu Liangming, the semi-sage of the Fu family, he also knew where the two semi-sages usually practiced, but one of them was a casual cultivator and was often away from the training ground. Now that there are two errand runners sent up, he doesn't bother to look for them one by one. 3 months later, just go to Qingyun Sacred Sect to face the two half-sages directly. At that time, it can be regarded as complete revenge for his sister Yue. After Duan Lingtian left, Zhao Ani, Guilin, and the half-saints of the Qingyun sect immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The rest of the Fu family also looked like they had survived the catastrophe. Master Duan Lingtian, let the two saints of Qingyun sect help him find someone? Who are you looking for? Is there anyone else who dares to offend Lord Duan Lingtian? A group of people who joined in the fun were discussing and whispering at this time. Of course, there are also some smart people among them. Master Duan Lingtian, the two people who are looking for are probably related to the half-sage of the Fu family. After all, he appeared here this time because he took the initiative to deal with the half-sage of the Fu family. The Fu family obviously offended him. To be precise, it was the half-saint of the Fu family who offended him. After all, the other party has left now and has not done anything to the rest of the Fu family, so it is not difficult to guess something from this. At the same time, several semi-sages of Qingyun Sacred Sect also left with Zhao Ani and Guilin. Han Jiang? Tuoba Lianqing? Uncle, you said he asked us to find these two people, why? Guilin sent a voice transmission to ask Zhao Ani. Now, he hasn't recovered from the panic just now, his mind is full of blood, but he deeply remembers who Duan Lingtian asked him to find. He is no stranger to Han Jiang and Tuoba Lianqing. One of them is the most powerful Han family of the semi-sacred force under their Qingyun Sacred Sect, the only semi-sacred of the Han family, and he has met him several times. The other person, although he has nothing to do with their Qingyun Sacred Sect, is also a well-known casual cultivator in their Qingyun Sacred Sect area. Although he has never met him, he has heard of him. If I'm not wrong, it should be that these two people, like the two half-sages of the Fu family, have offended that one. Zhao Ani was much calmer than Guilin. Thinking of the other party appearing in their Qingyun sacred sect area, the first thing he did was to kill the 2 half-sages of the Fu family. Obviously, this was unlikely to be a whim. They are so courageous, dare to offend such a terrible person? Guolin was taken aback. Hearing Guolin's words, Zhao Ani said angrily, "Don't forget, that person stepped into the most powerful realm not long ago." The text of the Tao of Heaven, the first time it was announced, made him famous outside the world, and in the world, he was still a high-ranking god. That one has been away for so long, and you haven't recovered from the shock just now? Zhao Ani seemed a little speechless. Guolin was stunned again when he heard this, and then smiled awkwardly. "I really haven't recovered. The main reason is that I really thought I was going to be killed just now. I'm not afraid of my uncle's jokes. That was the first time I was so desperate in my life. Even before I joined the sect, I was in danger of life and death, but I have never been so desperate." To become a saint, Guolin is naturally not an ordinary person, and his temperament is not bad at ordinary times. But this time, it was indeed that the opponent's strength was too terrifying, which frightened him a lot. Yes. A few years ago, the first time the text of the Tao of Heaven appeared, it was publicized to the quartet, saying that he had survived the forbidden realm of heavenly calamity with the cultivation base of a high-ranking god, and he was the first one to overcome the taboo realm of heavenly calamity after the history was cut off. Figure. Guolin completely remembered. It must be the semi-sage of the Fu family, as well as Han Jiang and Tuobo Lianqing, who offended him when he was just a high-ranking deity. Zhao Ani guessed and said, "Not long after he stepped into the Xian 7th level, he came to our side, went to the Fu family, and killed 2 half-sages in a row, which shows how much he hates the half-sages of the Fu family. If he had known earlier that the people of the Fu family had offended him, and that he was the one who killed the semi-sage of the Fu family, there would be no need for us Qingyun sect to stand up for it. It's a pity, Crane Fox. The semi-sacred Hahu of the Qingyun sect who was killed by Duan Lington was also Zhao Enya's nephew. Those 2 from the Fu family, Han Jiang and Tuobo Lianqing, are really trash." A flash of contempt and disdain flashed in Guolin's eyes. A high-ranking deity can survive under their noses, and even has such achievements as now. When they offended each other, how good would it be if they could kill each other? It's good now. For nothing, there is an extra existence on our heads in the land outside the world and the world. Certainly. Guolin's words were also spoken by Transhan to Zhao Ani, but he didn't have the guts to say nonsense on the surface. He was afraid that the other party hadn't left yet, and was just hiding in the dark and staring at them. Chapter 45-64. Hearing Guolin's words, Zhao Ani secretly sighed. Why didn't he scold those trash in his heart? Perhaps, those trash, because they saw that the other party was a high-ranking god, could not be a threat to them, so they ignored it, but it was hard to imagine that the other party would fly into the sky one day, surpass them, and destroy their strength with a snap of the fingers. Of course, the past is like the wind, and the matter has come to this point, and those few trash can only bear the consequences of their one-sidedness. At this moment, Zhao Ani and Guolin didn't know. Before that, Duan Lingtian had only met Fu Liangyu, the newly promoted half-sage of the Fu family, but he had never met the other 3 half-sages. As for the hatred, it is not his own hatred, it is purely for helping others to avenge. Send them back first, and then you and I will personally take action to bring the 2 of them back to the sect. Zhao Ani said to Guolin, then Han Jiang must be in the Han family. As for Tuobo Lianqing, it may not be in his usual training place. Give Han Jiang to me, and Tuobo Lianqing is up to you to bring it back. If Tuobo Lianqing is still in his usual training place, you don't have to worry too much about it, just because he's not there. Whether it is Han Jiang or Tuobo Lianqing, they are only half-sages, and it couldn't be easier for them to bring them back to Qingyun sect. Even, as long as they issued an order to inform the 2 of them, the 2 of them would not hesitate and would come to Qingyun sacred sect immediately to meet them. After all, the 2 of them are also overlords in the Qingyun sacred sect area. If you still want to hang out here, you naturally dare not offend them easily. However, to be on the safe side, the 2 of them decided to go out in person. 3 months later, when Duan Lingtian came to Qingyun's sacred sect, if he didn't see the two of them, Qingyun's sacred sect would definitely bear his anger, which they didn't want to see. Even if that Tuoba Lianxing left his cultivation place and Qingyun's sacred sect, I will do my best to bring him back to the sect. In Guolin's eyes, there was a cold light that his mother could not doubt, which was fierce and frightening. After leaving the area of Qingyun's sacred sect, Duan Lingtian went directly to the location of Tongtian Pagoda. In the past, the Heavenly Tao publicized the Heavenly Tao text of the Tongtian Tower, which he still remembers in his heart. After the history is cut off, the first Xian of the 7th level appears, and everyone should celebrate it. From now on, a Tian Tower will appear above the Central Sea area of the Outer Worlds. Saints and half-step world lords can go to pass through the level. Once they pass through all the levels and successfully pass the level, they will be able to get a Heavenly Tao talisman, which can block taboos. There are 3 catastrophes, as for which catastrophe to block, you can choose independently. Therefore, he went directly to the sky above the Central Sea area of this outside world. So, Duan Lingtian arrived at the destination, and from a distance, he saw the Tongtian Pagoda, which looked like a towering giant mountain hanging above the sky, with mysterious light shining, extremely gorgeous. Even far away, he could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Tongtian Tower, as if he was telling others how good it was. The closer the distance was, Duan Lingtian found that he had entered the envelope of a divine consciousness. This spiritual consciousness is much stronger than the 2 saints of the Qingyun sacred sect that he met before, even comparable to him. It is not difficult for him to guess that it is the spiritual consciousness of his master Feng Qingyang. Master! Duan Lingtian's spiritual consciousness extended out, communicated with the coming spiritual consciousness, and greeted respectfully. After the voice fell, he accelerated and reached the side of Tongtian Tower. A familiar figure appeared before his eyes. After many years, the master is still the same as before, but the aura on his body is much more restrained than before, but his eyes are extremely deep, like a black hole in space, mysterious and unpredictable. Xiao Tian. Feng Qingyang stood up, looked at Duan Lingtian in front of him, with a bright smile on his face. I saw the text of the Way of Heaven, and you have also stepped into the 7th level. Congratulations, Master, for becoming the first existence of the 7th level Xian after the history is cut off. Duan Lingtian laughed. He has always been grateful to the Master in front of him. The other party is his enlightener in the way of swordsmanship. Without the other party, he would not have grown rapidly in the past, and his progress has been amazing, and the other party has even indirectly helped him many times on his growth path. Many of them were on the line of life and death, saving his life. Master stepped into the 7th level of Xian, and he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. I'm also lucky. I was lucky enough to get the inheritance of the Time Sword Senior, so that I can make rapid progress along the law and achieve today's achievements. Feng Qingyang sighed, and the smile on his face became brighter. Now, both you and my master and apprentice have stepped into the 7th level of Xian, and it will be a good story to spread it. That's right, most of them now probably only know that the 2 of us came from the God-defying realm, and they don't know the master-student relationship between us. Duan Lingtian nodded, and the curve of the corner of his mouth became clearer. Thank you, Master, for helping Kier get rid of the soul imprisonment. Thinking of his wife Kier, who has been sent into the small world inside his body now, Duan Lingtian thanked him repeatedly. There is no need to be so polite between you and me. Feng Qingyang waved his hands and said, That's your wife, and also my apprentice-in-law. Moreover, even if I don't take action, you can help her get rid of that soul imprisonment at any time. After Duan Lingtian heard the words, he didn't say much on this topic, but his gratitude never diminished. Although the words were just like what his master said, but his master was able to help Kier release the soul imprisonment immediately after the breakthrough, which showed that he was always in his heart as a disciple. For him, take this matter to heart. Xiaodian, what do you think of me guarding the side of Tongtian Tower and preventing those saints and Jesuin from entering Tongtian Tower? Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian. How else can I see it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. and his eyes turned cold in an instant. If I step into the seventh step before Master, I will also be like Master, guarding here and not letting them go the way of heaven for them. Arranged shortcuts. If I break through first, I'm afraid I will do the same thing that day. Heaven's not fair. Tian Pagoda, I didn't see him arrange it before, but now he has arranged it. Isn't this clearly aimed at you and me, Master? Why do we have to face the forbidden realm of catastrophe on our own, but they have a shortcut? After speaking, the smile on the corner of Duan Lingshan's mouth also turned into a sneer. Master, Duan Lingtian continued, after I finish arranging my family and some things, I will come to pick you up and guard this Tongtian Tower. From now on, you and I will take turns guarding the Tongtian Pagoda, and no one can enter. On this matter, he did not intend to give in. As for whether Tian Dao will attack them, he really wasn't worried about this. If Tian Dao can attack them without any scruples, why bother to create the Tian Pagoda? Wouldn't it be enough to just kill them? Moreover, he inherited the complete memory of the super-strong old man Wukong before the historical partition, so he naturally knew that even during the historical partition, Tian Dao had never directly killed someone. There should be some kind of restriction. As for the catastrophe of heaven and earth that year, causing all life to perish, returning the world to chaos, and cutting off history, according to the old man Wukong's own guess, it may not necessarily be what heaven did to them. It is very likely that there is another hidden secret. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.